Hey guys, welcome to Fanfic Fanatics. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku became Red Hood and fell for midnight? Part 2, Final. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is under the Red Hood by _King Azrael. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. The hours were long, far longer than any had been before. At least, that was how he felt. Red Hood's gloved right hand held the contoured handle of his sniper rifle tightly. For the last 2 days without rest or sleep, he watched the doors leading to the Detenarot building, noting every instance of when someone entered or exited, what they looked like, and what direction they walked in after leaving. Anything and everything lest he be left alone with his own thoughts because, as it turns out, the world isn't kind to someone who defies the natural order. At first, he had ignored the small irritations that would be no more than a minor annoyance. The sound of dripping water in his ears, an itch on a piece of skin he could never reach, and the small instances of phantom pain he would experience. However, in quiet moments like this, he was forced to remember, to ironically live both his death and his rebirth. The feeling of his skin turning cold, the warmth of his blood escaping, vision darkening until he could no longer see. Then, he woke with his airways blocked as he drowned in the water of the Lazarus pit. His body, mind, and soul knew that, at that very moment, he had no right to be there. That somehow he did not belong in this world. Even now, that choking feeling returned, like a rope was growing tighter on his neck with each passing second. Yet no matter how much he moved his head, tried to clear his throat, or rationalize the feeling, he could not rid himself of it. It reminded him that despite him sitting here now, the League, Shigaraki had killed him. He was now no better than a living corpse, Izuku Midoriya, Inko Midoriya. They both died in that warehouse. It was only by pure coincidence that he was alive. An instance of both bad and good luck. Looking at the desk that supported his rifle, Red Hood scanned the wood. Abundant were the wrappers of the nutrition bars he had been surviving off of. Next to them are empty bottles of water. The luxury of a hot meal was long gone, and so was a minute of shut-eye. Not that he would want it, although the silence brought memories, sleep only got nightmares. A sigh erupted from Red Hood, right eye still focused on his sniper's scope. The hour and shade of the sky marked the end of the third day he had stayed in this figurative utopia. Deku City, from what he observed, was a place with no issue. Citizens walked around with their heads held high, heroes roamed the streets with smiles, and the villains. Their attacks were low and in areas that seemed controlled. At least, that was what he garnered from the news broadcasts. It was something that he wanted to achieve in Japan, but seeing just a part of it as a reality felt wrong, almost disturbing. It's impossible, he thought this since his encounter with the cafe. This solidarity and togetherness was artificial, and if not that, then it was manipulated. It made him realize that the dream of Izuku of Deku was a fantasy of some naive kid. This peacefulness would not last long. There were more villains like the League. Butcherers, murderers, animals. Pressure built on Red Hood's body. His muscles began to lightly ache, and his bones trembled while his skin itched. It was only for a second, but Red Hood looked out from the scope of his rifle and down to his left hand. It shook and danced along his palm and fingers like red lightning. He had partly forgotten his quirk. Nowadays, he hardly used it. He didn't know whether to blame himself or his resurrection, but the quirk was far more unstable than it was at first. He guessed it was both. He allowed his quirk to run rampant, his fist clenching as he forced his trembling to stop. He let the pressure build continuously for a few seconds before finally cutting the quirk off. With a grunt, Red Hood sat back in his chair, taking off his left glove. The skin underneath, generally of a healthy complexion, was already turning a light purple. Just a few seconds of use bruised his skin, and if he used it longer, his muscles would begin tearing, and nerves would start frying. Proper vessel. The words almost seemed to mock him. If it were seen by anyone who knew of what happened between him and All Might, this lack of control and stability would make them inclined to take the fated hero's side. Re-gloving his left hand, Red Hood looked back through his scope. He could see the Dentrat building's lights shut off level by level until only the light of the first level remained. Exiting from the front doors was the same member of the custodian staff that he had seen for the past 2 nights. Like always, after the custodians left, he checked the notes he took down. Here, he noticed something that made his shoulder lean into the stock of his rifle and his left hand hold the underside of the rail. 5 local heroes of major hero agencies, interviewer and TV personality Chitoze Kazuki, politician Koku Hanabata, and board member of Feel Good Inc. Tomoyasu Chikazoku. All of them entered the building one after another, but none, not a single one, had left in the past 4 hours. Although Denturit was a support item manufacturer, the group listed all visiting on the same day and not leaving. That wasn't a coincidence. It was clear something had spurred the group into this meeting. From the side of the rifle's frame, Red Hood's right index finger dropped to hold the trigger. It was needless to point out how suspicious the entire situation was. Still, his finger went back to rest. It didn't matter how suspicious this was. Until they showed up, he wouldn't make a move. The issues of this city did not matter to him. Although he would remember who these heroes and personalities were, they would not be a hindrance to his purpose here. If needed, he would kill them, consequences or otherwise be damned. All there was to do now was wait, yet again. All she was able to do was stare. The white capsules that sat in her hand were a sign of hope. Hope to stop the aching of her abdomen. Nemuri sat on her bed, her half-naked form giving a view of almost her entire body. The gouge of flesh where her ribs sat was now light pink, and the wound, although currently closed, remained in the form of a scar. The aching was a reminder that despite the 3 days of healing via Recovery Girl, some of the injuries remained. Placing her slender hand on the skin, she could feel it throb, albeit only slightly. It wasn't enough to take her out of commission, but it was something worth taking care of. Pills in hand, the woman placed 2 into her mouth before grabbing a glass of water on her nightstand. With a sip, she swallowed the pills. Now, she had to wait until the effects kicked in. However, time wasn't on her side. The watch on her wrist was beeping loudly. Taking a deep breath, the woman stood her hand going to grab her hero costume that lay at her side. Unlatching the watch on her wrist, she slowly dressed in her hero suit before she adjusted the gear she had on hand. Without Eri, her room felt and looked completely empty. She wished she had a moment to tell the young girl she would be back soon, but she couldn't lie. What they were walking into was going to be a perpetual hellscape. One that the chances of survival were getting slimmer the more she heard about it. It hurt to not see the girl, but having her stay with the 2B class was for the best. The girls would no doubt take care of her. Equipped, the R-rated hero left her room and headed toward the front gates of UA. It was early morning, 4 a.m. to be exact. Between the 4 hours it would take to reach Deku and the setup, it would be around early afternoon when everything would go down. At least, that was how Nezu theorized it. Either way, that was another thing. Right now, her focus was on the sight before her. Before the gate to UA was an ensemble of pro heroes, none of whom were slouches. Mirko, Endeavor, Fat Gum, Yukio, Gang Orca, and along with them were most of the UA staff, all except for Lunch Rush, 13, Recovery Girl, and All Might for apparent reasons. Other than those 3, the only noticeable absence was that of Aizawa. Before she could raise the question to everyone, Nezu spoke from the middle of the crowd. Standing atop Hound Dog's shoulder, the small animal's eyes swept the courtyard. In front of him was Spinner, the villain, dressed as usual whenever they encountered him. As we discussed, in a few short hours, you will all arrive at the outskirts of Deku City. Once there, you have between 2 and 2.5 hours to get into your positions until Spinner meets with the leader of the MLA. Remain unseen as much as you can. As we understand, the entirety of Deku City may be in allegiance. Hero, villain, or civilian, if they attack, we have been given the authority by the Hero Association to retaliate within reason. Once Spinner enters Red Hood's line of sight, be prepared. Knowing him, this vigilante will not remain still. Red Hood and League members are priority targets. Capture them if and only if you have the opportunity. You all will only engage once the chance arrives. This battle is to be between Red Hood and the League. Your lives are more important. If the situation is to escalate beyond control, do not hesitate to retreat. Retreat. Yeah, right. This time I'll kick that helmet-wearing asshole until I hear his bones crack. Mirko smashed her right fist into her left palm, her eyes holding a fierce look. The humiliation she suffered at Red Hood's hands would only be rectified once she crippled the fucker. What happened the last time you encountered Red Hood? Nezu's eyes narrowed at the rabbit hero, who subconsciously stepped back. This is not a situation to save reputation. This is a situation of life or death. You and Gang Orca would not be standing here if he wanted it. Any deviation from my instructions will damage your reputation as a hero and cause me to contact the Hero Association about your constant negligence and insubordination. I will have your license suspended, Mirko. Make no mistake about that. Mirko seemed lost for words, her eyes looking to the concrete floor. Tisk. With that matter solved, Nezu continued, going forward, every one of you must be near another hero once in the city. If what I speculate is correct, there will be nothing but chaos. Watch out for each other and avoid combat wherever possible. Now, Spinner, here are the documents you'll be needing. Being let down by Hound Dog, Nezu handed the villain a vanilla-colored folder. Now get moving. Endeavor and Fat Gum escort Spinner, would you? Wait. Before the group could move, Nimari spoke up, her eyes looking to the principal. Where's Aizawa? Nezu looked to the other heroes. Move out now. Per his order, the other heroes moved to leave. Walking to the R-rated hero, Nezu looked the woman in the eyes. He will be there. That is not something you should worry about. Nimari stared at the animal, and what should I worry about? If I were you, I would worry about keeping your composure. Otherwise, I'll be forced to take measures I otherwise wouldn't. What I said to Mirko carries on double for you. The Hero Association has already received reports about your behavior, and if I or anyone else were to bring up another. Don't stop at suspension, but jump to the termination of your hero license. What occurred between you and Aizawa is something that cannot happen again. If this instability and uncooperation continue, I will. Nezu paused, seemingly finding the words, I will remove Eri from your custody. Your fight is not with me, Nimari. I'm trying to help. I understand your grief, but when it interferes with not only your well-being but the potential well-being of a child, this is something that, although I would hate to do, is something I will do. Now I suggest you get moving. Aizawa will be there, perhaps even earlier than you. It was hard the first time he read it, and even now, that remained true. Those carved words in flat stone. In memory of Izuku Midoriya. A son, a father, a friend, and the hero Deku. Aizawa stared at the gravestone that stood before him. His tired eyes scanned the words over and over again, jaw clenching the more he looked and the more he read. Fists balled at his side, scarf loosely hanging on his neck. It was hard to imagine that in a few short hours, he was going to see his student. The same student had the greatest ambition of a hero, the same student who was now a merciless vigilante. Please Izuku, he hoped that his words would reach the boy. Hoped that he could reason with his student before he reached a point where the blood could no longer be washed from his hands. If he couldn't, no, he cleared his mind before the idea could finish presenting itself. Looking at his wrist, a sigh came from his mouth. Staring at the grave one last time, his eyes fell to the side and at the grave next to Izuku's. He did not say a word and only turned, walking away from the pair. Something was wrong. That had been Red Hood's first thought as the sun rose higher and higher into the sky. The morning was still fresh, and despite this, the streets in front of the hotel gathered with numerous citizens and heroes. Many would have called him paranoid to have thought this wrong, but he knew better. His instinct screamed, but he stifled the voice for now. In the worst-case scenario, Toga's information was false, and he would have to escape and find a new way. That would be an annoyance but not stop him entirely. Still, he sat at his sniper, eyes still focused on the Detonate building. From the list last night, almost everyone except Tomiyasu Chikazoku left the building nearly 2 hours ago. Their whereabouts, he didn't know exactly, but he noticed that from the building, they had separated in several directions, not one had left in the same direction they had walked in. The television in his room was still bursting with life when he saw it. In view of his rifle's scope, what seemed like a legion of civilians, heroes, and villains marched down the street and toward his building. Leading them was Chito's Kazuki, cameras behind her as she walked forward. Beyond that, however, caused his finger to drop towards the trigger. Spinner was at the entrance of the Detonate building, walking through the glass doors. There was no hesitation. Taking aim, he pulled the trigger. The desk beneath him shook violently, and the window shattered with a thunderous boom. The blinds that weren't torn apart by the bullet wafted in the air wildly. He watched, waiting for the villain's head to be blown clean off his shoulders. However, nothing was ever easy when it came to them. Before his bullet could reach the bastard, the glass doors of the building shattered. Rather than Spinner or anyone else, two bulking Nomus took front and center. Although his shot could tear the right arm of the left Nomu, he could no longer see Spinner. Despite this, he readied his rifle again, but before he could fire again, the ringing of his room's phone caught his attention. He looked at the phone, and although he knew better, Red Hood picked up the dial. Red Hood, I presume. He didn't answer the voice's question and only set the phone down on his desk while he took aim once more. Aiming towards the top floor of the building, he clearly saw one man, Rikiya Yatsubashi. No need to answer. We see you clearly. Have you watched the TV lately? Something special should be on at this very moment. Red Hood glanced at the TV in the room. Taking up the screen was live footage of his hotel, and more specifically, the shot was zoomed in on his room's window. Very faintly could he see himself looking in the TV's direction. Yes, welcome to Live TV. Since we heard of your arrival in our dear city, Ms. Chitose has been excited to interview you. I understand your reasons for being here. It's the league you want. Unfortunately, both I and the league have a mutual agreement. You see, I can't have someone who wants to kill my prospective partners interfering with my dealings, and had you not killed one of them already, I would have loved to form a business relationship with you. Red Hood heard the voice pause, and behind him, he could hear the door to his room being knocked on. However, that's no longer possible. Either way, I would like to welcome you to Deku City. Please enjoy your stay. The call went silent, and looking to the crowd, Red Hood watched the Chitose smile towards him. It wasn't even a second before the door to his room exploded. Grabbing his rifle, Red Hood jumped out the room window. The shockwave of the explosion sent him further and towards the street below. He lingered in the air for a few seconds before he crashed on the asphalt below. His rifle clattered from his hands and slid across the ground. On the floor, it didn't take long before he was surrounded on all sides. Civilians, heroes, and villains all had their quirks activated, waiting for him to move even an inch. But he paid them no mind. He couldn't not with the voice in his head screaming. They're here. He couldn't stop it. Red Hood's body sparked with lightning, his entire body covered in the blood-red color of full cowl. His condition was of no concern, however, as Chitose took center stage, with her cameraman focusing on Red Hood, the woman crouched near the downed vigilante. The bracelet on her wrist shimmering before it transformed into a large gauntlet. Red Hood, I'm so happy that we finally have a chance to talk. Raising her fist, the villain struck at Red Hood's back, an explosion erupting from the gauntlet. Despite the expectation, Red Hood did not fall again, and the only mark of her attack was the light singe mark on his jacket. The woman's curiosity was further encouraged by this. Red Hood, you know, I tried to do some digging on you, but you are a very hard man to track down. All that's known as your vendetta against the League is big enough that you would come into a city where no one is on your side. Care to answer a question? What makes you want to hunt the League so much? Signaling the camera to get closer, Chitose looked at Red Hood. 1. Sorry. Please say that again. Chitose leaned closer to Red Hood, her head tilting with a smile. 1 chance. Bring the League here. Red Hood's voice came out as a low growl. Chitose paid no heed and struck Red Hood once more. Again, another explosion erupted, and Red Hood did not buckle again. Apologies, but that isn't something I can do. Closing her eyes, Chitose shook her head, arms to her sides, smiling. When her eyes reopened, Chitose saw one last image. With his fist clenched, Red Hood uppercut the woman. The speed and power of his quirk had no restraint. The minute his right fist made contact, he could feel Chitose's jaw shatter, feel her brain rattle in her skull, and after another second passed, he could feel her warm blood cover his fist. He could see blood splatter across his helmet. The woman's head seemingly disintegrated, exploding into red mist. The pressure from his hit launched into the air, spreading blood and showering those nearest with the villain's blood. The crowd, numbered in the thousands, remained still, shell-shocked by what they witnessed. Her body seemed shocked, twitching before it fell back with a thud. Slowly, Red Hood stood from the floor, his body still sparking. He didn't even look at the crowd. His attention was on the detonate building. He was sure more than ever before that those monsters were in there. He killed Curious Sama. The group surrounding the woman yelled loudly, their eyes brimming with tears at the sight before them. The crowd shared similar looks, their faces twisting into a rage as another voice came from a nearby rooftop. Its voice echoed the crowd's cry, "My friends, do not falter. Avenge Curious's death. This villain who seeks to destroy what we have built cannot be allowed to continue." Red Hood glanced at the building. There, Koku Hanabata stood tall, his voice amplified with a device he wore as a helmet. His words were directed to the crowds. Red Hood watched as the people of the crowd grew noticeably stronger. Those with mutation quirks seemingly evolved, and those with emitters outputted more power. It was his voice that amplified the crowd's abilities. After he spoke, it wasn't long until those who were once terrified sprung into action. For Curious Sama, the closest cameraman rushed Red Hood, hands elongated, the tips of his fingers sharpening into blades. His attack spurred the others into action, their quirks ready as the more long-ranged fighters began using their quirks to attack him from a distance. It didn't matter what they were. Fireballs, streams of water, ice, wind, stone, everything and anything was thrown in his direction. Red Hood reached into his jacket, hand gripping tightly over an object. Bringing it out, he pulled a single blade. Its edge gleamed brightly in the sunlight, the shape shared the same design that sat over his chest. Without a word, Red Hood charged towards the man rushing him. Left hand reaching out to grasp the man's throat, choking him. Even still, the man brought down his hands to pierce the vigilante. Instead, Red Hood plunged the blade into the man's eye socket. Ahhhhh. Ignoring the scream, Red Hood, still grasping onto the man's throat, threw the man back into the group that had once surrounded Chateau's. The blade in his eye beeped, a red blinking light flashing from the middle. Catching the man, one of the members grabbed the blade, ripping it from the man's eye socket, but it was too late. When it beeped once more time, the next sound was an explosion. The woman who grabbed the blade screamed similar to that of the man, her hand and most of her forearm missing, and her face burned heavily. Her screams didn't last long as they were quickly drowned out by the sound of gunfire. Pistol in right hand, Red Hood fired into the crowd indiscriminately. Hero, villain, citizen, none of it mattered. They all were in his way. His left hand dived back into his jacket and pulled out several batarangs between each of his fingers. With a flick of his arm, the batarangs flew through the air, each hitting someone or embedding themselves into the ground. After that, it took only a few seconds before rubble flew through the air, pelting Red Hood's helmet harmlessly. After the explosions were several screams, lumps of people in the crowd lost appendages, whether they were legs, arms, and/or heads. The weight of his gun's trigger got lighter each time he pulled. The recoil's impact on his arm stopped registering. His mind was solely focused in front of him. It was only a matter of time before someone reached him. Red Hood narrowed his eyes, his vision clouded by the wave of fire that had hit his helmet. As if it were rehearsed, the rest capitalized on the moment. Perhaps it was due to Koku's quirk, but the stream of water that had struck his side took him off his feet and launched him into a nearby restaurant. "Now we got you." Crashing through the windows and into the dining area, Red Hood didn't stop until his back hit the kitchen wall. After him followed a large group, all of them armed with weapons. Their arsenal varied greatly from street signs to shovels and kitchen knives. They each rushed with the intent to kill something, and Red Hood had no issue reciprocating. Holstering his pistol, Red Hood looked in his area, and a boiling pot of water sat in the kitchen. Grabbing the handle, he tossed the water into the face of the group's first member. The man screamed in pain, hands dropping the knife he held as he went to cover his face. Red Hood did not stop at the man's pain, scooping the blade from the ground with his free hand. Red Hood bashed the man's head with the pot, which dented with the first hit, caving in the man's skull. With the pot finished, he swung his arm, slicing through the small raccoon man who jumped at him with fangs aimed at his neck. His swing forced the blade, cutting the muscles that held the jaw. You bastard! Screaming for revenge, a man clenched his fists, and from his forearm sprouted several spikes. Arms straightened entirely to the side, the man tried to launch his spike-covered knuckles through Red Hood's helmet, but he could only get so far before he found his wrist being roughly grabbed. Applying pressure, Red Hood broke the man's wrist before forcing the man to stab into his own throat. Choking on his own blood, Red Hood maintained eye contact as he peered into the reflection of the man's eyes. Tilting his head, Red Hood narrowly dodged the spear aimed at him. The spearhead tore through the man's head with no issue. The spear holder who missed his mark was not forgotten. As soon as his spear had cut, Red Hood grabbed the teenager's long blonde hair before pushing downward and into the jagged edge of a chair broken by Red Hood's entrance. The edge rammed through the boy's eye and exited through the back. Lifting the body up, Red Hood held the boy's corpse and digging into his jacket, he stuffed several grenades into the boy's shirt. Pulling the pin on the last grenade, he rushed toward the broken window, using the boy as a battering ram. Exiting the store, Red Hood could see that the store had been surrounded. This was perhaps the greatest opportunity presented to him. Corpse in hand, he tossed the body upward and towards the center of the crowd. Too much time was ticking away with these distractions, and with their quirks enhanced, they would hinder him. He needs to cut the head off the snake. Crossing his arms, Red Hood ignored how his body throbbed with pain, his quirk turning erratic as he launched his speed and power forward. He dashed into the people in front of him. Like a truck, he rammed into the large barrier formed by the MLA members. The force behind his movement was strong enough that he could audibly hear the bones in the bodies break. Following that was the complete detonation of the grenades, the 5 he had stuffed into the corpse's clothes blowing smoke into the air, enough to cloud the vision of the villains who had been stationed on the roof nearest to Koku. Stepping onto one of the villains, he knocked to the floor, launched into the air, and jumped, smashing the villain below him nearly into a paste. The power he output liquefied the villain's organs, grinding the bones into dust. Jumping through the plume of smoke, he was undisturbed by a lack of vision or the dangers of smoke inhalation. His helmet was already filtering out what it could, and the blindness did not last long, as it only took a few seconds to exit the cloud on the other side. Once out, he could see his target as clearly as day. Koku recoiled from the explosion, hands raised defense, however, that defense was brittle. He could tell immediately that the man was better at talking than fighting, like his profession. Hands outstretched, he ignored the others sitting atop the roof. With little effort, he reached the politician, and with the man's head in his hands, Red Hood twisted until he heard a sound similar to that of a knuckle popping. Koku's head turned at an unnatural angle, and beneath the skin of his neck, a fragment of his spinal cord poked from underneath. Letting go of the man, he took off once more, launching into the air and breaking the roof below him. The streets below were filled with members of this god-forsaken city's army. Despite the distance between him and the ground being large, the fanatical bastards continued to assault him from ground level. Those who could launch themselves in the air with their quirks, those who could fly, each and every one of them pursued him. In response, Red Hood rained down bullets from above, his entire being put towards the purpose of closing the distance between him and the building that housed the League. He had no time to aim. He just pulled the trigger, and whether the shots landed or not failed to matter. If he got there now, he could end this. That had been the plan. However, Red Hood was forced back. Appearing before him was a man who stood atop a pillar of ice. Their entire body was covered by a thick winter parka face obscured by the white fur-lined hood. Arm outstretched, the villain clenched his fist. Attacking from Red Hood's side, a giant dragon made of ice trapped him within its jaws, crashing him through several buildings as the distance between him and the detonate building grew. The pistol that he raised to fire at the villain fell from his hand, the pain in his body forcing him to lose his grip. Even with OFA, the damage that piled up couldn't be ignored. In fact, with his quirk activated, the impacts against his body were only amplified. He had forgotten it initially, but the fatigue in his body was steadily growing, and the tearing of his ligaments couldn't be blocked out entirely. I can't allow you to go any further. With the clenching of his fist, the man controlling the dragon forced the creation to tighten its jaw. The ice dragon continued to bite on his torso, tearing a few holes into his leather jacket. Although they weren't sharp enough to go through his armor, they still caused pain to shoot through his body. Even more than the pain, what grew larger was the anger that burned through his blood. Your quirk is strong, and there is no doubt how formidable you are, but this is as far as your effort can amount to. I have been training my abilities longer than the heroes since they manifested. Now, I ask you to die here in the name of our supreme leader. Holding the vigilante down, the villain allowed several people to join the fray. The odd thing was that each person that joined looked similar. Each one of them were who looked to be Red Hood. Their attire is almost an exact copy of his. From within the dragon's grasp, Red Hood was forced to endure the onslaught of attacks that followed. Kicking, punching, whatever the clones could do they did. More specifically, he could feel their attempts to snap his neck. Their hands grasped his head and neck, trying with all their might to break his bones. Bones that had started to rattle from within his body. He was tired of these annoyances that continued to get in the way of his justice. Who got in the way of him rending the flesh and skin from the members of the League? Red Hood clenched his fist. There was nothing to stop him as he shot his hand forward. During the final exams of his first year, All Might, with a weakened punch, was able to almost level several blocks. Now, he would do what All Might did, although now he had no restraint. It was like a cyclone had struck. Although his fist destroyed the dragon holding him, the wind did everything after. The wind from his fist tore through glass, concrete, and asphalt. There was nothing in its path that could escape. The army that was in the path of his punch wasn't spared. Any that weren't buried by the rubble had their skin stripped off their muscles. If that wasn't the case, the shards of glass or concrete that shot at extreme speeds tore bodies in half, sliced off limbs, crushed bone, and pulverized organs. As for the clones of him, well, they were destroyed in an instant. Such unrestrained power did not come without repercussions, however. Freed from the villain's capture, Red Hood stood with his left hand grasping his shoulder. His arm hung loosely at his side. His glove and right sleeve up to his elbow were torn to shreds, the armor of his forearm was crushed, pieces stuck in his dark purple skin, and his helmet was not spared either. Over his right eye, a large crack had formed due to the shockwave. Even worse was the jagged edge of bone that broke through the muscles and flesh of his forearm. The pain was intense, far lower than one would imagine. The open fracture leaked of blood. One would have thought this over. With one arm crippled, there was no chance that he could win the fights ahead. However, giving up was not something that he could do. With his left hand, Red Hood grasped the bone before he jammed it back through the flesh. Setting the bone in place, he shuffled forward while his body pleaded for him to stop, but that wasn't possible. His eyes traveled through the area, and before him was the villain partly responsible for his condition. This bastard had caught him off guard, and as with the other two, he figured that this person was essential to Rikia. They were at least important enough to be one of the last defenses. Red Hood continued his walk to the downed villain until the warmth of his quirk disappeared instantly. "Remember me, fucker." Those words were all he heard before his vision blurred. The leg strength strong enough to destroy steel was not something easily forgotten. Without OFA supporting him, Red Hood was knocked into the nearest building. The right eye of his helmet shattered into pieces. Red Hood was subjected to flames hot enough to incinerate most people without a moment's rest. Raising his wounded arm, Red Hood protected his eye in doing so, however, his bare arm was sacrificed in the process. His open wound was forcefully cauterized, a burning smell wafting through the air. His abdominal and chest armor started to melt under the heat as well. While it was resistant, his armor wasn't fireproof. The visor of his helmet glitched, and soon his eardrums threatened to burst. There were two different waves of sound hitting him. His brain rattled within his skull, his wounds piled on top of each other. Soon, his only sense of relief came from the constant attacks stopping. Slumping against the rubble he had been launched into, Red Hood lay motionless. Ectoplasm, Yukyu, Vlad King. Secure the area. Snipe and Smontos, retrieve him. Aizawa's voice spoke with authority, his fellow heroes listening to his command. His hair fell as his quirk deactivated. Snipe and Smontos hoisted the vigilante by the arms, carrying the downed man towards the group. Aizawa watched as they dragged Red Hood to him, his jaw clenching at the sight before him. Finally, from his side, Nimari spoke. Although Red Hood wasn't a League member, the man was bound to have any information that Toga may have shared. Now that they had him and Spinner on the inside, they could finally bring the League down. Aizawa, however, only continued to stare at the vigilante. Don't underestimate him. This asswipe couldn't even take a single hit. Mirko's grin remained wide as Snipe and Smintos held him. Let's unmask this fuckhead. The rabbit hero stood before the vigilante, hands going to grab the man's helmet. Her body blocked Aizawa's view. It was that moment of blindness that proved catastrophic. It was too fast to even understand what had occurred. A cloud of smoke erupted large enough to cover the entire immediate area. Then the pained yells of Snipe, Smintos, and Mirko tore through the air. Wafting the smoke from his face, Aizawa covered his mouth with his scarf. Mike. With a yell, Aizawa covered his ears as Present Mike yelled, his sound wave ridding the area of smoke. Once it was clear, Aizawa saw the damage done firsthand. Crouched on the floor was Mirko, nose broken, her left leg mangled while her right ear leaked of blood, its top half laying flat on the floor having been sliced clean off. Smintos's left arm, broken off to the shoulder and embedded in Snipe's abdomen, was the same knife Red Hood used. Putting a hand to his ear, Aizawa yelled, "Everyone report back, we have injured. Red Hood has escaped custody." Aizawa's eyes scanned the streets before his eyes landed on what seemed to be Red Hood's single objective. Get them to their feet. It's time we leave. We've lost this fight. But what about now? Aizawa yelled at midnight. It was obvious what the hero wanted to do. However, now was not the time. At least it wasn't for her. Before another word could be spoken, Aizawa ran towards the Detonate building. As he ran, Nezu's voice came from his earpiece. Aizawa, you need to leave the city now. There's massive activity in the forest east of Deku City. It's headed directly towards you. Aizawa didn't stop. Instead, he plucked his earpiece out before he tossed it aside. His pace only quickened. Red Hood stumbled forward and through the shattered glass door of the Detonate building. His eyes squinting as he tried to make sense of his surroundings. Endeavor's flame did more damage than he initially thought. His left eye's vision glitched, and the internal wiring of his helmet was partly melted on the inside. He kept walking with half his vision destroyed. The lobby was utterly devoid of life. No reception, no heroes, nobody. Going forward, Red Hood only stopped when the building came to life with a single voice over the loudspeaker. Quite impressive, Red Hood. Your unrelenting brutality and perseverance to complete your goals are to be commended. As such, you deserve a reward for that same persistence. Red Hood held his arm, watching elevator doors open behind the reception desk. Stumbling forward, Red Hood stepped inside the elevator, and once inside, he leaned against the nearest wall. His entire body throbbed while his arm burned. His armor was hanging on by a thread, and most of the metal plates melted into each other. His leather jacket burnt to a crisp by Endeavor's flame. Little of his original gear remained in working order. All he had left was one pistol with a single loaded magazine, his other knife, and one last smoke bomb. Coughing, Red Hood tried to breathe, his chest rising and falling with great effort. The smoke that entered his lungs suffocated him. Exploding a smoke pellet in your mouth wasn't the smartest thing to do, but that had been his only option. Looking at the number display inside the elevator, he watched as the number climbed from floor to floor, getting higher and higher before it reached the final level. With a ding, the elevator doors opened. Walking out of the elevator, Red Hood was temporarily blinded by sunlight before his eyes quickly adjusted. Before him, he saw his reward, standing alone in the room surrounded by clones. Twice glared at the vigilante. Reaching his side, he unholstered his pistol. There was no exchange of dialogue. Instead, he opened fire at the clones, who immediately began to rush towards him. You killed Toga, the clones yelled in sync as they rushed towards him, brandishing their measuring tape weapons. Each clone lashed their tape at Red Hood, who didn't stop his rush forward. His bullets only fired in a single direction, clearing any that were directly in front of him. As for the ones that attacked at his side, he ignored them, even when their measuring tape slashed at his body. He could feel it when the tape sliced into his arm and when they chipped away at the remaining armor plates. I'll kill you. We'll tear you limb from limb. For Toga. The clones kept yelling as they continued attacking, but Red Hood holstered his empty weapon before he unsheathed his knife. Holding the blade with a reverse grip, he sliced through the clones that grabbed him. Even after they turned to mud, he kept swinging. He didn't stop when he felt his right arm being cut by the tape or when his body begged for him to rest. He only stopped when he reached the end of the clone pile. At the back was Twice, who continued to summon clones. Honing in on the villain, Red Hood raised his knife, plunging the blade into the man's shoulder blade. Twice screaming in pain as Red Hood tackled him to the ground, yet the vigilante didn't stop. Taking the knife out, he again plunged the blade into the other arm. Letting go, Red Hood grasped at Twice's mask. The man struggled, his clones wrapping several tape measures over Red Hood's neck tightening. The steel edge dug into the material covering his neck, and the 5 Twice clones choking him pulled with all their weight. Even with some of their original strength having been weakened by being clones, the edge buried themselves deep. Cutting into his neck, even still, Red Hood did not relent. Unmasking the original Twice, he grabbed the villain's head. His body sparking to life with OFA resisted the clones, pulling his head forward and allowing the tape measures to go deeper. With his right eye watching Twice's face, he placed both thumbs on the scar on the villain's forehead. His thumbs put pressure on the old wound. Ah! Twice screamed in pain as his other clones rushed to stop Red Hood by any means possible. They tried to pull the vigilante off with their tape measures, but their efforts were fruitless. With his quirk, he ignored every attempt as he wedged his fingers between Twice's skin, ripping apart the weakened flesh with his hands. Fingers dug until he was able to feel Twice's skull. The man screamed loudly, his wails overpowering the squelching noise of his skin being forced open. "I'm splitting," the villain yelled loudly as Red Hood pushed down onto the man with his total weight. With the strengthening of OFA, there was little resistance when his fingers broke through the bone. The Twice clones began to falter, many falling apart as the man's legs kicked wildly. His flailing legs kicked against the floor. The tape measures that had once threatened to behead him fell weightlessly. Twice's hands grabbed at Red Hood's helmet. His hands wiped themselves against the smog-covered helmet. He tried to speak, but Red Hood didn't let him. He only pushed his thumbs further until he felt the jello-like squish of Twice's brain. His thumbs were soaked in hot liquid. He didn't say a word. His right eye narrowed into a point, his eye leaking tears as he pushed further. Hands grasping, he pulled apart, splitting the villain's head apart. Freeing his hands, he couldn't stop, his right hand grabbing the knife as he plunged the blade into Twice's chest over and over again. His quirk failed to disappear. The strength of his thrust stabbed through bone. He continued to stab until he reached the point that his blade snapped from the handle. Red Hood's armor was covered in blood. Some of the liquid even entered his fractured helmet. Slumping over Twice's corpse, Red Hood looked out the window. Although his eyesight was blurry from the blow he received from Mirko, he could see the forest north of the city trembling, trees falling over as panicked birds flew through the sky. The floor beneath him shook, similar to a 6-magnitude earthquake. Focusing, he could see a hulking figure running in his direction. The body was massive, and its skin was covered in rocks. The buildings it ran into on the city's edge were no match. With a pained groan, he stood up, legs buckling as he stumbled. There wasn't a way he could fight the behemoth as he was. He doubted anyone could as of now. As a testament to this fact, the dragon hero Yukio flew into the sky, carrying on her back the hero group who had ambushed him. Gotta. Raising his left fist, he put nearly his full strength into his punch. His attack broke through the 60 levels that comprised the entire building. From his position, he could barely see the lobby floor. Crawling, he fell down the levels in their entirety, the strength of his body faltering as he crashed onto the lobby floor. Gah! His body tensed tightly, his fists balling as he lay on the ground. The thundering footsteps of the behemoth were growing closer. Turning over on his stomach, Red Hood crawled towards the lobby's bathroom. His bloodied hands prints increasing in distance to each other. Red Hood continued to crawl forward, but as he did, he could faintly hear the destruction of buildings just outside. He wouldn't make it at the rate he was moving until he felt a hand grab his arm. Looking to his side, Red Hood could see Aizawa, the main hoisting his arm over his shoulder. Supporting his weight, Aizawa carried the vigilante to the bathroom. Entering, Red Hood wasted no time. Freeing himself from Aizawa's grip. Raising his left fist, he only hoped he was correct. Smashing downward, he burst through the several pipelines underneath the concrete. Even further than that was the sewer line that all the waste flushed into. Grabbing the hero, Red Hood dropped through the hole as the footsteps finally neared close enough that the building began to crumble. Their bones shook as the pair splashed into the sewer water below. The walls around them rumbling, stone falling from the walls and ceiling as though the entire tunnel was soon to collapse. All noise only drowned out by the rough coughing of Red Hood. Spilling from underneath the chin, blood dripped into the water below as the vigilante crawled towards the wall, shaking off Aizawa's loose hand in the rubble that had almost buried him. Body trembling with each movement. The pain had began to take hold, vision spinning as strength slowly drained from his limbs. Yet he couldn't pass out, he knew if he did. Placing his right hand against the concrete floor, his arm slipped from underneath, sending his already shattered helmet into the ground. His arm, wrist, even fingers were broken. Still he found enough of a hold to prop himself up. He crawled until he set his back against the wall, trying to ignore the discomfort that came from the shaking walls. The vigilante watched as across from him, Aizawa took a similar position, albeit his condition was far better than his. The two sat in silence, a lone unconcealed emerald eye looking into the hero's almost pitch-black eyes. No words were exchanged, as they took in each other's appearance. Not that there wasn't much to see. His armor was torn to shreds, helmet broken, his body covered in open wounds as he dripped with fresh blood. As for Aizawa, well, there wasn't a story to tell. Other than a few scratches, the man looked relatively fine. For 10 minutes neither spoke and only listened to the raging monster just a few feet above their heads. Finally the silence was broken. "Take off the helmet." Red Hood could only stare. This wasn't Aizawa asking but demanding him. The hero's voice carried a tone of desperation, of anger, sadness, and hope. Kicking his legs to brace himself against the wall, Red Hood leaned forward, left hand aching to reach towards the back of his head. Pressing a button, the vigilante had torn his helmet off. Hair wet with blood and sweat, Izuku looked to his mentor. The man had no idea what to do with his hands. Fists and jaw clenching and unclenching. Hands and arms moving to his mouth, head, body, never settling into a single place. Aizawa's head drowned in thoughts. He had wished. Wished he had been wrong. Wished in some way that this truth was false, but he out of everyone knew better than to wish for something that could never be. Izuku watched in silence, his own jaw clenched so tight the bones in his jaw started to hurt. Part of him screamed to close his eyes, but he couldn't, especially when Aizawa rose from his side of the tunnel, rapidly grabbing him by the collar, slamming his back into the wall. Why Izuku? The hero had screamed. The amount of times he let his emotions get the better of him was growing each day, but none of them can be close to this. Why didn't you come back? Why would you do this, to me, to Eri? He wanted an answer, even if he had to pry it from his student's lips. Aizawa would not relent. Holding Izuku's collar tightly, the man started to shake the injured boy. The silence that persisted from Izuku only gave rise to an even greater anger. "Say something," he yelled, pleaded, wanting some answer, anything but silence. "Please, Izuku, come back." The entire time Izuku did not look away. His body ached from the harsh movement. Mouth slowly opening, he finally spoke. "Come back. I do that, then how long?" His question went without answer. His body surging with full cowl, Izuku pushed back, his own hands grabbing tightly onto Aizawa's clothes as he pushed both himself and the hero into the other wall. "How long, Aizawa?" Aizawa for a moment was in stunned silence, waiting as Izuku's eyes bored holes through his skull. "How long would it take them? If they knew I was alive, how long before they get Eri, Nimari, or even you? How could I go back knowing that those monsters out here would do anything to hurt me? Out here I can stop them. I can save her." He understood. Perhaps he was the only one that could. Aizawa's jaw tightened, although he knew that in some way Izuku may be right. Looking at the boy now told him a different story. Eyes filled with fatigue, body barely hanging on with what little strength was left. This, although Izuku was alive, could anyone really call this living? Like this, by killing everyone who gets in your way. "Izuku, you can stop this. You don't need to do this. Please come back." It was an honest plea. One that made Izuku's grip falter, until, "We can stop the League another way." Another way. Izuku's grip regained its strength. Other way. ... The silence had remained for what seemed like hours. This was one of the few times that the pain had stopped, one of the few times the League were not here. His busted lip dripped fresh with blood. His body ached and quivered uncontrollably. The discomfort was worse than the pain, the feeling as though his skin were not his own. Strength failing him with each moment. Strapped to his chair he could do nothing but sit and wait. Trying to move was useless. If he did, the barbed wire would cut through his skin and they would know he tried, making the punishment even worse. Izuku, a voice called out from the darkness. The pain wrenching his heart each time he heard it. Head raising he tried to see through his hazy vision, the image of his mother. Her body broken and bloodied, yet despite that a gentle smile sat on her face. Like him her movements were restricted. Rope holding all her limbs together, despite that as if trying to inch closer to him she moved her body slowly. Her eyes were filled with concern, not with regard to herself but to him and only him. No matter what they did to her, she still smiled, still cried when she saw them hurt him. How? He asked himself that question so many times. How could she smile like that, like she always did, especially at him? Why would she cry for him? He was the one who got her into this mess. If he had kept his head down, didn't try and be a hero, she wouldn't be here. He wouldn't have met All Might, gotten involved with the League, but, if he didn't. Eri, he wasn't sure what would have happened to her. He missed her, yet was glad she wasn't here. Every time the League came through the warehouse doors he feared that it would be the day when they brought in Eri. They always threatened to do so. Izuku. It's okay. He felt a tap on his foot. Cheek brushing up against his broken leg, Inko tried to give him some sort of comfort. She was still trying to soothe his pain, gently rubbing her head against him. He could only lower his head, eyes closing, tearing leaking. I'm sorry, he kept repeating. Fists clenching onto the armrests of his chair. His body leaning forward, letting the barbed wire cut into his abdomen and chest as he hunched over. It's okay. Responding to her words, Inko rested her head onto him, her voice, although hoarse from crying, still holding the warmth he had grown up with. At her words Izuku's tears increased. All because of him she was humiliated, tortured, hurt, and even worse, she didn't hate him for it. He wished she did, that way maybe some way they would let her go, somehow be convinced that she didn't care for him. That him being hurt wouldn't matter. Slam. The door to warehouse opened and through it came those responsible, and of course the first to rush over was Himiko Toga. The crazed girl holding a large smile as she ran towards him. Grabbing onto his head she raised his eyes up and with a sick smile spoke, Izu, did you miss me? Eyes going past Toga, Izuku looked each League member in the face. Their smiles as they looked towards him, and Inko told him everything. There was no convincing these monsters. No saving them. No locking them up. ... There is no other way. Izuku threw Aizawa to the floor, pushing his entire body onto the hero. On the ground Izuku continued to yell, you don't know what they did. What they did to her. All because of me. If it was only me in that warehouse. If it was only me who was tortured, nothing else would have mattered. I could have died knowing that my mother would still be alive. That Eri would still have a family. Those monsters took everything. She didn't deserve the humiliation. The pain. Standing, Izuku pulled his pistol, aiming it at the teacher's head. Without me Eri is safe. Everyone is safe. Izuku Midoriya, Deku, couldn't save Inko Midoriya or himself. He failed. I won't. Not anymore. I'll kill anyone who tries to hurt her. Izuku. Through gritted teeth Aizawa stared down the barrel of Red Hood's pistol. His student was gone. The two fell silent, Red Hood's rapid breathing barely slowing as the gun shook in his hand. There was little he could say. I'm sorry. He apologized for not saving him, saving Inko, for not being there. His words caused Red Hood's gun to lower before the vigilante tossed the weapon into Aizawa's lap. I won't quit until each of them are dead by my hands. If you want to stop me so badly. The rest went unsaid and Aizawa's hand gripped the pistol. Aiming at the hero, knew that Red Hood already made up his mind and would stick to his word no matter what, that was the kind of person he always was. Hand-shaking, Aizawa watched as Red Hood turned and with a limp walked down the tunnel. Aizawa's ears rang with the splashing of water as the vigilante slowly inched further and further away. Right index finger holding the trigger, Aizawa could only give a light pull before he lowered the gun entirely. He could only listen as the splashes increased in distance before fading entirely. Lowering his head, Aizawa's gaze turned towards the broken helmet next to him, mocking him as it stared back. He rose to his feet, grabbing the gear before he tucked Red Hood's pistol into his costume. A decision would have to be made. It was getting harder to walk with each passing moment. His feet swayed unsteadily, his vision had gone almost completely blurry. He could hardly see past his nose in the darkness of the tunnels he found himself walking in. The water combined with his blood caused his body to shiver. The injuries were numerous and each stacked the pain. The broken ankle he walked on barely supporting his weight, and eventually he found himself falling. Face splashing in the sewage below, he nearly suffocated, finding it hard to find some sort of footing. Exhaustion struck him and what little armor he wore had started to weigh down on him. With great effort he began to peel the pieces away. Though that was harder than how it sounded. Endeavor's flames had melted the many pieces into one. His chest plate almost meshing with his skin while broken shards were embedded deep within his flesh. First he started off small, gloves, boots, holsters, then with OFA he ripped the armor, almost his skin completely off his chest. The blood that spilled continued to pool around him as he placed each and every piece into a small pile. Digging into one of the remaining compartments of his suit he spread a foul-smelling liquid over the apparel. With a small strike against a nearby wall a small flame flickered to life. Tossing the small fire onto the gear, he watched it go up in flames. Naked, he continued to stumble down the sewers for what seemed like hours. Falling, rising, only to fall again, over and over. Repeating the same process, he could not mend his broken bones or clamp shut the open wounds. He bled, he groaned all while his head pounded. He kept walking as vomit spilled from his mouth and down his body. There was no stopping, no resting, as soon as he was able his hunt would continue. The disaster of Deku City, it was all anyone on the streets would talk about. As he jumped from rooftop to rooftop and passed citizens on their phones who watched the news with widened eyes, he could only focus on the helmet held within his grip. The stench that wafted from his clothes failed to register. In his ears he could hear what was being said. Red Hood was in Deku City. Oh my god, how many people did he kill? It seemed like the narrative was already spun. His and the other heroes' involvement completely unnoticed, and if he was right, then not only did Nezu and the Hero Association but the villains in control of Deku City had spun the narrative of Red Hood's unprovoked massacre. In a city that was known for their low crime rates, the citizens were sure that Red Hood slaughtered innocent people. He could understand it. It was better for the public to not know of the corruption that resided within Hero Society, or that trusted officials were actually cold-blooded villains. That doesn't make it right. His grip on the helmet grew stronger. The yells of Red Hood played over and over in his head. His stew. No, he couldn't call him that anymore. Red Hood was trying to correct the mistakes of Izuku. Trying to be a hero. Just not in the way he should. To see his body mangled like that was hard. Even harder after he knew who it was. His anger rose with each thought, each time he remembered the look Red Hood held, one filled with vengeance, justice, and hatred. Was there any way he could bring Izuku back? Or was he doomed too? When the sights of UA came into view, all thoughts quieted themselves as he entered the campus. He already assumed the injured were taken to Recovery Girl. Although it was quick, the damage Red Hood had done was great, and it could have been worse, that he was sure of. Entering the campus, Aizawa walked towards the entrance of the main building. He needed some time to think. He couldn't do it here. His office was the only real option. Though that oasis was far away when he opened the doors. There, as if waiting for him, were most of the team that either had light injuries or none at all. Fat Gum, Gang Orca, Present Mike, Snipe, and Midnight. The rest were with the injured or had reported to their agencies. Their eyes all fell towards him, however Midnight's eyes fell squarely on the helmet he held. Aizawa, your communications shut off, we were worried. Present Mike was the first to speak up. Although the words that came from his mouth were genuine in their concern, suspicion, anger, all of it was packed behind the tone his friend carried. The communicators they were given were specifically designed to not shut off. Not just that, but to track their location the entire time. The only reason Aizawa wasn't tracked or heard was because of one simple reason. He abandoned the communicator. They all knew this. What happened? Fat Gum crossed his arms, his form slightly deflated as light scratches were seen across his face. Although he wasn't close colleagues with Aizawa, he knew the man was logical, so for what reason did he abandon the evacuation? And not only that, but... Fat Gum looked to the helmet. The silence was short, but it was enough for the atmosphere to get heavy. Opening his mouth, Aizawa spoke, his tone flat, snuffing any emotion that could have come out, or at least most of it. After Red Hood escaped from custody, I gave chase. He was injured. I thought I could catch up. I lost him in the city and couldn't have Yukio stall for time with that monster rampaging towards us. I had an idea of where Red Hood was headed and I went. I came to the location but was too late. All I found was his helmet. My communicator must have fallen out as I tried to catch up. Either it was then or when the monster almost collapsed the building on top of me. I escaped through the sewers and eventually, after waiting, I got out. His deadpan tone was enough to convince those who had only worked with him a few times. Both Gang Orca and Fat Gum believed. Considering the circumstances and how Red Hood escaped, there was little doubt that what Aizawa said was true. Those close, however, could tell it was off. The story was perfect, but present Mike, Midnight, and Snipe could see the way the man's body trembled slightly and how his grip on Red Hood's helmet grew tighter with each word. None would call it, however. There was more important things to worry about. I see. Gang Orca nodded at the hero's words. What of the helmet? It's possible some DNA was left behind. Aizawa's jaw clenched. As soon as the situation is figured out, I'll turn it over to Hound Dog and Nezu, hopefully get a forensics team to look. Until then, I'll hold on to it. Again, the reason was good enough, and so they let go of it. The atmosphere grew silent once more before Aizawa spoke. I'll be in my office. The heroes nodded, all except Midnight, the woman's eyes narrowing slightly. As soon as Aizawa had begun walking away, she followed, and she continued to do so until Aizawa reached the door to his office. Hand placed on the handle, he drew in a large breath. Midnight. Nimari bit her lip. The frustration, the anger of failing, it all built in her chest like a storm. She failed to get information from Toga, failed to get information from Spinner, she even failed in stopping Red Hood. She hated it, hated this powerlessness. It's so similar to how she felt when she watched the League torture Izuku. She could do nothing but blabber and cry. Even now, for every villain she chased down or pursued, she never got any closer, but she could tell that Aizawa of all people had what she wanted. The rage she felt towards him subsided. The memory of their last one-on-one encounter had ended with nothing gained. Aizawa, can we talk? Her tone was light but still carried enough of an edge to tell Aizawa that no matter what he said, she wouldn't take no for an answer. Aizawa tore his eyes away from Nimari, instead focusing on the door ahead. His head ran silent. What could he say? If he lied, Nimari would know. If he told the truth, he hadn't even made his own choice. All he had was a question, not a should he, or would he, but could he even pull the trigger? Could he still bring back Izuku? Come in. ... His place of rebirth was where he found himself again. The start of what he is and what he has become. Staring at the toxic green water that bubbled unnaturally, breaking the silence, he tightened his jaw. The pain that pulsed throughout his body keeping his bloodshot eyes open. With his hands he ripped out the embedded shards of his armor, allowing his blood to flow freely. Chest, legs, arms each had segments of metal removed without mercy. He had no time to carefully pluck out the material. With a small step he began to submerge his body into the water. His bruised, bloody skin being covered centimeter by centimeter, inch by inch, all until he leaned downward. He did not take a breath as he plunged his head in the liquid below. All the air in his lungs escaping, the bubbles formed joining those above as he drowned himself. He stood tall, movements slowed as though he were trapped in a bottomless ocean. Armor encasing him, helmet tightly affixed to his head, eyes staring in a single direction. 3 bloodied chairs that sat in front of him. Although bags concealed the blood-soaked figures, he could tell who they were. Still he could not take a step forward. Anchored in place. OFA not activating. gun not raising, and eyes unblinking. Bags torn off their heads, only confirming their identities. Their bodies mangled beyond recognition, arms twisted in unhuman angles, skin decayed, their eyes all pleading, but none more so than hers. "Save me," they screamed through the gags placed inside their mouths. Muffled painful screams echoing in his ears. He could not turn his head or block the sound. He could only watch as they wailed. "Izuku, help us, please. Papa, help me," they all screamed, tears welling in his eyes. Arms not responding to his command, shaking as he exerted all the strength he could. Something would not allow him to reach outward. He could not comfort the bloodied face of his daughter, hold the woman who he had longed for, or usher his true mentor onto their feet. Voice failing to escape his mouth. Shish, Spinner, Shigaraki, Dabi, Compress, Kurogiri, all of them. Standing behind the chairs with Shigaraki shushing the three with a finger on his mouth. His raspy voice was one that he could never forget. Reaching for his gun, he tried with all his might to stop the scene that had began to play out before him. They did not hesitate. Aizawa was the first to scream in pain. His face being peeled off with the small slender blade, held in the tight grip of Spinner. The villain slowly sawing, the skin, the muscle of his mentor's face. The teacher, the hero, could not stop screaming. He watched as Spinner carved deeper and deeper, blood gushing from the wound, the sinewy muscle fibers exposing themselves, a sadistic display. His hand had barely reached the handle of his gun when Aizawa's scream was joined by Nomori's. The hero, he was forced to watch as they recreated the horror they subjected his mother to. Her refusal only apparent in the desperate struggles to escape from the grip Compress and Dabi held on her. Her tear-filled eyes never leaving his as they violated her. His arm raised, still far too low to get a clean shot. Still too slow to stop Shigaraki from approaching Eri. The child's snow-white hair dirtied, face bruised, all while parts of her skin decayed away, blowing in the non-existent wind. From behind Shigaraki's hands placed on the girl's arms, fingers slowly eating away at her flesh. Body thrashing violently. Papa, Papa, it hurts, Papa, she screamed so loudly, eardrums threatening to burst. His gun had raised, he aimed, fingers squeezing the trigger. Click, 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 3 empty clicks, no round chambered. His gun was empty. A laugh came from Shigaraki, the monster, cackling with glee. He continued to pull the trigger, trying in vain to stop Shigaraki's hands from coiling around Eri's neck, to stop the violation of Nemuri, to stop Aizawa's torture, but he failed. Eyes capturing Eri's broken outstretched hand reaching to him. Papa. A large gasp erupted from his mouth, water splashing violently as his body raised. He turned, head looking in every direction, pupils shrinking, the white of his eyes bloodshot. His chest heaved, exhales and inhales sharp, the air that passed through his lungs doing anything but calming his rapidly thumping heart. He moved, rushing from the water, his naked form crashing against the rocky wall, hands finding a place of rest. Teeth grinding while he felt the touch of his fingertips against solid rock. Mind trying to piece reality together. He could still see their faces. He traced the rock hoping to ground himself to something physical. Although powerful, the Lazarus Pit was an invitation to hell. He had experienced it before, but not like this. He first only relived the moment of his death, he did not see the nightmare that was his future. Raising his right fist he smashed it against the wall, breaking a solid piece of rock with ease, his knuckles hardly collecting dust. His body had gotten stronger but he could not recognize this, he only screamed. No, that can't happen, he wouldn't let the visions come true. He held his head, shaking violently, eyes peeking through the gaps of his fingers. He had to stop it, no matter what. The thought never left his head, his once broken body mended to perfect condition, his wounds closed leaving nothing behind, even his oldest scars had all but faded, merely a shadow of what once was. Standing he walked, head in his hands as he stumbled down the nearest tunnel. His steps slowly straightening, growing heavier, the water of the Lazarus Pit drying further with each step taken. Time was wasting, he could not sit still, once again he must burn them from their holes, tear them apart with his hands, only then would they be safe. His hands left his head, the metal doors, old, familiar, exactly where he needed to be. Gear and weapons were gone, he needed new ones. Pushing the large doors open, he watched the bunker flicker to life. The fluorescent lights shining brightly. Taking a moment to adjust, he scanned the room, eyes falling on the armory, its door still as he left it. Metal slightly bent with the door ajar, crowbar placed to the side. He moved, making his way inside the room, unflinching at the bright lights that flashed. His concern was focused on the displays ahead of him. He had seen it once, and that had been when he had first taken the mantle of Red Hood. Since then he hadn't stepped inside. Some part of him still marveled at the technology displayed, but the time to be amazed was non-existent. He had to get back out as soon as he could, find out what the League were up to, find Shigaraki. Putting on one of the few compression suits available, he looked throughout the room. His eyes danced from suit to suit, all air sealed into their own displays. Many were altered, copies of his former suit, others different in almost every regard, however only one fit his needs. Placing his left hand on the glass, he readied himself. The biometric security shut him out from accessing what had now belonged to him. Full cowl coated his body, right fist clenching as he shattered the thick glass, the alarms the display case featured blaring to life. He ignored all sound, he only reached for his new equipment. A style reminiscent of a high-tech military uniform. The lower abdomen and legs designed with a look similar to that of red digital camouflage. Holsters, pouches, and the straps that held them incorporated into the material itself. Gauntlets, shin, bicep, shoulder, and chest armor, made of interlocking metal plates, highly flexible, and as he placed himself inside, he actively felt the suit adjust to match him. He watched the armor shimmer with a blue hue, the color slowly bleeding as in the center formed his symbol. He clenched his fists, full cowl still coating his body. The suit was an improvement over the last by a large degree. Now, however, came the piece most essential, the one item that kept the monsters at bay. The helmet in his hands reacting to his touch, the display itself breathing, alive. Placing the helmet on, his body had finally felt like his own. "I won't let it happen. Come in." Aizawa's tone, his movements, his face. Nimari could see it as clear as day. The same expression she had often traced mirror when alone. A crushing, suffocating defeat, a sadness. Ever since it had began they had changed. That much was unavoidable, whether they had liked it or not. Izuku had a place in both their hearts. His kidnapping, torture, alleged death, still affected them. This, however, was something more, at least to Aizawa. She watched her friend gesture to the seats in the office. It had been a while since she had been in here. It was dirtied, dust collecting on the floor, boxes full of files littering the ground. Still she took the offer, sitting quietly. The decision had already been made. There would be no anger towards him, so long as he told her what he knew, what she wanted to know, what she must know. With a clatter her attention was brought towards the cracked helmet Aizawa placed on the desk. Though that was overshadowed by the next item. A pistol, the same Jericho 941 used so many times by Red Hood, a weapon that no matter which file, from debut to current, was the vigilante's weapon of choice. Seeing the weapon only caused more questions to be raised, but she would stifle them for now, especially at the voice of Aizawa. "What is it?" The man's tired eyes never left the helmet. His question, although crude, had opened the conversation. A deep inhale. "Toga, Spinner, Naomasa, you talked to all of them, stopped me from listening to what any of them said. Even when it was about Izuku, you went out of your way to protect the villains who hurt him. I just want to know why." Tears had welled up in Nomori's eyes. When she remembered all the times she could have learned something only for Aizawa to interrupt, rage built, a rage she could only express in tears. "What did they say about Izuku? Please, I need to know." Her voice faded and the silence after was deafening. Nimari watched as Aizawa's hands reached to his face, arms shaking, perhaps for the very first time. His eyes quickly filling with tears. She could hardly believe it, seeing tears drip from his face and onto the desk below. It took a moment for Aizawa to speak, jaw tightening. "Izuku isn't dead." That sentence alone was enough to make Nomori's breath hitch, the tears barely contained spilling out as her body curled into her stomach. A small smile coming across her face, hand going to cover her whimpering mouth. The elation was too much. She had to tell Eri. "The League doesn't have him. There was a pause, the joy she felt quickly fading. Where could he be if not with them? Where? What? Aizawa's hands fell, holding the sides of Red Hood's helmet. After Toga's interrogation, I met Naomasa to confirm her responses to my questions. You know that I asked her if Izuku was alive, where he was. Nothing that she said was registered as a lie or the truth. She didn't know. Spinner. His story matched with Toga's, he didn't know either. When I fought Red Hood, I had a feeling that he was so familiar. I had suspected it, just after I spoke to Naomasa. Nimari could only let him talk, her heart beating faster with each word. Despite what people thought, she was quick to understand, her lip quivering. Aizawa, what are you saying? I watched our class's practices, analyzed his motives, his fighting, his quirk, everything. God, everything made sense. I hoped, Nimari, hoped to God that it wasn't true, that it couldn't be him. Please, anyone but him. His tears increased. In Deku City I had to make sure. I saw Izuku. Nimari, I saw him. Aizawa, if you're just saying this to piss me off, you better stop. Nimari raised her voice, standing from her seat, slamming her fists against Aizawa's desk. It couldn't be true. Not Izuku. Not him. I couldn't tell anyone. I tried to get him to listen, to come back. He just wouldn't. I couldn't save him, couldn't stop him. His eyes were so full of hatred, of rage. Don't. Please don't. She shook, her hands going to grab the collar of Aizawa's uniform. The man looked in the eyes, his voice threatening to break. The Red Hood is Izuku Midoriya. The sun had set many hours ago, clock reading 3 a.m., yet despite the late hour, the bar he sat in was filled to the brim with people. A small smile made its way onto his face, lips parting slightly as he took a drag of the cigarette, balancing in between his index and middle finger. He was tired. His job as an information broker never seemed to end, especially when his top clients destroyed a city. All those resources, and they still need me to do the dirty work. Jiren spoke under his breath, voice muffled slightly by his scarf. He was paid, so there's no real room to complain. Red Hood had done a lot more damage than expected, and although the League's manpower had increased 100-fold from when he first worked with them, they still lacked real power. That's where he came in and why he sat in this particular bar. He had to recruit more, outside, help. It was already known by now that twice, one of the villains he first introduced to Shigaraki was long dead. With him and Toga gone, there was a gap that needed to be filled. They said as much, and who was he to not take their money in an effort to provide them what they wanted? Not that it was going well. Again, a certain vigilante had become a thorn in his side. Ever since Red Hood's debut, no information about the vigilante could be found. Absolutely obscured. No records of quirks like his, no shipping manifests for the weapons he used, untraceable bullets. If that wasn't enough, his colleagues, his clients, had been cold. Every day he seemed to lose money. Taking a final drag of his cigarette, Jiren stood, snuffing out the cancer stick in the small porcelain ashtray provided by the establishment. Going to the bathroom, he planned to wash up, at least somewhat. Even he had to go to sleep sometime, and although it was short, he did have some wiggle room in fulfilling their orders. With a loud creak, the bathroom door swung open, Jiren's ears picking up no sound. He was sure he was alone. With a squeak, the bathroom faucet pumped out fresh cold water, the sound reverberating throughout the walls as he raised his head to look in the mirror. Crash! A hand pressed against his head, shoving the side of his face into the glass of the mirror. Glasses falling off his face and onto the ground below. Strained, he only caught a glimpse of his attacker, a grin appearing over his face. Ah, Red Hood. What can I do for you? The League. Jiren's face pressed harder against the glass. The man feeling Red Hood's grip clenching hard enough to rip out his hair if he moved even an inch. What about them? I'm an information broker, not a mind reader. His snarky remark only earned him a knife through his left hand, pinning it to the wall. Letting out a groan of pain, he heard him speak. Where are they? Red Hood's gloved hand applied more pressure, right thumb placed under Jiren's eyes, squeezing. The man groaned in pain. Sorry, that's not how it works. I work for a price. I have a family to feed too. Besides, betraying my clients won't do my reputation any good. You're not the first to threaten me. You think I haven't experienced something like this before? Jiren smirked. Of course, living like a rat meant having a target on your back. Heroes, villains, and everyday people had their grievances, but in the underground they knew when to back off. Hurting a broker in a den full of degenerates would be stupid even for Red Hood. That had been the thought, but Red Hood only wanted to hear information, not his life story. Face squished, Jiren's head was forced to grind against the shattered glass, his flesh being shredded by the broken shards. Pieces being embedded deep, he could not struggle against the strength of Red Hood. His left hand still pinned into the wall by a razor-sharp knife. Loyalty meant nothing in the presence of pain. Red Hood would engrave this into the small animal in his palm. With a hard shove, Jiren fell to floor, left arm in the air as the man held his bleeding face. Red Hood placed the heel of his boot against Jiren's left shoulder blade. Yanking his knife upward, he severed the man's ring and middle fingers, before taking a hold of the man's arm. Sheathing his knife, he dug into one of the small pockets of his suit. Unlike before, he had taken some time to look through every weapon available to him, finding things that could only be of benefit when used correctly. In coercing a stubborn person, what he needed was fear. A small syringe was held in his right hand. The disgusting orange liquid, bubbling at the surface, was contained within. Uncapping the syringe, he injected Jiren in the neck, before he pushed down with his heel and pulled Jiren's arm. With a wet clack, similar to popping knuckles, he dislocated the man's arm, kicking him down as he waited. He had read the files. The previous Red Hood, Jason Todd, had documented about the drug. Its effects would make themselves apparent soon. Get them off me. Jiren wriggled on the ground, his still able arm smacking against his body. Red Hood couldn't see the man's fear, but whatever it was, Jiren was desperately trying to get away. Grabbing the man by the neck, Red Hood slammed the man through the nearest stall wall, breaking it apart as he and the broker hit the tiled wall of the bathroom. Said tile cracked and splintered. Jiren's eyes panicked as he began to scream. His eyes never leaving Red Hood's helmet, the vigilante his fear embodied. Get away from me. Red Hood's hand clamped onto the man's neck, Jiren's right hand smacking against the arm holding him. His struggles, pathetic, befitting the man himself. The League, where are they? What do they have planned? The pressure amplified, Red Hood's helmet inching closer to the man's face. Jiren continued to scream, his voice failing to find words before he began to speak. Tartarus prison. They're trying to free the inmates. I don't know where they are. Could he trust the words of a man under the influence of fear toxin? Of course not. This, however, was better than nothing. If it was Tartarus, he could guess what Shigaraki's next move was. Still, he needed more. He would not let them slip through his hands any longer. Rifling through Jiren's clothes, he took the man's phone and wallet. He would confirm this information in every possible way. He would find where they hid, and when he got his hands on them, he would rip their spine out with his own bare hands. Now, Jiren was the only problem. He had not known Jiren for long. Of course, in the underground he had heard of the man, but he never had qualms about him. Until he learned. This man was the one who introduced members of the League to Shigaraki. Members such as Dabi and Toga. That itself could not be forgiven, but he dug deeper. The man who provided the warehouse, gave Shigaraki information about him and Inko, provided the chemicals that charred his mother's corpse. It was him. Letting him go was not an option. Even if he didn't play a part in his and his mother's demise, there would be no doubt that this rat wouldn't run back to its owner. Killing him fast was not an option either. For the things he did, he had to suffer. Stabbing his knife through Jiren's shoulder, he reached into his suit. Watching the man still overcome with fear toxin, he began to spray onto the man's chest, his symbol, made with a gel-like substance. Once done, he placed the small gadget onto his belt, sheathing his bloodied knife. With a hand clutching Jiren's hair, he dragged the man towards the toilet. Without hesitation, Red Hood plunged the broker's head, drowning him. Jiren struggled desperately, right arm trying to lift himself up out of the water. His fear multiplied with the feeling of suffocation. His struggle slowed, and when Red Hood knew he was unconscious, near death, he stepped back. Gadget back in hand, he walked out of the stall. Click. There was a boom. The result being the same as sticking a live grenade down a person's throat. The ceiling, floor, walls coated in blood, Red Hood only partly saved by parts of the stall still standing. Toilet exploded, the bathroom began to flood, the water that spilled onto the ground being dyed a reddish pink. Focus shifting towards the bathroom door, he knew that those inside heard it. Even now he could hear tables flipping over, the shuffling of bar patrons. By now, if they hadn't left, that meant only one thing. They were the degenerates Jiren had been meeting, the villains that were going to be recruited into the League's new army. Securing his gadget and items stolen from Jiren, Red Hood reached for his new pistols. A pair of modified M1911s, chambered with jacketed hollow point rounds. Readying his weapons, he only let out a small exhale. The League were next. The Red Hood is Izuku Midoriya. Her breath hitched, much like when Aizawa had told her Izuku was alive. Body trembling, her gut twisting, as an extreme nausea corrupting her. Having been struck in the stomach would have been a better alternative. Eyes blurring with tears, head falling as the grip of her hands failed to register. And no, it's not true. God damn you, Aizawa. Fear, anger, the emotions that welled up in her chest caused her breathing to grow erratic. Through her tears she held a look that could kill. She wouldn't hear it. Not Izuku. That couldn't be him. Toga had a transformation quirk. That means others could too. It could just be some villain using him as a cover. Yet no matter how much her mind screamed, how much she claimed it wasn't true, the look Aizawa gave her told her that what he said was an undeniable truth. Slowly did her grip loosen, instead going to cover her face as she fell to the floor, hands holding her face. No, please. God, she begged, to a deity who would not answer, begged that anyone, anything would tell her that the reality was anything but the truth. She wished it was all just one big nightmare, that she would wake up from this horrible life. Sadly, no matter how much she cried, the fact she could feel her tears stinging her skin, the way her fingers trembled told all that could be said. What the hell could she do? What would she tell Eri? Could she tell Eri? Her memories recalling the smiling face of Izuku Midoriya. It was impossible for her to place that same face with the Red Hood. It wouldn't make sense to her. The hero Izuku was, the hero he still is, could never do even a tenth of what Red Hood has done. It just wasn't possible. The tears only continued to build. She cried until her breathing began to wheeze. There was not enough air in her lungs to support her. Heart thumping so loud within her body. Head beginning to hurt. Hands falling from her face to hold her arms. Izuku, please. No, please. 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 The choking sobs emanating from Nimari echoed throughout the room. Aizawa could only watch as his friend crumbled. The guilt, the regret that wormed its way through his body wasn't something he could ever rid himself of. His mouth opened to speak, he wanted to apologize. But he stopped himself. He wouldn't say he was sorry. Not now, at the very least. Going forward he would only be making decisions that would anger the woman further. Apologizing now would ultimately result in nothing. It might even only further the hate she holds towards him. So he only sat there and from his desk watched Namori's desperation. The wiping of never-ending tears, the labored breaths of air, the pleading. Eyes drifting downward, he moved his hands, placing Red Hood's helmet in the way so that it took up his entire vision. It had become hard to look at the woman's face. To Aizawa it was much easier of a sight. 3, perhaps even 5 minutes passed before the sobbing was drowned out by the intercom in the room blaring to life. All you staff report to the conference room immediately. Still Aizawa sat for nearly another minute. He was in no real rush. The emotion showing on his face forcefully swept away as his jaw and fists tightened. Standing, his gaze drifted towards Nimari. This meeting would not be one she would be attending. The woman as she was now could barely stand, let alone breathe properly. Although she had a right to know of Red Hood's identity, the others didn't. If they saw Nimari now, it would be hard to explain her condition in a way that made sense. Stay here. He wasn't sure if his voice had been heard through the sobs that tore through her throat. Still he had to say it. Grabbing Red Hood's pistol, he stowed the weapon in his desk. Only then were his emotions truly subdued, the remnants of tears gone. Not even he could show emotion. Izuku Midoriya is dead. Red Hood and the League needed to be stopped. He chanted in his head, rationalizing, justifying his lack of expression as he stepped out of the office. With each step taken, the more his expression grew stiffer. The nearer he drew closer to the office, the less his fists tightened. all until he entered the room. Again he and the other heroes found themselves sitting in UA's war room. Yukyu, Fatgum, Gang Orca, even the injured pro-heroes under the supervision of Recovery Girl were in attendance. Their eyes only casting a small glance at him before they turned their attention to Principal Nezu. Of course his arrival was not without mention. "Aizawa, glad of you to join us. May I ask where Ms. Kayama is?" "She won't be attending. She is currently going back to check in on Eri, I'm sure you understand. I will inform her of the contents of the meeting myself." His tone carried like usual. Aizawa and Nezu stared at each other. The animal was perceptive, almost to an annoying degree. His excuse was obviously not good enough for Nezu, however in the situation that was at hand the animal was forced to relent. "Certainly. Please take a seat." After every hero had sat down, Nezu spoke again. "As you know, the operation in Deku City was unsuccessful in many ways. Not only were some of you injured, but we failed in capturing Red Hood and members of the League. Although dissatisfactory to the Hero Association, we were not without our victories. We were able to confirm that the information from Spinner was indeed the truth. As of now the League in their new-founded alliance with the Meta Liberation Army, have both manpower and resources. Even with Red Hood's intervention their forces still outnumber us greatly. Therefore I conclude that war is on the horizon and Japan as a whole will be the battleground." "Sir, if that's the case then what do we do?" It was an excellent question. Outnumbered, outquirked, the possibility of chaos spreading through Japan was all but certain. Nezu understood this, the worries were evident on the heroes' faces. Even those like Maruko showed a bit of anxiousness at the chances. Grabbing a small remote, Nezu pressed a button, the large screen in the room flickering to life behind him. Although Spinner was promised an extraction from Deku City, I had no intention of making good on that deal I had proposed to him. It was extremely underhanded, but with what Spinner had done in the past the heroes only felt a little conflicted at the principal's words. His communicator, much like all of yours, was designed to not shut off and to transmit his location. Pointing to the screen everyone could see the steady beeping of a red dot on a map of Japan. Using Spinner's location, I propose a preemptive strike. This time however, with every hero involved, not just those here. The subject of trust was not an issue that could be brought to mind. What precautions could be taken were simple and the effectiveness was not bulletproof. Nevertheless this was the truth of the reality in front of them. Regardless of affiliation there was a pressing need to establish a large strike force in order to mount an offensive. I will be speaking with the Hero Association about this matter. It will take some time for a decision to be made. In the meantime I suggest you all prepare as best as you can. It goes without saying that no word can be spoken about this. Everything will be on a need-to-know basis. Dismissed. With a wave of his paw, Nezu hadn't bothered to look up from his computer, hands gliding across the keyboard already moving to complete what tasks he could. The other heroes left in silence, most likely contemplating what they had just been told. It was a short meeting and the point was thrust upon them without any room for questioning or debate. Aizawa too retreated into the recesses of his mind, thinking, planning. Yet as he rose from his chair a stare from Nezu rooted him in place. Aizawa did not say a word and only held the animal's stare. As soon as the last hero stepped outward the animal spoke. "Tell me Aizawa, have I been too lenient?" Nezu glared at the teacher. "Make no mistake Aizawa, I am not your friend. I am not your colleague. I am someone who can ruin your career, someone who will ruin it. I have been patient, waiting for you, a hero who has most of my trust to deliver the truth time and time again. Yet all I receive are lies in return. In Deku City you went against my words, abandoned fellow heroes in the field, removed your communicator, all in pursuit of Red Hood. Now is when you tell me why. Why I should continue supporting your efforts, why I don't call for your immediate retirement from heroics." It remained silent for seconds. Fists clenched and chest suffocating, Aizawa knew that Nezu's jaws had locked tightly around his neck. There was no wiggle room, no way to lie, not that he needed to anymore. Izuku Midoriya as the Red Hood. He could not tap dance around it as he did with Nimari. Could not show the emotion he did when he revealed it to her. Only cold rationality. "I see." Nezu nodded. The words from Aizawa told the animal all that could have been said. Explained the reasons the hero did what he has. Ms. Kayama knows too, doesn't she? A nod from Aizawa affirmed the animal's speculation. Nomori's feelings weren't a secret and he could empathize with the woman's plight. Does anyone else? No. Silence fell once more, Nezu deep in thought, looking from his computer to the hero and back again. It was a tough situation. Yue's reputation had recovered somewhat from Izuku's initial kidnapping and death. With this, well, it wouldn't be far off to say that Yue would be regarded even lower than before. Still, this wasn't a time to worry about reputation or politics. A manhunt will be initiated all throughout Japan. Izuku Midoriya is now a fugitive, a wanted vigilante. His face will be plastered over every news channel within the country. It was at this that Nezu paused, waiting for Aizawa to plead to at the very least hold off on making the announcement, but there was nothing. Aizawa stood rooted in place. It should be at the very least 2 or 3 days for the press release to make itself known. Thank you. The words that left the teacher's mouth were hollow. Aizawa, we must maintain a distance from this. Regarding Ms. Kayama, I hope you will keep her in line. The staff of UA cannot have any lingering attachments to a student gone rogue. That means we will have to get rid of any ties Midoriya still holds to this place. That includes the guardianship of Eri, his previous occupancy within the dorms, and files containing his personal information. I understand. The lack of fight in Aizawa's voice disturbed the principal. I will personally handle this matter. You're dismissed. Watching Aizawa leave, Nezu placed his head within his hands. Things only ever got more complicated. 4 a.m. That was what the clock read when they had finally arrived. Cutting through the sounds of sirens and scrambling police officers, was only a single voice. Are you sure? The words left Aizawa's mouth as he stared at the taped-over door, guarded by a single officer. Mist coming from his mouth as his warm breath contested against the rapidly cooling night air. At his side, Nimari, Midnight stood. Both dressed in their costumes, bodies flashing with red and blue lights. The woman's eyes still held a slight redness from the irritation caused by her tears. They had received the call just moments before. Nomori's body shook, fists clenched as her teeth gnawed at her bottom lip, seemingly contemplating the decision before her. Memories threatened at the possibility. Would she willingly soil what she knew? What she believed? It had only been a few hours since the woman had stopped crying. Even shorter when taking into account what happened after. Aizawa's ears still rang with the yelling cries from Eri, the futile attempts the small girl made in order to stop Smintos and the others from officially moving out Izuku's dorm. The screaming, the crying, the threats to use her quirk on them, to a point he had to use his own to make sure the progress had gone smoothly. I hate you. That had been the last thing Eri had said to him before she had ran off. He only imagined it would get worse once the girl would find out that her last name would no longer be Midoriya. That, however, was an issue that would be sorted later. Nezu's plan of action was not wrong, he knew that. For now his attention had to be focused on what was in front of him. Looking to Nimari, to him at least it seemed that the woman had resolved herself somewhat. He did not wait for her to speak and stepped forward, weaving past the already present heroes and police and through the guarded door of the bar. He could hear her, Nomori's stifled gasp. He could only assume that she was staring at the scene with wide eyes. Bodies littered the floor, blood pooled on the ground, and with a small squelch his boots stepped into a shadow puddle. The tables, chairs, even the bottles, shattered, broken, and strewn about. Many pieces littered with bullet holes. It was a gruesome scene. Although ruthless before, Red Hood's kills were now more animalistic. The people who weren't shot to death arguably died a more gruesome way. The most apparent example was the man laid over the bar counter. The shaft of a broken bottle piercing the man's head. A single eye gouge as though Red Hood used the socket as a finger hold, all culminating in the man's spine protruding from the side of his neck, not breaking the skin but visible nonetheless. He stepped forward, meekly followed by Midnight. She was taking in the truth. Who Red Hood was. What has become of Izuku Midoriya? Moving to the deepest corner of the bar, where the bathroom was located, his name was called. Eraserhead. Naomasa as expected stood, his usually clean black leather shoes caked in blood. The man's tired eyes reflecting the hero's. For a brief second the detective glanced in midnight before turning away, signaling to follow. Naomasa. Found anything? It was a redundant question, both of them knew that. Every bullet Red Hood used was untraceable, surveillance was useless, the question was more in the direction of who the victims were. Naomasa did not answer and only led the two heroes into the bathroom. Just the sight alone had caused Nimari to turn, hand covering her mouth retching before she quickly left. It was no wonder. The walls were covered in crimson liquid, the ceiling still dangling with fresh gore. Meet Kagero Okuda, an information broker who went by the name Jiren. Naomasa gestured to the corpse that lay on the floor. Face still etched with fear. Call came in a half an hour ago. Red Hood was long gone before we arrived. Not even a day. What could have happened? The question in Aizawa's mind yelled. He had seen Red Hood's condition. To already be active after such wounds was nothing short of supernatural. The guesses as to what Red Hood might have done were outlandish and not worth entertaining. What did it matter how he was active? The fact he is remains. We are acting under the assumption that an information broker as connected as Jiren means that Red Hood's still actively targeting the League. Though I don't need to really assume that. Aizawa nodded. They already knew Red Hood's motive. So did you find out? Naomasa directed his question lightly. To anyone else it would mean nothing to them, but to Aizawa he knew what was being asked. Yes, it's true, isn't it? In a couple of days there would be no more hiding. So he nodded, affirming Naomasa's original theory. I'm sorry. Aizawa turned, walking away from the detective and out of the bar. Outside he was hit again with the brisk cold air. Eyes catching the sight of Nimari, head nearly buried into a trash can, he could hear the dry heaves of an empty stomach. Perhaps it was cruel to bring her along, but hopefully she would come to understand. Waiting he stood basking in the moonlight. Several minutes passed until he could hear Namori's footsteps. With a glance he asked, "Did you see?" Namori's jaw clenched. It was still hard to connect what she had just seen to the face of Izuku. Never in any reality did she believe the boy was capable of that form of carnage. Aizawa's question, his purpose in bringing her, was clear. This is what Izuku is. Aizawa was telling her this. She knew what he wanted to hear, what he wanted her to say. She couldn't. I can still help him. If Aizawa had given up on saving him, she wouldn't. For herself, for Eri, and most of all for Izuku, she could not sit by and watch it happen. Her response caused Aizawa to stare upward into the distant sky. No words spoken, no movement, he stood still. The moment persisted until the radio chatter of police officers sounded throughout the area. All available units respond, 904B in progress at 4X Jaku City. Aizawa could see many officers scramble to action. While building fires weren't uncommon, the hero suspected something more. Looking to the bar he could only guess the person responsible for the fire. Luxury. For an information broker with so much blood on his hands, the man had lived with such taste. Not that Red Hood cared for it. The paintings, furniture, clothes, none of it mattered. He was here for one thing. Information. Knowing that Tartarus was the League's target was indeed a start, but nowhere near enough. He needed more, and trusting the words that came from Jiren could not be trusted. On the brink of death, the man would have said anything if he thought there was a chance of survival. Therefore Red Hood found himself in the newly departed man's place of residence. A man like Jiren would have left documentation of his services. Ever cautious, ever vigilant. The vigilante scoured the man's belongings, tearing open furniture with his knife, tearing up the floorboards. Nothing. All that was left was the bedroom. Red Hood stood at the door, hand grasping the doorknob as he opened the room. Right hand hovering over the handle of his pistol. Under his helmet, his eyes searched for any sign of movement. His steps were light. The door opening wider and wider with a small creak until the entire room came into view. There was nothing other than him alive in the room. With a small exhale, the vigilante inched forward. The bedroom, unlike the rest of the house, was rather bland. No outlandish decorations and little personalization. Red Hood's head turned away and instead looked to the connecting bathroom door, which was shut closed. Once again he repeated his movements, checking the room only to find it empty. For the first time since entering the house, the vigilante's steps became heavy as his posture straightened, his guard, although not completely, loosened significantly. As he did with the previous room, he began his search. Although the vigilante's eyes were drawn to the laptop that sat on the nightstand beside the bed, he set it aside for the moment. Paper trails were much harder to track than electronics, therefore the laptop was low on the places of search. Instead he flipped the mattress of the bed over, one hand grabbing his knife as he sliced the underside open. Nothing. Next, the bed frame itself. Breaking the parts that supported the mattress underneath, he began knocking on any part that could or may have been hollowed out. Again nothing. The process repeated with each piece of furniture he checked. When searching the closet, he began to look for false walls, breaking any part that sounded hollow. He checked the lights of the room, the floor, all of it turning up empty. He moved on to the bathroom. Ceilings, cabinets, shower, floors, all of it resulted in the same. All until he reached the toilet. Although to anyone else it may have looked normal, it was for that exact reason it could have been a place to store valuable information. Right hand reaching upward, Red Hood tapped the side of his helmet. Vision overtaken with a red hue. Similar to echolocation, the environment had become mapped into his gaze. There he found what he sought. Behind the toilet, a false wall. Moving the porcelain utility from the way, Red Hood readied his fist, breaking through the wall before tearing the rest. With another tap, his vision returned to normal. Sitting just behind the now broken section was a wall safe. Not only was the safe electronically sealed, but it required a key in conjunction. There simply wasn't enough time to search for the code and key, thus it left him with one option. Full cowl covering his body with crimson-colored lightning, Red Hood forced the tips of his fingers into the seam of the safe's door. Fist clenching, only the faint sound of metallic creaking reverberated throughout the room. He had suspected it soon after, but it was indeed true. Although it may have taken more effort before, the tearing of the safe was easier than imagined. It took only a minute before the door was ripped from the rest of the assembly. Tossing the metal door aside, he began to scoop the contents out. Ignoring the stacks of money, he only stopped once his hand grasped tightly onto a few vanilla folders. Taking them out, he wasted little time before opening the information that was at his fingertips. Files all containing some of the most wanted inmates of Tartarus. Goto Umasuji aka Muscular. Kana Susumi aka Lady Nagant. Names that were familiar, however only one caught his attention. All for one. Tartarus was their goal, these names were their targets. Standing, he held the folders tightly before leaving the bathroom. He was done here, and after grabbing Jiren's laptop, he dug into one of the many pouches on his waist. With a flask-like object in hand, Red Hood began to walk out the room, spilling the foul-smelling contents of the flask out, only stopping once he reached the kitchen. He turned the gas stove on, not igniting the pilot light before digging into the cupboards. With a handful of silverware, the vigilante shoved the utensils into the microwave, setting a timer for 30 minutes before allowing the machine to start. Having overstayed his welcome, the vigilante left out the front door, his next move already being planned. How could he describe it? To live is a contradiction. To breathe and drown, burn and freeze, die yet live. Even if it hadn't been his choice, it was a fact that he had broken a most basic rule of any organic being. Nothing can die and return whole. When his finger pulled a trigger, when he reread folders of information, or when he ate, all he could see were the nightmares. They no longer belonged to his sleep. Even worse than that, however, was the very feeling he had being in his own body. Skin that felt too loose or tight, bones that cracked and creaked incessantly in his ears. He was just a corpse piloting what used to be his body. His mind not spared in the slightest. There was no merciful degradation of obscure details. No gradual fog that warped and faded. Talons were scraping at his brain, shredding, twisting, corrupting details he should never forget. Tortured with the fragmented whispers. Words from his mentor, whisperings of his mother, declarations of love from someone. When in the 3 days he spent reading Jiren's files did he start to forget what the dying face of his mother looked like. His body shook, the stock of the rifle in his hands kicking against his shoulder in response to the thunderous boom emitting from the muzzle. Sound temporarily drowned out, slowly fading with a small echo. Red Hood looked at his target. The bullseye paper hanging loosely from the corners. The middle eviscerated. The 50 BMG rounds loaded into the magazine and chamber of the sleek Macmillan TAC-50, making short work of whatever had been placed in front of its barrel. Clink. Another casing joined the others at his feet. his gloved right hand pulling and pushing the rifle's bolt. Again he ignored the sting of his eyes beneath his helmet. Even now he was afraid to blink, afraid that for a moment his concentration would slip like it did so often. Twice. Toga. It wasn't enough, never enough. The world was crashing around him. Something big was going to happen, is happening, could happen. His ears didn't register the empty clicking of the sniper's trigger, nor did his body respond to the rapid strength festering and flowing through his veins. When he did, Red Hood had already tossed his empty weapon to the ground. Hands scraping against his helmet, pupils shaking and dilating. His vision growing blurry. His breathing had stopped. It was his only way of regaining some semblance of control. The feeling of asphyxiation cutting the output of his quirk, a raspy breath coming from his mouth. One for all settling back into his chest. He had to get out of this cave. He had to do something unless he go insane. He had to put a stop to the League. Protect what little he had left. Protect the one person he would never forget. In the deep night when the streets were only illuminated by the moonlight and street lamps, many found comfort within their homes. Himuro Clyde was no exception. Yet even this comfort would not last long. 8 p.m. In about 3 hours his shift at Tartarus prison started. A hot shower and a pitcher of coffee called to him as he struggled to unlock his home. His keys jangling, breaking the silence of the apartment complex hallway. Eventually a small click sounded, and with a twist Himuro found safety from the night's chilling tide of wind. The interior of his apartment was bathed with incomplete darkness. The moonlight that shined through his blinds not enough to illuminate the entire room. Closing the door behind him, he reached an arm to the side. At once the room brightened. Normally this would have made no difference, but tonight, Clyde paused. The furniture of his living room had been moved. Sitting right in front of him was a coffee table, with countless stacks of bills laying on top. His heart rate spiked upon seeing the money. Turning his back he tried to open the door and rush out. He was unsuccessful. A hand clamped onto the back of his neck. The grip strength far too strong to break free from as his attacker dragged him across his carpet floor and towards his kitchen. Kicking his feet he could find no footing until he was forced to stand. His hand which tried to claw at the intruder's face stopped, a kitchen knife piercing his palm and pinning it through a wooden cabinet. Gah! Screaming in pain he tried desperately to pull his pinned left hand with his right, only to have the process repeat. Crucified. His hands immobile, his feet kicking against the tiled floor. Why? Had he done anything wrong? Anything heinous for this man to attack him? No. Nothing downright disgusting. He only worked for the LOV's information broker. That was reason enough. Red Hood's hands trembled, not from anxiety or fear, but it shook in anger. Anyone who helped the League, in any way, didn't deserve restraint. Grabbing the man by the throat, the vigilante's left hand struck at Clyde's left ribs. He could feel his knuckles impact through the muscle and into the bones. The thing in front of him was the one responsible for Jiren and the League having files on Tartarus prison. Layout information, security, and most importantly the villains they were trying to help escape. All of them. They would make the world an even worse place. He couldn't allow that. The grip on Clyde's throat grew stronger. The Lazarus pit had many effects. The fact he could audibly hear Clyde's ribs snap under his punches were proof his body had underwent another change. Yet even this pain wasn't enough to atone. One for all's lighting crawled across his body. There was no resistance against his punches. What remaining fragments of bones crumbled even quicker. By now even the pain for Clyde was too much. The man already unconscious from shock. Did that make him pull his punches? No. He couldn't stop. He wouldn't stop. His gloved fingers nearly tearing through Clyde's throat. His fist closing like a vice. It sounding like someone had began popping their knuckles. The tug of his arm resulting in Clyde's neck pulling with a set of wet clacks. It wasn't instantaneous. He hadn't done the mercy of breaking the man's spines. He would feel every second as he died. Just these few minutes had already taken too much time. He had to get going and fast. It was a long night. There was too much to do. Digging into Clyde's pant pockets, Red Hood confiscated the man's wallet and keys. Opening it he disregarded everything except for 3 important pieces of identification. Clyde's ID, driver's license, and Tartarus guard badge. Slipping the cards into a small pouch on his waist, He left towards the door, stopping to grab the duffel bag already filled with Clyde's uniform before turning the lights off. Clyde's corpse wouldn't be discovered for a few days at the very least. Please. An elderly man whimpered, face bruised, right eye swollen shut as blood dripped from his bottom lip. The barrel of Red Hood's pistol pushed to the back of the old man's head, who worked tirelessly on 3 identification cards. Switching names, replacing photos, and tweaking information that in every case would be untraceable. This elderly villain was the greatest identity counterfeiter possible, so good that his true name was unknown. He was only called Fujimaki. This address, this man was in Jiren's contacts. Another contact that soon would cease to exist. The man's eyes shifted from his work for a fraction of a second. Looking past Red Hood into the floor, laying in a pool of his own blood, his bodyguard, normally a man no villain would mess with. Now a corpse, the top of his head crushed inward. It happened in one moment. A knock on the door. His bodyguard screaming as Red Hood palmed the top of his head before the revolting crunch of bones, the squish of a destroyed brain. Red Hood's pistol pushed even deeper into the man's head, thumb pulling the hammer back with a click. The message was clear without him saying it. Keep working. Red Hood's voice carried an edge sharp enough to behead. Whether or not the old man lived depended solely on his work. That had at least been the option he was given. As such, despite his condition, he worked, employing his quirk and all the information he had to its fullest. However came the hardest part. Why your face? It was the last thing needed. Red Hood's appearance would be needed if the job was to be completed. He watched with his last open eye, Red Hood's pistol never leaving as the vigilante took his helmet off, revealing the one identity most villains would kill for. Seeing him in the flesh, the old man froze. Izuku Midoriya. He knew the face, knew the name. It was in his best interest not to say anything. Pausing, the man's eyes snapped closed like a camera shutter, capturing Red Hood's image. Turning back to the fabricated cards, Fujimaki's metallic-tipped fingers heated. Small lasers beaming from the opened sections. A thought crossed Fujimaki's mind. Could he use his quirk to kill Red Hood? That was impossible. His quirk output was no stronger than its ability to light paper on fire. His fingers dancing across the photo section of each idea caused the room to have a burnt plastic smell. It took 45 minutes, nearly an complete hour, before Fujimaki retreated. Sitting up as he spoke through the pain of his aching face. It's done. Fujimaki watched Red Hood's gloved left hand reach down and pluck the newly crafted identity off the work table. You'll let me go. Bang. Red Hood pulled the trigger. Fujimaki's shredded skull and brain matter spread across the table as his head fell with a thump against the wood. This was always to be his fate. Holstering his pistol, Red Hood, now equipped with his helmet, once again left. Climbing the long case of metal stairs that led to a pair of metal cellar doors. Pushing it open with a creak, he moved, full cowl covering his body. His time frame was getting shorter. Too short for his liking. He had to get this done now. He sprinted, leapt, past the buildings that made up Hosu City. His mind finally quiet for the first time in this night. After this, after he finishes the league. What then? Aizawa knew it was him under this helmet. Did Eri know? Nimari? No, neither of them can know. Jaw tightening as he passed the city limits. Escaping into the surrounding mountains. He had 25, 30 minutes before his window of opportunity closed. The problem started there. Tartarus security will have Clyde's photo ID on file. One swipe of his card and the whole prison would be alerted. When the prison's main road, Red Hood retreated into the woods. Stopping in the tree line as he began to undress. Taking off his helmet and armor, he replaced his outfit with Clyde's uniform. Although the difference in body size was a big difference, he had no other option but to make it work. Hiding his hair with a guard hat, he stepped out from the trees. Stuffing into his pockets a few small pieces of equipment, a syringe, a small collapsed decryptor, a vial filled with green toxin, and finally a single palm-sized button. The prison, situated in the ocean water, had only one entrance. A long single road, and like the maximum security it required, checkpoints were abundant. Just getting to the prison itself would be a Herculean task that was only if he did this the wrong way. Thankful for the downpour of rain that was common on the coast side, he ran out the woods and towards the first checkpoint. His arrival was spotted almost immediately. a bright spotlight illuminating his form. The response was immediate. Several quirked guards stood one stepping forward with his hand raised. Halt. Red Hood stopped in his tracks, panting out of breath with his hands on his knees. Approach slowly. At the checkpoint guard's order he slowly stepped to them, hands raised. The rain soaking his uniform and hat. The crashing of the waves just beyond echoing in his ears. Present your identification. Doing as he was told, Red Hood slipped a hand into his pocket, producing the cards, holding them out as the main guard stepped closer, taking the cards from his hand. What are you doing out here? An obvious question to ask. Sorry. My car broke down a ways down the road. I just had to run here. Please, my shift starts in like 20 minutes, I got to get through. I can't be late, he pleaded to the guard, watching his ID cards being taken to a small side station. Patting the back of his pants, he clicked the small device. It was standard routine to cross-check the physical ID with the one on file. With hundreds of guards in Tartarus, it was almost impossible to recognize every face that came here. Swiping the prison badge, the information displayed on a small computer screen, however, with a large technical issue. The screen flickered, words glitching, with the photo ID almost completely unrecognizable. Only vague features. The guard responsible for checking mumbled to himself, "State of the art, my ass." Disregarding the photo, he tried to make sense of the other info. Luckily not glitching as bad, he was able to confirm the ID number, name, even its hidden security code. In every sense this was the actual ID card, and with the computer's screen glitching, the guard relied on his eyes. The photo on the badge, driver's license, and ID all had the same person with only small variations. Looking up and past the rain, he inspected the man checking in. It was him. I'll call someone to fix this shit afterward. Mumbling to himself once again, the checkpoint guard decided against reporting this right away. If he did, there would be another overhaul of security, personal interrogations, reassignment. It was way more trouble than what it was worth. Besides, this was Tartarus prison. Who would be insane enough to break into here alone? Exiting the booth and into the rain, he handed the cards back to the main guard. Everything checks out. He's good to go. Red Hood being handed back, the guards looked down the road. An offer being extended to him by one of the 4 guards there. Get in, I'll drive you down there. Parked near the booth were 2 small cart. Thank you. Accepting with a smile, he climbed into the passenger seat. At least he wouldn't have to run this winding bridge, for now. The ride was smooth and didn't take relatively long, 15 minutes. It was cutting it close. Arriving at the large metal shell surrounding the impenetrable prison, the ground shook as the doors slowly wrenched open, its mechanical process grating to the ears before he was allowed through. Dropped off at the entrance, he stalked forward and through to the main lobby. Another checkpoint, resulting in another press from his small device. The scrambler did its job as he handed his info to the guard booth. The room contrasted the oppressive darkness of the exterior. Walls, ceiling, floor, every inch bathed in white, reminding Red Hood of a hospital room rather than a prison. Partly irritated and thankful the guard had let him through, he stepped into a large open room. Several corridors jutted out from this central location. Some hallways could be ignored. The late hour meant all prisoners would be found in their cells. Exactly what he would need. The files stolen by Clyde and organized by Jiren gave him everything that would make this smoother. Knowing where he was going, he walked down the first of many corridors. Cells lined each wall, all locked tight beyond anyone's ability to open forcefully. Cameras, sensors, all forms of major security surveyed the hallway. Red Hood pulled his hat further down his face, making sure the scrambler was pressed down as he approached the first name. Goto Amasuji, muscular. Reaching, he pulled the decryptor, placing it against the door's electronic keypad. He waited until the keypad's small blinking red light converted into a solid green. Grabbing the handle with both hands, he twisted, hearing several metallic clicks before it opened. Like most prisons, the room had little to no furniture, only a singular white-sheeted bed. What the fuck? The vulgar words spat out from the awake muscular's mouth. Without his quirk, the man was less intimidating than when Red Hood had fought him. Of course, that was approximately a year ago and when he was a foot shorter. Turn around. Hands against the wall. Tisk. Even muscular couldn't resist a Tartarus prison guard's orders. The quirk-canceling collar around his neck made a fight impossible, as the guards in the purpose of self-defense can use their quirks with impunity. As such, he turned, placing his hands against the wall as waited. Red Hood stepped closer, Clyde's dress shoes echoing off the concrete. The vigilante couldn't make a scene. As much as he wanted to tear Muscular apart, his time limit was clear. A solo assault on Tartarus would be suicide. One for all coated Red Hood's arms as he approached Muscular's unguarded back. All before he slipped his arms around the man's neck, kicking his knee in and dropping Muscular to the floor. His words couldn't escape as Red Hood's hold grew tighter around his neck. The pressure building as his body weight was added. A minute or two would render the large villain unconscious, but that wasn't his goal. Muscular was a variable. The League were planning something involving Tartarus, and the villain he choked was essential. He wouldn't let them have Muscular or his quirk, none of it. CCCRRRAAAACK. He twisted all at once, his hand pulling Muscular's neck to the opposite side of his head, snapping the spine in half, resulting in Muscular's grotesque appearance. Several vertebrae visible from under his skin. Hefting the corpse, he laid it in bed. The guards would find it next morning, and not just his. Another corridor. Another name. Kana Tsutsumi. Lady Nagant. A villain turned hero. Her story didn't matter. Not to him. She made her choice, and unfortunately it was a choice worth the LOV's attention. Unlike Muscular, either she didn't care or didn't wake up. Kana remained laying on her bed, unmoving. That didn't make him hesitate. He stood by her bed. Seeing her eyes closed, right hand closed, index and middle finger knuckles raised higher than the others. His left hand open and ready. His left hand grabbed onto the lower portion of her face, cutting off any sound she could possibly make. Kana's purple eyes looked to him. She didn't fear what was happening, didn't resist as his right hand struck. Knuckles connecting with the front of her throat. The strength put into his hit collapsed her windpipe, crushed her trachea. Her lungs would fill with blood and she would slowly drown. Taking his hand off her mouth, he turned, not bothering to look at the aftermath. Ears picking up the faint sound of light choking. Third name. Kai Chisaki. Overhaul. His crippled body brought no relief to Red Hood. The bastard in front of him had gotten such a light punishment for what he has done. Eri. Her name sparked his quirk, its output reaching its upper limit as he watched the broken man sitting on his bed. Oblivious to the world, he could see Eri's crying face as she clung to his body. Her screams from the constant nightmares. Her self-degradation when looking at the scars that covered her body. Red Hood's hands cracked as they closed. The others were quick. This one wouldn't follow suit. He deserved an even slower and even more painful. When reached Overhaul, Red Hood's thoughts became a scribbled mess. His hands grabbed Overhaul's face, thumbs forcing their way into his mouth. A single yank pulled the villain's lower jaw out of its socket. The screams that Overhaul would have made coming out as unintelligible gurgles and moans. His thumbs retreated, finding its new target. He would never forget the sensation. Thumbs pressing forward slowly, the tips of his fingers becoming covered in clear viscous liquid. The smell of copper hitting his nose as his nails split the pupils, the iris. The white of Overhaul's eyes becoming bloodshot as the moans of pain increased. He took his time, minutes inched by every second. The struggled kicks against his torso in a futile attempt of escaping. The resistance against his push growing weaker as squelch. His thumbs planted themselves deep and they kept going until Overhaul's legs stiffened before falling lifeless off the edge of the bed. Pulling his hands back, he felt unsatisfied. This was not enough for what he did to her. Grabbing Overhaul's corpse by the hair, he bashed the back of his skull into the metal bedpost. The structure groaning in protest as the metal corner of the headboard. Silver being painted crimson as he bashed, no longer using his quirk. The first 5 hits were clear thumping, but gradually it became softer, squelching, popping, before the sounds faded. He dead, beyond dead. The back of Overhaul's skull had been eviscerated. Right hand covered in blood, Red Hood stepped back. Body tensed. He wanted to do more. Not enough time. He convinced himself of this. Wiping his bloodied hands with the white sheets of Overhaul's bed, he draped the cover of the bloodied corpse. Finally he would crush the final piece of the League's plan. He would take from them what they wanted. This corridor was unlike any other. No cells on any wall. Just a long winding blank hallway with a single door at its end. No guards. Nothing. The same locks that were used for every other inmate. He guessed it was confidence that Tartarus had left this single inmate alone. Their prison was the largest, strongest in the world. It was fortunate for him. Again he hacked the door's security keypad. This one, more complex than any other, took longer for its secrets to be decrypted. What seemed like hours passed before. Click. The light switched. He opened it. This room didn't have a bed. Only a disfigured old man strapped to a slab of metal. The straight jacket on his body refusing any form of movement as various medical monitors beeped. Red Hood's signal scrambler was still effective as he walked in. The turrets active in the corners of the room trained on all for one. Stepping closer, he heard him speak. Izuku Midoriya, the 9th user of One for All. What an unexpected visit. Investigators asked if I ordered your death. I suppose Tamura did indeed fail once again. Well, partially failed. A grin stretched across the villain's face. This man was the sole reason Red Hood's quirk existed. He guessed it was no surprise that All for One can sense it. You reek of blood. You've corrupted that fool's quirk. Interesting. Red Hood stepped closer. If anyone could be held more accountable than the League for the countless hours of torment. For the capability of destruction, it would be Shigaraki's master. His quirk's purpose was to kill this man. He was no longer obligated to do so, but he wanted to. Red Hood would destroy what Shigaraki looked up to, cared for, who he loved. Reaching into his back pocket, he pulled the small vial filled with green liquid and its syringe. He stabbed into the vial, filling the syringe to its limit. There was no honor in a fight against this man. He would strike when this crippled villain could not move. As he walked, AFO never stopped talking. A visitor after so long, yet not a single conversation. Disappointing. Red Hood wouldn't give him a response. He didn't expect the villain to beg like his. No, he didn't expect that at all. It wouldn't change a thing. Reaching AFO, he raised the syringe before stabbing it into AFO's neck. Stepping back, he waited, watching the grin on AFO's face stretch. The man's talking cut off with a chuckle. Hee hee, ha ha, ha 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 ha. A hysterical laughter erupted, AFO's body convulsing in its straps, arms thrashing from within his straight jacket as his grin beneath the breathing mask stretched beyond control. The smile that had once been devastating to look at twisting into a maniacal grin, white teeth rotting yellow, lips bleeding into a smile. There were various things in that cave. Things that would make anyone's skin crawl. This was among many that Red Hood would use in the fights to come. No matter how terrifying it would be for his victims as they asphyxiated from laughter and lost control of their facial muscles. He waited until he heard the flatline of the heart monitor. This death would gain quick attention. Turning, he ran and out the cell door. By his estimation, it would only take around 5 minutes for the prison to go on high alert. He ran down the halls, disregarding any possible looks from patrolling guards. Only stopping once he neared the break room. The TV speaker had been so loud that he could not ignore it. His head turned and his feet stopped. He stared at what displayed on the screen. Dot, dot, dot. The carpet beneath her feet stopped, giving a sense of comfort a long time ago. Hands covering her face, Ochako Uraraka let out a small sigh within her desolate room. The entirety of the Heights Alliance felt off, as if it were missing an essential piece, and it was. Sniffling, the girl wiped her leaking tears. The guilt had been eating her up since she found out about Izuku's death. It's my fault. She pushed him away, cheated on him. Maybe if she hadn't, he would still be here. Standing, Uraraka looked out her balcony window and at the moonlit sky. It was getting late, but like always she couldn't sleep. Moving to her bedroom door, the girl slowly opened it. Walking through the dimmed hallways, she stopped when she reached Izuku's old room. She expected to hear what had become common. A small child's cries. But it no longer happened. Once Smintos and the other teachers removed all of Izuku's personal items, it was no more than vacant room none dared enter. The pit in Uraraka's stomach deepened each time she looked. She was supposed to be a hero. Prevent this exact situation from happening, yet she felt like the central cause of Aries' suffering. This wasn't something that could ever be forgiven. She turned her sight away from door, and then walked down the steps and into the common room. Most of the other students were asleep except for a few exceptions. Iida sat on the couch, Todoroki looked out the window and Mina sat at the table, hand gently holding a spoon, slowly scooping cereal into her mouth. Like Uraraka, they had large deep bags under their eyes. Like she said before, it was as if there was a curse on this building. It was hard to sleep at night. Of the 4 people here, 3 of them were supposed to be Izuku's friends, but even they ignored and isolated him. Her arrival was noticed but not acknowledged with words. None were in the mood to talk. Going into the kitchen, she lightly tapped Mina's shoulder, getting a small nod from the girl as Uraraka made her way towards the fridge. Hoping to rehydrate herself from the tears that had constantly been spilling along her face. Her dry throat almost reaching salvation before the door to the dorms opened. Their heads all turned in its direction. Not expecting anyone at this hour, they were even more surprised at who it was. Aizawa. The hero stood almost lifeless. His mouth opening slowly. Gather all your classmates. There's an emergency announcement. His voice was low, somber. The students did as he asked, going upstairs, slowly waking up their classmates. Uraraka stepped away from the last door and returned to her room, redressing herself in casual clothes. Returning to the common room, she saw her classmates gather. Nemrui now standing next to Aizawa with Eri hugged into her body. The R-rated hero looked to Aizawa. There was a mirth in her eyes, a sadness, an anger so apparent it unnerved the students. Aizawa shook his head. Was it an apology the students would never find out? At Aizawa's behest, the students followed their homeroom teacher. An announcement so late into the night was unheard of. Whatever this was, the fact it couldn't be ignored until the next day made the students anxious. Gathering into the auditorium with all the other classes of UA, memories of Izuku's death flashed throughout their minds. Even the tension in the room matched the same feeling they had a year ago. Put into their assigned sections. They watched Nezu on the auditorium stage. The rat speaking slowly. Thank you all for gathering. I apologize for calling you all here at this late hour. Unfortunately, this is something you must all be aware of. Nezu pressed a small remote, the projector screen featuring the late-night news. Running on the screen was a revelation none would imagine. Their ears filling with the words of the news reporter. A year ago, tragedy struck Japan and its city of Naruhata. Inko Midoriya and Izuku Midoriya had been captured, tortured, and killed by the League of Villains, a villain organization responsible for several incidents including the attack on the USJ-U, a training camp attack, the Hosu incident, and All Might's retirement. Due to their silence, we believed that this turmoil had ended. However, with the emergence of the Red Hood, Japan's fears grew. We report that by the cooperation of UA's principal Nezu and the Hero Association, the identity of the vigilante Red Hood has been uncovered. The Red Hood's real identity is Izuku Midoriya, former student at UA, Deku. As of tonight, there is a manhunt active on Izuku Midoriya for his crimes of vigilantism, murder, obstruction of justice, assault, battery, among other crimes. If anyone has information on the location of Red Hood, please contact the anonymous tip line here. A number flashed on screen. But no one could focus on it. The shock paralyzing them. Izuku, their friend, their classmate, the person they couldn't ever see committing a single crime, was the Red Hood. They had all seen the news, the bodies left in Red Hood's path. Uraraka turned her head, Eri's eyes glued to the screen and filled with tears. Her small hands gripped tight on Midnight's shirt. Placing her eyes back onto the screen, Uraraka sunk into her seat. Fear gripping her heart. She was not the only one. Bakugo, sitting in his chair, gripped his chest, panting for air, as if his heart was about to explode. Skin covered in sweat as his head lowered. No one could see his pupils shake. What the hell do they do now? There was no turning back. Everything he kept secret revealed to the world. Red Hood watched the break room's TV, ignoring when the alarms of the prison spurred every guard into action. His quirk activated, he turned running out the prison, disregarding everyone in his way. He ignored caution as he reached the outside. The prison was going on full lockdown. Using the complex as a stepping stone, he leapt over the walls. He didn't stop. There was no point in remaining silent. Everyone knew. She knew. Eri. The sirens of Tartarus threatened to shake the earth. His hands gripped his face, back pressed against the trunk of a thick tree. Body sliding down as One for All's corrupting red flowed over his body in erratic arcs. The glare seen between the gaps of his fingers failed to falter as he stripped the Tartarus uniform off his body. He replaced his attire with his armor once again, helmet slipping over his face. Now that his hand was shown, there was no more need for cautiousness. No need for silence. Everything would end soon. They sat there, rooted in place for nearly an hour. Updates on the situation were coming rapidly, almost alarming so. The entire news station was enthralled in a panic even recognizable behind the screen. Not a single person could move, even Eri, Midnight. They sat rooted in place, their eyes fixed on the screen. The young girl wept silently and Midnight held a sharp, saddened glare. Not a single class member of UA comforted the panicking Bakugo. The ash-blonde-haired boy clutching at his chest, lungs nearly exploding from his chest. Memories were filled with Izuku Midoriya's smile, his kind eyes, his strength. Reports are just coming in from Tartarus prison. Even the newscaster's stare faltered, hands shaking as she read the teleprompter hidden from view. There has been confirmation of 4 deaths within prison walls. Kana Tsutsumi, ex-pro hero Lady Nagant, has been confirmed dead. Goto Amasuji, the villain Muscular, confirmed dead. Kai Chisaki, former villain Overhaul, confirmed dead. Those who were aware, the few students who had been part of the operation responsible for saving Eri turned. It had long been common knowledge about what Overhaul did to Eri. Carving her flesh repeatedly before haphazardly using his own quirk to disassemble her wounds and reconfigured them in some twisted goal of ridding the world of quirks. No one would weep for the man's death. This, however. Papa, Eri's small quiet voice leaked from her mouth. Watching the news as Izuku's face was plastered for all to see. The most recent and clearest photo being that of him smiling. It betrayed the words of reporters. They called him a bad man, but her papa was stopping them. Even she knew as much. Overhaul was gone. The last victim as of now is unidentified but has been confirmed dead. The report ended, but the noise of the auditorium did not die. Nezu's phone ringing constantly in his pocket. The animal digging into his suit placed the phone against his ear as he answered. Not a single person, not even Jiro, could hear what the erratic voices on the other line were saying. Nezu himself could not say a word. Both staff and students could see the principal's hair stand on end, body going rigid, while his free paw trembled slightly. The call ended abruptly. Sliding the phone into his pocket, Nezu's gaze swept across the classes before the projection screen shut off. I understand that this is a lot to take in. As you've heard, Izuku Midoriya is not dead. More than that, he is the vigilante Red Hood. He is now a criminal, not your classmate, nor a hero in training. Nezu paused before looking to the UA staff. Please return to your dormitories. From this moment onward, UA is on full lockdown. No one leaves or enters without my explicit say-so. We need to hold a conference now. His last line gave no room for debate. Whatever the call had said, was of importance so extreme that it could not wait. Nimari grabbed Eri's hand, setting the girl down on her feet. The woman's hand holding Eri's as she walked out of the auditorium. It was late. Eri needed to be in bed, and she needed to attend this meeting. Aizawa followed after her, getting up from his seat and walking beside Nimari in silence. The rest of the auditorium was busy collecting itself, students shifting in their seats. Even with Nezu's instruction, the weight of the news stayed their feet. Neither of their minds lingered on their hesitating colleagues or students. Eri, still holding tight onto Namori's hand, looked back repeatedly. Even if the display was off, she could still Izuku's smiling face. Why were they treating her papa this way? She couldn't wrap her head around it. But she did not raise her voice as the teachers' dorms came into view. She hadn't stayed in 1A's dorm ever since they took the stuff from Izuku's room. The girl still hated them for doing it, hated that her uncle Aizawa let them. There was yet to be a single word spoken from any member of the trio. Entering the dorms, going up the stairs, and eventually reaching Namori's room still basked in the tense and quiet atmosphere. Aizawa stood by the doorframe watching Nimari take Eri, tucking the young girl in under the covers. Mama will be right back. Her voice was soft and her lips pressed against Eri's forehead. Leaving, she closed the door gently. They were alone again. Nimari stared at Aizawa, the man staring right back. You told Nezu. Her voice was even and cold. She turned, beginning to walk to the stairs. What the hell are we supposed to do? her voice slightly raised with every word. How are we supposed to bring Izuku back if everyone in this goddamn school is turning against him? Fists clenching tighter as her steps grew heavy when she stepped down the stairs. Every scar she now held in the effort of finding Izuku, the emotional turmoil she felt after learning the truth. Now everyone knew and no one else was on Izuku's side. He murdered, that was true, but not without reason. Overhaul, Muscular, Lady Nagant, Jiren, the list carried on, but there was one fact. They were all villains. There's no bringing him back. Aizawa spoke from behind, half expecting Nimari to turn and attack him, but it never came. Quote. She did not say a word. Aizawa had talked to Izuku, talked to Red Hood. Whatever was left of Izuku was rooted with Eri. Everything he did was for her, for Nimari, but it was too much. He had seen the toll it had taken. Namori's hand had gripped the stair railing, her grip growing strong enough to turn her knuckles white. Her head fell. She hadn't the words to refute Aizawa. She had seen glimpses of what Aizawa had, but even then, you too. Again and again Aizawa got in her way, tried to restrain her. He avoided talking about Izuku, fought her when she tried to interrogate Spinner. He's been trying to get her to give up. She wasn't an idiot. Overhaul. He picked up the name like it was his own, even if it was for her. When will it stop? Nimari. He's gone. Quote. She wouldn't fight Aizawa anymore. If he truly gave up on Izuku, then fine, she wouldn't, not if she still drew breath. Aizawa recognized her silence, even more so as Namori's gaze refused to turn to him. He could already guess what it was she may have thought. She wouldn't stop, she never did, but at least one of them had to face the reality of the situation. His mind drawn back to the gun hidden in his desk. There was only one way to stop him. She didn't know this, didn't know the thoughts that crossed Aizawa's mind. In the moment as she continued to descend down the stairs, she didn't care. Even if it was twisted, even if what he did was not morally justifiable, Izuku still had Eri in his mind. She would hold on to this as though it were the only thing she could. In a single year they sat a total of 4 times in this place. Once to discuss the death of their student. Twice to apprehend Red Hood. Thrice to speak of the massacre of Deku City. Now marks the 4th. By now the tension of the room was like it always was. Nimari refusing to speak to anyone, her glaring eyes looking at the empty table in front of her. Aizawa sitting in total silence, his hands hidden from view. The rest of the teachers had their own tired and anxious appearance, none more than All Might. The man whose last words to his successor were that of hostility. He regretted it after it happened, was guilted by it after his death, but the boy was alive. Young Midoriya. Now his successor was using their quirk to fill streets with corpses. He would not take the moral high ground. After all, it was inevitable that one day Izuku would have fought all for one to the death. Still, the amount of bodies the Red Hood has piled was too much. Nezu entered the room with a silent opening of the door. The animal's disheveled fur standing on end. Quote. The animal didn't say a word as he climbed to sit in his chair. His beady black eyes sweeping the room with a tired look. What was the proper way to start this meeting? The news had said everything. It's unfortunate that we must meet in this room once again. Nezu began, his tone low. The UA staff agreed with small subtle nods. I called all of you for here to share one piece of information. The 4th murder carried about by Izuku Midoriya will not be released to the public. Confirmation from the Hero Association has identified the corpse, All for One, as dead. Slam. All Might rose in his seat, open palms smacking against the wooden table. Nezu. All for One. He's dead. There was no one in the room with greater history with All for One than Toshinori. All for One, the man responsible for the deaths of every last user of One for All, the man who murdered his master right in front of his eyes. The one who, Toshinori held his disfigured abdomen through his shirt. Hearing that man was dead. Young Midoriya. Yes, Izuku Midoriya was responsible. I've been told that whatever was used, is entirely unidentifiable. All for One suffocated within seconds. This marks twice that Red Hood has used a chemical no one has seen before. We must not underestimate Izuku Midoriya. Now, as for the reason I called you all here, is that we at UA are to cooperate with the Hero Agency and any existing agency to apprehend Izuku Midoriya. It was never this formal before. The last time, Red Hood was just an unknown vigilante, but now they knew who he was. The same man they hunted was their very own student that they failed to save. Do we really have to speak about this? Toshinori's head lowered, his hands still placed flat on the table. His head still in turmoil. On one hand his successor did what he was always meant to do, on the other hand that very same boy killed over and over again without remorse. The hero didn't want to speak about this anymore unless his gut sink further down into his body. Unfortunately, All Might, I am not here to discuss how you all feel about this situation. All for One's death was one that would have happened. This I agree with. However, the public is now in chaos. A facility as secure as Tartarus has been broken into. Villains under custody are dead. Worse yet, the incident of Deku City is still unresolved. The League of Villains are still operational, and with them is a financial and powerful group that as of now share goals. Our only connection is Spinner, and I have yet to find any chance to contact him to gauge the situation at hand. I rectify all that I can, however, I must one thing clear here and now. None of you are affiliated with Izuku Midoriya, none of you speak of him fondly, nor do you endorse his actions. The public will want answers. We must maintain stability to ensure that our reputation and the trust we've built still means something. The staff all looked to each other, eyes dancing between colleagues and Nezu. They knew this was the right move, for some this was easier. Red Hood was an abhorrent figure that, although their own guilt still remained for having not saved him, was a figure that bred disorder. Even if the vigilante targeted villains and only the vilest of individuals, it didn't change the fact that this went against what the profession of a hero was made for. Not everyone agreed. You can't tell us to just do this. Nimari held her own hands in front of her, head shaking no, as she looked at nowhere in particular. These bastards. He was their student, and like a flip of a coin they turned on him. I agree. Young Midoriya. Say all that you must, Nezu, but... His words died in his mouth. Toshinori could still remember the nerdy and bright boy who cleaned the beach. The smile he wore as he destroyed his body in an effort to save his friends. There is no alternative. I have already made these preparations. Izuku Midoriya, his dorm, his personal records have been already scrubbed from our systems. This is a professional courtesy that I tell you both. Whatever relationship you had, your job as a hero to the public comes first. Neither had the words to refute the animal. Not like it would do them any good. The rest of the staff had made their decision already. So, what's the next step in apprehending Red Hood? Snipe was the first to raise the question. The chill of the night creeped through the opening terrace window. His gloved hand slowly sliding it open, steps light. He didn't have long, but he had to do this at least before anything else happens. He could no longer just hold her in his deteriorating thoughts. His first heavy step marking the carpet below with a wet print. Chest beating like a drum as he crept fully inside. The darkness of the room artificially lightened by his helmet. He turned, eyes looking to the bed laying inside and the small figure on top. He kneeled to the floor, his gloved hand reaching out before retreating. Eri, he spoke softly, she was just like he remembered her. His snowball, to see her smile, to have her know he was here, it would have been a dream. But his hands were soaked with blood. Anything, he would give anything, to never have blood involved in her life ever again. There was so much wrong with what he has done, what he'll continue to do, but saving her would never be a mistake. He paused, watching the girl stir in her bed. Papa, the word whispered between her soft and steady breathing. His head fell, the crinkle of his gloves echoing as his fists clenched tighter than ever before. She had heard it. He was sure she knew what he was. But she still called for him. His fist slowly opened, his right hand reaching to his waistline. Fingers undoing a small pouch, sandwiched by the tips of his fingers was a photo. The same one he robbed from his own grave. Some edges burnt due to endeavor, but the image itself remained pristine. He held onto it, grounding himself in what he must do, what he was afraid of losing. He placed the photo on the small beside table, their hands holding the adoption paper tightly. The tears they shed that day. One last thing to remember him by. He stood. He was on borrowed time. Tartarus and UA both shared similar security systems. Let her sleep. A reminder to leave before anyone found him. He couldn't face Nimari nor anyone else. The rustle of the trees in the night wind echoed in the back of his ears. Finally he moved to exit the room. There was so much left to do. He lost any reliable leads on the League, but he had his theories. All for One's death, if made public, would throw Japan into chaos and might be just the motivator to getting the League to move. If Nezu was still the same animal he always was, then he would have already made moves to clean this up. The Hero Association and Nezu would no doubt move fast. Even the hours it took to get here would have been enough for them to blanket this incident. He had laid the groundwork. The villains they were interested in were dead. Members of the League were dead. Even if All for One's death is not made public, it was obvious he was hunting them. They would move, and so would he besides. With a face plastered on every television screen. Nowhere in Japan was safe. Not for him. His boot stepped on the balcony, body turned, hands silently closing the window door. He pulled until he heard its click. Stepping onto the railing, power flooded his veins. Full cowl, its strangled hold on his body still tight. With a push of his legs, he leapt over the dorm's height. Scaling the surrounding forest of UA and its walls were an easy task. Like always, he had to prepare. Whatever he said, no one could refute. What Nezu planned and what he said had made logistical sense. Even then some would not agree, voice their complaints, but they knew it was a futile struggle. 1. Getting into contact with Spinner was the first priority. That was fairly obvious. 2. Keeping the death of All for One under wraps to reduce the unpredictability of the League to a minimum. 3. Further isolate UA and its staff from Izuku Midoriya. That included terminating Eri Midoriya's official adoption. Even when she yelled and fought against this course of action, Namori's voice had little power in the room. There was nothing anything she said would do. Still she tried, but anger grew. What made it worse? Aizawa agreed with Nezu on every point made. Even she had to back down once she realized no one would fight with her. This meeting is adjourned. It had carried on for hours. By now the sunrise shined through the glass windows of the building and through the blinds. Slowly the staff left one by one. Toshinori lingered longer than the others, tossing a glance at those who left and those who stayed. Nimari refused to stand, trembling in her seat. Her voice spilling from his lips. What hell are we? Heroes, villains, teachers. Just what were they if this is what they were willing to do? Aizawa, who was among the first to leave, stopped. The underground hero sought out one teacher. Snipe, I need your help. Tossing a look over his shoulder, not wanting others to overhear this. He had his own preparations to do. It was nearly 2 months before any contact with Spinner was made. The League were planning to assault Tartarus, all in the effort to save a man who was already dead. That information was not isolated. Civilians cowered and searched for safety. News broadcasts, evacuation of major population centers, refugee movement into facilities such as Shikatsu or UA. Heroes prepared for a devastating battle. Agencies big and small meeting, strategizing defense points on the cities nearest to Tartarus. Possible formations to reduce villain numbers, and the most concerning, how to deal with the behemoth from Spinner's descriptions. The conscription of hero course students in this war. Villains moved in mass, gathering under the promise made by Shigaraki and the Paranormal Liberation Army. Their sickness spreading and growing within the underworld. Red Hood eyed the 2 small vials he placed on the table in front of him. Trigger, venom, and the Lazarus Pit's water. The liquid sloshed in its vials like a toxin. He stowed the vials in a single pouch on his waist. Next to him, a bag full of ammunition and weapons. He only took what he needed. Extra magazines for his pistols, a few for a sniper, grenades, smoke bombs, it went on. Behind his helmet he looked to the surrounding walls of the cave lair. Blocks of plastic explosives, the amount alarming, littered the walls of the cave. Everything here would be gone. He gathered what he needed. Duffel bag in hand he left the main cave and wandered the winding tunnels until he came to the place of his birth. The Lazarus Pit. No more resurrections. Not for him, not for anyone. He dug into his bag, pulling more of the plastic explosive. He took his time planting them onto the walls, setting them for remote detonation. When he left the cave, the hidden mountain outside of Naruhata shook. Everything left of Red Hood was buried that very same night. What followed in the coming days was nothing short of chaos. Entire cities evacuated to crisis shelters. Refugees cowered behind the iron walls of hero schools. And him, nowhere to be found. It was like the entire world had come to a stop. Underground villain rings crushed. Any potential ally of the League, exterminated. The news station never ran out of material to cover. Red Hood spotted in Osaka. 23 dead in a spontaneous warehouse fire. Red Hood named as the main suspect. Musutafu mortuary robbed. Not of valuables, but of bodies. The League of Villains, allies began disappearing one by one. The headlines kept coming and Aizawa read every single one. Splayed across his desk with no organization, newspapers littered the floor. The tingle in his hands. He had started to get used to it. The ringing in his ears as he pulled the trigger deafened. Good. Looking over his shoulder was the best marksman he knew. A favor. He's never asked his company workers for much. This, however, was different. This gun was not his. It belonged to his student. The target in front of him riddled with holes. Just another day. A few more hours. Until a decision had to be made. With the streets empty, it became easier to smell the filth. Coming from the holes they hid in. From the one emanating from his own rotting body. There was no place to return to. The mountainside became his home. Sniper barrel propped up, the cold wind slicing across his skin like blades he didn't feel anymore. The scope of his sniper rifle tracked the path leading to Tartarus. The prison glowed faintly through the fog like a dying star. It was almost time. Chirping crickets of the night, his only music, momentarily drowning out the loudspeakers of Tartarus. Prison fortified, it's impenetrable, walls closed. Spot lines scanning the tree line. They knew an attack was coming. So did he. So did the heroes. He wanted them to come. His eyes stung, refusing to blink. Reminding himself constantly. The voice of his daughter. His teacher's words. Smile of his mother. Eyes drifting downwards, the bag the barrel of his sniper rested on. His bag, filthy, half-zipped, rested beneath the barrel. Inside, Toga's head stared back at him with hollow eyes. Next to it, the mangled corpse of Twice, unrecognizable except for the remains of a mask. He hadn't kept them for victory. They were a warning for the rest. Sometimes they spoke, laughing as she etched into his skin a day he can't forget. Only to be replaced by her crying screams as his knife carved through her flesh. Thumbs trembling as he relived the moment he split Twice's head open. Bone, skin, dried blood. His hand flicked to the top of the rifle's scope, twisting the elevation turret, windage turret, and the parallax error adjustment. His vision scoped in on the prison even clearer than before. Automated spotlights, automated announcements, the prison abandoned by the guards. This was bait now. That metallic box, it was ran by the prisoners. All information or contact systems were purged. No word out to their possible saviors. A trap. Nezu was always clever. There was no doubt in his mind that the animal pulled these strings. The strategical advantage that came with trapping the guilty within their final resting place. If freed, they would find themselves behind bars. Either that or in one of the many body bags. The principal knew he was here. There was no way he didn't. Protect the innocent. To Nezu, even Red Hood acknowledged one fact. Those in Tartarus had made their decision long ago. There was no reason for those seemingly innocent guards and staff to lose their lives fighting to keep villains in their cage. Let the ones who made it their job to help be the one to hold the burden. Leave it to him, a vigilante, to put down those they missed. Sacrificing the pieces to take the king. The only way to play chess. In some aspect he respected this. It made it easier. The League will arrive. No one innocent would get caught in the crossfire. Because uniform, cape, or jumpsuit, if they got in his way. Look on the positive side. He told himself. Shigaraki's dear master's rotting corpse was going to be meeting the villain in person. The rage, he hoped to see, would drag the rest out with his targets. All personnel, Tartarus prison is on lockdown. Report to all stations. All personnel report to your stations. It repeated over and over. Like a prayer with no one to listen. And he stayed still. He was not here to save them. To stop what was coming. The lives that would be lost. Could be lost. Did not matter. Not to him. The League. As soon as he killed every last one of them. As long as he kept her safe. That's all there is. Heroes. Villains. Their conflict was no longer his to fight. He lost that war long ago. This was all he had left. His barrel swiveled to the trees below him. There were perks to being dead, to taking over another identity. Clear as day, the night had no hold on him. No sway in his aim. It was clear, more than it ever has been before. In a few hours there will be the inevitable intersection between the people he wanted to be and the ones who took that dream from him. At one point he remembered the nights when silence had given a sense of peace. Aries' voice sometimes broke through the silence. Not real, he knew that. But she'd say, "Are you coming home soon?" When Aries' soft, steady breathing as she cuddled deep under the covers. Safe, secure and by his side. Did she still sleep that way? Now that he was gone. And for 1 second, his trigger finger would slip. Then he'd feel the metal again, the dead weight of purpose. Now the silence was a warning. Of what will come. Of what he will do. Is this what you wanted? He screamed in his own head, trying to silence the whispers that invaded his ear. His hand began to tremble, no pain, not fear. He could remember it, holding her one last time. Remembering her fists curled into his shirt when she cried and called him her hero. Clinging to words of someone who had finally believed in him. That he could be more. Now he could hardly remember the reason he was chosen. The words spoken that day, what did he say again? His eyes drifted to the bag, his hands wouldn't stop shaking, reaching for the mass of discolored flesh. Fingers sinking into the softening, decaying corpse. I tried, he whispered to the only conversation partner he had. I tried. The barrel swiveled to the trees. The brush below shifting, rustling. And the Red Hood took a breath. Hand steady. The movement continued and his finger began to squeeze, but then it stopped. No figures to be seen. A glint of metal shifted in his scope, no movement yet. Just paranoia. Still, his finger steadied. You don't have to do this. It haunted his every waking moment. But he needed to do this. Because no one else would. Her teeth threatened to chip the nail she bit on. Her cold blue eyes staring out the window in front of her. To the courtyard below, glowing with moonlight, students years 1 to 3 gathered. In this war no resource could be spared. Shiketsu, schools in Hiroshima, Nagasaki, Tokyo, all of them had no choice in this matter. Japan's safety, the world's depended on it. Her ears drowned in the sound of heavy machinery behind her. It broke any form of peaceful silence that could be had. Not that she could have found any. Her wounds healed. But her mind kept running. He'll be there, that she was sure of. Could she stop him? Save him? When she failed to do so before. A heavy exhale from her nose did little in venting her frustration. Powerloader. Nomori's voice carried throughout the room. She cast a glance behind her. Powerloader's workstation cluttered with pieces of various equipment. Repairs. Alterations. Even his students were given no rest. They were non-combatants, but that only made their role all the more important. It was up to them to ensure that the students who fought had their gear up to par. Almost done. Powerloader, exhausted yet still moving, worked with his head down. A sodding tool in one hand while the other assisted in the other students' projects. Even Mei Hatsume, his most enthusiastic student, worked in silence, in tandem with others, her tendency to experiment with radical ideas completely gone. Replaced with the black markings, grime sticking to skin. She needed the gear as fast as she could. The path to Tartarus from UA was hours away. Teams of heroes were already on their way. Aizawa was among the first to leave, here she was lagging behind. Of course some heroes, like Smentos and Recovery Girl, had to stay behind. The amount of refugees UA had taken in already exceeded the dormitory capacity. In this time there still needed to be hierarchy, law. Nezu would see to that. He would remain composed, keep the civilians at rest. They could not afford panic. She paused, her teeth biting down once again. It was uncomfortable, leaving Eri in the care of another. But she needed to be there. At least one friendly face in the crowd of heroes that are going to oppose him. Try and sway him to stop this. To work together. Aizawa had given up. She wouldn't. Now that she knew, it was him. If I get close enough, maybe then he'll hear her. Nimori. Powerloader called for her, the man wiping sweat from his brow as he presented her equipment. Her whip, thicker, sturdier, and as Powerloader started talking she grabbed a hold of it. I've added your alterations. Your whip is now double its original material. It's far more durable but a lot heavier as well. Now for what you really asked. Press the button on the handle. She did as she was told. The whip crackled to life. It could be seen but the air around the whip moved. Powerloader's hand hovered over it, his arm hair standing on end as it got close. I've took your idea and made it actually usable. When that button is pressed your whip will emit a 40,000 volt shock. A few seconds to take down most people. Of course those whose quirks are resistant, you'll have to do it the normal way. It made up for her lack of actual firepower. Her quirk was useful, made some fights easy, but attacking like this would put most down within the first few seconds. That's what mattered. Now then, Powerloader paused, watching Namori's gaze linger on the whip. This is just as dangerous to villains as it is to you. I cannot add insulation into your costume without compromising your ability to tear through. Most rubber is either too thin to control the voltage or is too thick for you to realistically rip it in time. However, I could. No, she knew what he wanted to ask. Maybe they could circumvent this. Create some form of armor to cover her. It would limit her quirk, but that was just a sacrifice she would have to make. But she needed all she could. It's worked so far in her career. Changing it now would make the already steep learning curve of her new gear higher. It gave her less time to catch up. We're moving. Hushed, quiet, barely above a whisper. It echoed in his ears, echoed in the ears of the heroes right beside him. It drowned out the rushing wind as he ran. Ever since the bloodbath at Deku, Spinner had been buried deep, feeding them movement reports through whispers and blinks. UA's only mole, their last thin thread. The failed extraction during the fight with Red Hood and the Meta Liberation Army had turned into something good. Aizawa's eyes moved across the forest he pushed through. There was no moment of rest or levity. Just 9 heroes, an advanced scouting party. Only those who could move best are volunteered. Hawks, Ectoplasm, Gran Torino, Mirko, Yukio, and the WWP at least 3/4 of their team. Some came for revenge, mostly Mirko, but others, like Gran Torino, the WWP, himself, they came for another reason. He held his waist as he ran, tucking in his gun further. It's still hard to believe. Some conversation. Gran Torino's weary voice broke through, the veteran hero slowing down his momentum to stroll right alongside him. The man was but one of the many people who felt responsible for what happened. He trained Izuku, mentored him, taught him invaluable lessons. For it to have become this twisted, to point their quirks at one of their own. The WWP felt the same way. In disbelief, the kid who put his body on the line to save Mandalay's nephew Kota with no thought to himself could be someone they've hunted in the streets. Even worse, they only found out the previous night. Nezu took the guarding of this information seriously. The news broadcast exposing Izuku had been erased from history. That couldn't stop rumors. They heard some, but to have it confirmed is different. It's how it is. He met with Izuku, what little was left was dying. Soon there would be nothing left, that was just the reality. Gran Tornio stayed silent. Maybe Aizawa was right, but that did not stop a grimace from appearing over his face. They failed him, that was what ran through their minds. Aizawa's finger raised his ear, pressing lightly. Spinner, how far are you from Tartarus prison? They needed to know how long. They could get there, but there was no way. Only the 9 of them could stop them. They needed to mobilize the rest of the heroes in time, before Tartarus defenses were breached. A few hours. Kurogiri can't teleport us, doesn't want to risk it. Spinner's whisper crackled, dry, unsure, like he was afraid the League might hear what he didn't say. As far as the League knew, Tartarus was still completely operational. Stay quiet, only check in when necessary. Aizawa cut the communications, breaking through the forest clearing, only stopping once they had caught up to Mirko. The rabbit hero crouched behind bushes, her eyes on the prison just ahead. Aizawa crouched beside her. Despite the darkness of the night, there was enough light that he could see the path ahead. Patches of grass had been dug up and haphazardly put back. Past that, the bridge extended over the ocean stood deathly still. We wait here. When the League arrives, we'll move in. No moves before that. We have no reinforcements at the moment. You go out, you're on your own. He looked at the heroes beside him. Ectoplasm, spread out your clones along the tree line. Aizawa threw a glance over his shoulder and looked to the mountains that surrounded them. Hawks, take the mountains. He was here, maybe before everything went down. They could solve one issue early. Hawks and Ectoplasm moved, ready to carry out their tasks. Mirko watched her comrades move, her eyes focusing back on the prison, her ears twitching, trying to pick anything up, anything out of the ordinary. Her tongue clicking, her half-sliced ear may have healed but it messed with her senses. Fucking Red Hood, she cursed him out loud. Hero student or not, she'll take him out. Relax, Aizawa chided her, shaking his head as he pressed his earpiece twice. Nezu, we've reached Tartarus. The League are on their way. Understood, understood. We're securing the city perimeter in case any villains slip past the prison breach. He watched them gather. They tried their best but it made them all the more obvious. Red Hood pulled a tan covering out of the duffel bag, slipping it over him and his sniper. He saw Hawks the quickest out of the group. Then came Aizawa, Mandalay, Gran Torino. Now that they were here, he found something strange. There was a question that repeated in his mind. How am I still alive? The only response he could think of was sheer luck. Despite the rising of stakes, he was as calm as he's ever been. Calmer than the world should have allowed. Makes no sense. But it's true. That whispering in his ear. Discomforting writhing of his skin. Vomit bubbling up in his throat. It all went away. Behind his scope it stopped mattering. Now that they were here, it confirmed what he was waiting for. What he'll keep waiting for. All of this was coming to an end. The moon had been falling for a while. The sun replacing it. It rose slowly, over the horizon. His breathing had gotten still. He did not register the shaking of the mountain he was on. Barely registered the flocks of bird that flew away in panic. He adjusted his scope. Finally they came into view. A hulking mountain-sized beast ran through the forest, knocking over trees, feet digging through the ground, uprooting the earth. Rock-like armor covering its skin. There was no army. Not yet. Before the bridge it stopped. The void-like portals of Kurogiri appeared. Thousands spilling through. Not that he counted. His barrel. His eyes. The scope of his rifle. They all focused on the people riding the monster's shoulders. Shigaraki. Spinner. Kurogiri. Compress. Dabi. Joining them. Nomus. He pulled back the bolt. A round in the chamber. A deep inhale. His sights focusing. Already saving one for last. Deku. Her childlike voice as she held onto him. The early morning air could not stop him from squeezing the trigger. We're here. Spinner spoke hushed, watching the backs of the League. His heart beating rapidly, his lungs threatening to explode as he fought to not hyperventilate. He did not want to be here. Did not want the League to hear him. Get me out of here. The army below him was already forming. Already rushing at Shigaraki's command, rushing the prison bridge. Even the beast he rode on stepping forward, its large hands digging up clumps of rock to hurl at the prison walls. To save its master. Sit tight. When the fighting starts we need you to head to the tree line. The heroes will attack on sight. Pick an isolate spot and notify us. Simple instruction, but the deafening beat of his heart, the racing of his guilt and fear-riddled mind had his mind tearing at the seams. Please. I have. The pain. It was both instant yet never-ending. Searing through his mind. Everything went dark. Please. I have shiz. It forced Aizawa to rip the earpiece out. His eyes focused on the hulking monster ahead, his vision magnified with binoculars let him see it in full view. A thunderous boom ringing throughout the forest. Spinner's head almost being torn from its shoulders. Body folding over as blood splattered on the area next to where he stood. It dropped unceremoniously onto the grass below. He let his breath go. Rechambering another round, watching through the scope as the giant monster covered the rest with its hands. He reached down, to the detonator on his hip. His hand squeezed firmly. Ears filling with a small click. To him, there was no greater joy than to see his effort paid off. Her smile was radiant. It made him think it was all worth it. Broken bones, sleepless nights, and surgeries. For her, nothing was too grand. Holding that slip of paper. Certificate of adoption. This certifies that Eri Chisaki has been adopted by Izuku Midoriya. tears spilling from her eyes. The first word she spoke to him. Papa. Click. Left hand curling tightly around the plunger of his detonator. The sinews below his glove, below skin, flexed, compressed, no hesitation. Acquire. The thud of the detonator falling. Mechanical clink of a rechambered round. Yells. Screams. Fire bloomed below. Orange. White. Black. The earth fractured, coughing smoke into the air. Grass gouged in geysers of dirt. Scattered they fell. Bodies, limbs, crimson fluids spraying across the clearing. One figure crawled through the mud, screaming something he couldn't hear. Through the scope, he adjusted. Breath in, breath out. The rifle cracked again, like thunder, buttstock kicking against his shoulder. Figure's outstretched hand falling, as brass tore through flesh. Rechamber. Breath in. Fire. It had been a signal. Heroes rushed forward, villains recovered, but he could care less. Zeroed on the hulking beast. It thunderous steps uprooting everything in its path. His rifle traveled upward, its eye. He had found his mark, firing once again. Bullet bouncing off rock in a shower of sparks. No gaps between its laced fingers as it rushed ahead. None of them were in sight. Its objective, the prison. The large bridge over water just in sight. His finger eased off the trigger. One hand falling to the detonator once more. A small click. The red indicators flashing green. Its plunger pressing down again. Another bloom of fire, larger than the last billowed smoke in front of where the beast stood. Rocks chipping off its legs. But more importantly, the bridge collapsed. One large leg plunging into the ocean below. Its hands unfurling, a roar ringing out in frustration. The opportunity he waited for. Shigaraki's pale skin, a red fluttering cape. A deep inhale. Flit. He rolled, losing his line of sight. A plume of red feathers stabbing into the rock below. Intent on disabling his left arm. He paid no further mind, scoping in as soon as possible. It was too late. The opportunity missed. Gone in an instant. Through the gray haze, his scope found nothing but the beast's shoulder. Gone. His finger eased off the trigger, just slightly. Behind him, Hawks landed. Wings flexing. Red steel-like feather fluttering, expanded outward, elongating the man's arm span. Red Hood. Put down the gun. The hero spoke calmly, recalling the 3 feathers that had shot out before. He refused, hands still steady, back still turned to the man as he lay prone, left hand slowly reaching to grab the straps of his duffel bag. Saying nothing in response. Hawk's wings twitched, steel feathers rattling faintly in the wind. Don't make me stop you, kid. Red Hood turned, one hand swinging the sniper across the plain, feet kicking off, pushing his body just over the hill. His finger squeezing, firing another shot that sped towards Hawks. The man reacting quickly, both wings folding over his body into a full shield. His bullet wedged itself through forcefully, breaking apart several feathers and grazing the man's cheek. Red Hood rolled backward off the hill, though Hawks was in pursuit. Dirt kicked up around him as Red Hood slid down the slope, already reaching for the bolt handle. Hawks dropped in behind him, wings slicing the air. His descent rapid, outpacing Red Hood. With a spin, several more feathers shot from their resting place. The sharpened tips unperturbed by the air, instead they found their marks. Right shoulder blade, left ribs, and left thigh. It penetrated Red Hood's armor, though just barely enough to draw a minuscule amount of blood. It did not slow him. Instead, with another round rechambered, he swung the weapon until it rested on his shoulder. Firing once again, no precise target in mind. It gouged the hillside behind him, causing rock to explode outward and temporarily cloud Hawk's vision. The hero's wings coiled inward, blocking his face before waving outward, scattering the dust from the air. This is Hawks, in pursuit of Red Hood. Requesting backup to my location. Red Hood heard Hawk's voice cutting through the air behind him, distorted by the rush of wind. Body shifting, he slid on one knee. Without looking back, he rechambered yet another round, but Hawks had enough. Not this time. Red Hood was forced to watch the rifle slip from his grasp. Feathers piercing the sides of the steel and carrying it away. The rifle clattered against the rocks, carried away on crimson plumes. A hand grasping his collar, Hawks grabbing a hold of him, lifting him into the air and above the tree line. Red Hood's hand fell to his waist, unstrapping a small disc from his utility belt. He tossed it upward with little regard, the disc humming as it attached to the flying hero. A burning electric shock coursing from the device. Hawks grunted, his wings spasming as the current ripped through him. His grip faltered and Red Hood wrenched free, plummeting toward the tree line. He twisted midair, right shoulder facing the ground, breaking through the thick branches in his way before landing hard against the ground, already scrambling to his feet as Hawks crashed through the canopy behind him. Red Hood hit the ground hard, rolled to his feet, and was already running. His boots pounded the dirt, weaving between the thick trunks as branches clawed at his shoulders. One hand tore another disc from his belt, fingers twitching over the activation switch as the sound of feathers sliced through the night air behind him. Hawks had recovered. The whistle of his wings came low and fast, cutting through branches like paper. Red Hood ducked under a sweeping branch just as a crimson feather lanced through it, embedding deep into the bark where his head had been. He threw the disc over his shoulder and kept moving. The flashbang detonated midair with a blinding white flare and a sharp crack. But Hawks didn't flinch, wings and goggles shielding the bright light from harming his eyes. Another plume of feathers shot ahead of him, scattering like shrapnel into the path just in front of Red Hood. The ground exploded in sharp dirt clods and shards of bark, forcing him to skid to the side. And then Hawks was there, low, fast, and silent. He rammed straight into Red Hood's side at full speed. The impact tore the breath from his lungs, his back slamming into a thick tree trunk with a sickening thud. Duffel bag flying off and onto the ground. Bark and splinters rained down around them as Hawks pinned him there. Red Hood laced his hands together, arms raised before smashing downward onto Hawks' back, loosening the grip around his waist, his knee rising to meet Hawks' falling head, making the man's head snap upward. Teeth gritted in pain, the hero did not falter, wings flapping once pushing him back and narrowing the target he needed to hit. Already shortened wings shot 4 more feathers, each aiming for Red Hood's vitals. Red Hood raised his right forearm covering his chest and carotid artery. Forearm catching the one's intent to pierce his heart and cut open his neck. He ignored the ones aimed for his lungs and stomach, instead charging to meet them head-on. OFA's corrupted full cowl to coat his body. Feathers embedded themselves, nicking flesh, but he did not stop. The faint crackle of corrupted energy danced along his frame, his speed eclipsed anything Hawks had. Before the hero could react, the metal-plated knuckles of his right fist buried itself in Hawks' stomach. Hawks' breath hitched, his wings faltering mid-beat as the force of the punch lifted him off his feet. The feathers that had been primed to strike scattered harmlessly into the dirt, their aim lost in the sudden surge of pain. Red Hood didn't stop. His left hand shot forward, gripping Hawks by the collar and yanking him down to meet a savage knee to the ribs, the sound of cracking bone sharp and final. Hawks gasped, feathers scrambling to form a barrier between them, but Red Hood was already moving, pivoting behind him, one arm snaking around his neck. Left hand plucking out one of the sharpened feathers before inching it towards Hawks' goggles. Glass creaking in protest as he pushed down. Hawks' hands shot up, grabbing at the arm around his neck. He strained against the hold, wings collecting into a small red-edged blade in one hand. A sharp crack split the air as a voice shouted through the trees. Midoriya, enough. There was a single impact. A foot kicking Red Hood across his helmet, sending him sprawling across the floor while Hawks was free from his hold. As he tumbled, Red Hood dug a hand into the ground, righting himself as he saw the one responsible. Gran Torino, stay down. The elderly hero gave a sharp warning. Eyes behind the black mask looked at him with pity, disappointment, and hope. The man taught him, was more of a mentor than even his hero. But now he stood in his way. One last moment of respect for the man. Move. Gran Torino's jaw tightened at the word. His small hands clenched into fists at his sides, the air between them heavy and still. For just a moment, neither moved, the battlefield noise around them fading to nothing. The faint crackle of red lightning danced across Red Hood's shoulders as his stance shifted forward. Gran Torino, he won't stop. I'm putting him down. From the side Hawks brandished his feathered sword. Gran Torino didn't answer right away. His fists unclenched slowly, but his eyes stayed locked on Red Hood. You don't want this fight, kid, the old man said finally. Not with me. Despite this, Red Hood did not flinch. He only reached down to pluck the last feather from his forearm, breaking it in his fist and discarding it to the side. Eyes bouncing between Gran Torino and Hawks before settling. And then he was gone, a blur of corrupted speed tearing through the space between them, leaving only the echo of cracking branches and a gust of wind in his wake. Hawks learned from his last bout, raising his sword, the flat side taking the brunt of the fist that aimed for his jaw. The strength behind the strike still carried him off his feet. Gran Torino's quirk activated, the miniature holes on the soles of his boots puffing with air as he launched from his position. In the air the old man reorientated himself, then shot forward like a bullet, a sharp crack of displaced air echoing through the trees. In the space of a blink, he was already on Red Hood's flank, his gloved fist swinging low, aiming to sweep his legs out from under him. Red Hood's heels dug in the dirt, body rotating to meet the hero head-on. Hand drawing a large blade from its sheath. The combat knife slicing the air above Gran Torino and knee rising in an effort to break the hero's ribs. Gran Torino avoided both attacks, his quirk shooting him through the air with rapid speed. Gran Torino rebounded off a nearby trunk, his boots hissing with compressed air as he zipped around Red Hood in a blur. The old man's voice was sharp as he passed by. "You're only making things worse, boy." Red Hood's head turned slightly, his eyes tracking the blur of the old man as lightning cracked along his arms. His grip on the combat knife tightened, the blade catching a shard of light as he raised it again. For just a moment, the air between them went still. "Eyes up, kid." Hawks cut through the silence. Red sword bearing down on Red Hood's back. He raised a knife in defense, sparks flying as the blades clashed together. Not missing an opportunity, Gran Torino struck, kicking the back of Red Hood's knee, dropping him to the other. It gave Hawks the needed leverage to turn the blade's tip to Red Hood's chest. The tip of the crimson blade pressed just hard enough to bite through the fabric of his suit, just beginning to etch itself through the red bat symbol he wore. Full cowl still sparked across his body. He had more than enough strength to push the hero off. Instead of doing so, giving Hawks the chance to recover, he grabbed the blade by the edge, pushing it down and forced it to stab into the side of his abdomen. Hand raising to push down Hawks' hand until the blade trapped itself between his bone and muscle. Right leg lifting, Red Hood kicked the hero in the chest, sending him into the trees behind. Hawks' body flying through a thick trunk, toppling the tree over in a hailstorm of splinters. Planting his hands on the ground, he flipped over his back until he stood. Right hand breaking the blade off where it rested, leaving the glimmering blade deep in his side. Gran Torino, surprised, did not move. Red Hood did not pay him mind, instead he rushed to where Hawks had been thrown. This got the older man to move. But long gone were the days of his first internship. Red Hood's unrestricted use of OFA pushed his speed over any edge the old man had. He found Hawks quick, the hero barely recovering, blood pouring down the side of his head while he braced himself against a tree so that he could stand. Red Hood was on him before weight could be pushed onto his other foot. Knife brandished, he jammed the weapon through Hawks' left thigh. Right hand leaving the knife in place, it raised with an uppercut, knuckles shifting slightly as they made contact with Hawks' mandible bone. It broke with a wet clack. His assault did not end. Forcing Hawks' right arm to extend, his right palm shot upward, breaking the limb at the elbow. NGH. Hawks suppressed a muffled yell. His eyes looking past Red Hood, something the vigilante noticed. He turned, catching Gran Torino's outstretched leg. Hero captured in his grasp, he swung the short older man with little restraint, grip strong enough to break the hero's ankle as his back crashed through the tree Hawks had tried to steady himself on. Gran Torino groaned as his body sagged against the splintered tree, his ankle twisted at an unnatural angle. Hawks lay slumped at its base, his wings twitching weakly, feathers scattered like bloodied snow around him. Red Hood stalked forward, hoisting Gran Torino by the collar of his hero's suit. The old man spoke softly, "Izuku, don't." He did not listen. He only stripped the yellow cape from Gran Torino before dropping him to the ground. Holding both ends, Red Hood tied the cape around his midsection, tightening the cloth over his armor and over the wound on his side. Red Hood tugged the knot tight, the golden fabric darkening as blood seeped through. He spared the old man one final glance. Visor glitching slightly, He said nothing as the yells of approaching heroes had finally broken through the silence. Requiring his knife from Hawk's leg, he dug into another pouch before he tossed 2 small balls onto the floor. They burst open with a hiss of smoke, and before Gran Torino's eyes, he disappeared, jumping through the trees that covered his entrance into the battlefield, grabbing his duffel bag on the way out. The sounds of fighting deafening, ground shaking as the unrestrained usage of quirks gouged earth, split rock, and cut through air. It did not take him long to see the carnage of the field. Heroes against villains, but his concern lay to the hulking beast the League had been moving on. He could hear a deafening roar, and through the scattered smoke and dust in the air he saw it. The gigantic figure clashing with another mount, lady holding tight onto the beast's rocky form, her hero costume torn, blood on her face and limbs from the rocks cutting into her form. Gigantomachia roared again, the sound rattling through Red Hood's ribs as the beast's massive hand slammed into MT. Lady's sighed. She gritted her teeth, refusing to let go, even as cracks splintered the ground beneath them. Her blood streaked the rocks where she clung, her arms shaking from the strain. Heels digging into the earth below as the beast's strength outclassed her. Pushing against her, heroes and villains fighting at their feet. Nomus scrambling across the field as they fought in destructive paths. Red Hood turned his eyes to the prison. Slowly he could see the steel walls crumbling, disintegrating at Shigaraki's touch. It wouldn't take him long to discover his master's rotting corpse. Or free the villains trapped inside. He ran forward, through the grassy plain, unholstering his pistols. One gripped in each hand as attention had become divided. He would take out the giant beast MT. Lady grappled with, cripple Shigaraki's offensive power. Villains noticed his approach, their quirks armed, heroes as well. Caught in the middle of their skirmish, he had no time to differentiate between the two groups. He fired on both sides as he beelined to Gigantomachia. Red Hood's pistols cracked in a deafening rhythm, each shot dropping another body, hero or villain, as he cut through the chaos. Quirks flared around him, blasts of fire and ice tearing into the air, but he never faltered. One hero lunged towards him, hands extended, lightning radiating from his palms. Ready to incapacitate, he dropped her with a single round to the shoulder, not even breaking stride. Another villain reached for him with elongated fingers, his head snapped back as a bullet punched through his temple and out the other side with a splatter of blood. Thumbs pressing on the mag release, emptied magazines dropping to the floor. He reloaded quickly, continuing the hailstorm of bullets firing from his weapons. The path opened in his wake, a trail of smoke as he closed in on Gigantomachia. The beast's roar shook the ground, its massive arms swinging down toward MT. Lady who fought to hold on. Large fist smashing into her back, arms laced stubbornly on its waist. He got closer, just a few feet away from the monster. His V-zone glitched when a flaming fist rocked him off his feet. Endeavor, arm outstretched, stared him down. The new #1 hero hadn't taken his actions too kindly. There was no hesitation to be seen on his scarred face. Flames on his body curling and wafting in the air as the grass below him charred. Red Hood raised his guns in response, moving to fire on the hero before they changed course. Turning, he fired into the head of a large-toothed Nomu, shark teeth aiming for his neck. The Nomu's body collapsed into the dirt, black blood spilling across the grass as its jaws twitched uselessly. Red Hood didn't even spare it a glance. His mask turned back to Endeavor, the pistols still raised, lightning crawling faintly along his arms as his stance lowered. The ground shook as another roar split the air. Then another, and another. Shadows moved through the smoke around them. Dozens of Nomu now, converging on the two of them, their claws glinting, teeth snapping, eyes wild with programmed malice. Red Hood adjusted his grip on the pistols, lightning crackling brighter. Endeavor's flames burned hotter, washing the ground around them in waves of heat. No words spoken between them both. Just a single glass in one's direction. The first Nomu lunged, and Red Hood fired. The creature dropped mid-leap, its skull erupting as it crumpled at Endeavor's feet. Another came from the left and Endeavor swung his arm wide, a jet of flame carving it in half, leaving only smoke and embers. Its wailing scream melted from his heat. Endeavor stepped forward into the swarm as more shapes burst through the haze. Red Hood didn't answer. His pistols cracked again, and again, his movements fluid and precise as Nomu after Nomu fell, twitching and silent. Two larger ones flanked them, their hulking forms barreling through the chaos. Red Hood ducked under the swing of one's claw arm extending unnaturally, emptying both pistols into its chest before leaping backward as Endeavor's flame punch incinerated the second. More assaulted them. Endeavor caught another in a burning grip, crushing its neck as his flames soared brighter. The struggling Nomu burning to a crisp. Red Hood holstered one pistol, drawing his knife and slashing another Nomu across the throat, decapitating the beast as his strength forced the blade through muscle and bone. None had the regeneration as the Nomu designed for all might, so when these high ends went down, they stayed that way. The last of the pack fell in a heap of black sludge and smoke, the air thick with ash and the stench of burning flesh. Red Hood stepped away, pistols raised again, already turning his focus back to the towering beast still rampaging toward the prison. Back turned to Endeavor. The silence in the air hung quietly. All asked, "Surrender, Izuku Midoriya." His response was a simple one. He turned his one pistol firing into the air at the hero. The shot rang out, sharp and final, cutting through the silence as the bullet punched past Endeavor's shoulder, embedding itself in the scorched dirt behind him. Endeavor's flames flared higher, his teeth gritting as his hands curled into fists. Fine. The ground cracked under his feet as he stepped forward, the heat of his rage washing over the field. You made your choice. His back flared and in a burst of speed, his right fist reeled back. Flashfire fist. The technique was ingrained into Red Hood's memories. He ducked low, the first flying just over his head, his visor's vision worsening from the heat that engulfed him. He fired from the close distance, catching Endeavor in his flank. But the hero retaliated quickly. His left fist by his side radiated with heat, a pillar of light striking Red Hood's chest, armor melting into a single solidified piece. Red Hood pushed back, bounced on the ground before coming to a stop, the smell of scorched fabric and seared flesh thick in his helmet. His breath came ragged, his chest heaving as the molten piece of armor constricted around his ribs. Tossing the melted knife he held in his right hand, he grabbed the chest piece, stripping it off before it cooled. The warped chest plate hit the ground with a heavy clang, steam rising from the scorched metal as Red Hood straightened. Eyes looking past the hero into Gigantomachia. Full cowl dimmed before it exploded outward. Left hand holstering his pistol. Hands coiling and scrunching into tight fists. Too many interruptions. Too many people in his way. The air around him shimmered, black lightning snapping across his shoulders as his stance lowered. Endeavor's flames rose higher in response, his eyes narrowing as he planted his feet. But Red Hood didn't look at him. Not anymore. He took one quiet breath and then moved. The ground split behind him as he shot forward, full cowl flaring violently, his fists clenched tight. Endeavor swung, fire lashing through the air, but Red Hood ducked low, shoulder slamming into the hero's ribs as he attempted to run past him. Endeavor, however, didn't give up so easily. Both hands falling back and fire gathering around him. A single wave of fire burst forth, washing over Red Hood and tearing through the fabric of his duffel bag. Contents spilling out, Toga's head burning, flesh blackening, twice his mangled corpse falling as well. Endeavor did not stop, pouncing on Red Hood through his own flames. Hand grasping onto the back of the vigilante's neck and pinning him to the floor. The heat seared through his armor, the stench of burning cloth and blackened skin filling his helmet. His visor glitched, static crawling across his vision as he stared at the smoldering remains of what had spilled from his bag. The blackened skull of Toga. The charred remains of Twice. Ash. Endeavor leaned in closer, his grip like iron on the back of his neck, his voice low and full of fury. This ends now. For the first time, Red Hood didn't move. His fingers flexed weakly in the dirt, lightning sputtering around his frame, his eyes fixed on the ash as his breath came ragged through the broken mask. Then slowly, his fingers curled into fists again. His head shot backward, hitting Endeavor in the chin. The crack of bone against bone rang out as Endeavor's head jerked back from the blow, his grip faltering just enough. Red Hood pushed upward, his lightning flaring violently as he twisted beneath the older man's hold, slamming his elbow into Endeavor's ribs. The hero grunted, staggering back a step as Red Hood rolled to his feet, his chest heaving. He rushed forward, right fist striking the hero's ribs, left joining in its attack on his jaw. The hero tried to retaliate with a burst of flame that engulfed Red Hood, but a flying knee broke through and crashed into the hero's nose. Endeavor reeled backward, one hand flying to his shattered nose as blood poured between his fingers. His flame sputtered for just a moment, the air thick with smoke and the acrid smell of burning fabric. Red Hood landed hard, his boots digging into the dirt as he straightened. His chest still smoked where the fire had struck him, his entire form steaming with heat. Gran Torino's cape splotched with patches of blackened smoke, its ends burning with embers. His visor flickered weakly, static crawling across before it readjusted, clearing enough for him to see. Endeavor was still catching his bearings when Red Hood struck first, right leg extended in what Deku had called his shoot style. A burst of air coming from his feet knocking the hero right in the chest. The wind pressure pushed everything aside and forced Endeavor into the ground. The earth cracked beneath Endeavor's weight as his body slammed into the dirt, flames sputtering as the air was forced from his lungs. Dust and embers swirled through the clearing, streaks of lightning still arcing around Red Hood's frame. He stood above the fallen hero, his breath coming in sharp, shallow bursts, a long crack running down the length of his visor catching the light as he adjusted his stance. Gran Torino's cape fluttered weakly behind him, its edges still smoldering. His head turned slightly, past Endeavor, past the scattered heroes and villains still clashing in the haze, locking on the hulking shadow of Gigantomachia clawing its way closer to Tartarus. Red Hood's fists tightened. No more delays. Endeavor had taken him away from the beast and now MT. Lady had begun to struggle even more, barely clinging onto Gigantomachia with all her might. He ran, attempting to cover the distance as fast as he could. When the beast began to cry, "Master!" its body thrashed violently as the very walls of Tartarus prison crumbled to dust. AFO's death had now come to light. Its fists now held no reserve as they pounded into MT. Lady, the woman bleeding as she attempted and failed to keep her grip intact. A single blow from its towering arm swatted the woman away and launched her into the trees. Her gigantic body deforesting the area she landed and unintendedly taking a few heroes out with her. The earth shook underfoot as MT. Lady's massive form crashed through the tree line, branches snapping like brittle bones as the screams of fallen heroes cut through the din. Red Hood didn't stop. His breath came hard and fast, lightning flaring violently now, arcing off his shoulders as his boots tore across the torn-up earth. His eyes locked on the exposed back of the beast, its massive arms still thrashing as it howled for its master. But in his line of sight he caught it. The league back on the beast's back. Shigaraki's face twisted in rage, grief staring in the direction of Musudafu. More important than this, however, were the duo of heroes on their way to stop the rampaging monster. Midnight rode on the back of Kamui Woods. Whip coiled around one of several branches as the pair launched in the air towards Gigantomachia's face. Midnight's costume already torn in several places. Scuff marks decorating her skin and her teeth gritted in pain. Despite this, her eyes held their cold gaze on the monster. The corrupted lightning along Red Hood's arms flared brighter, his hands tightening into fists as his breath came through gritted teeth. His pace quickened even more than before, his legs exploding with power as he launched himself into the air, aiming for those on its back. His approach was anything but quiet or calm, left hand unholstering his pistol, primed to fire as Shigaraki and the others took quick notice. When his pistol barked, the black smoke of Kurogiri expanded, covering the remaining members of the League and redirecting his bullets. His body flinched as armor-piercing rounds bore down on him, unable to dodge in time as he glided through the air. Left shoulder, right abdomen, left and right leg. One grazed across his helmet, widening the crack in his visor enough for sunlight to peek through to his bloodshot emerald green eye. The rounds bit deep, searing pain tearing through his shoulder, his ribs, his legs, but he didn't stop. Couldn't stop. His momentum carried him through the air, lightning snapping violently across his battered frame, his cracked visor sparking as the sunlight caught the green of his eye. He saw them move. Dobby, pillars of blue fire spurting from his hands and torching Kamui Woods. The hero in a last-ditch effort throwing Midnight from his embrace. The woman soaring through the air, arm outstretched as her teeth bit down on the fabric of her costume tearing it open. Her quirk's pink smoke rising as Gigantomachia's face drew closer. Then, Mr. Compress, 3 marbles flying from his hands and through the air. But not at him. marbles radiating with a bright green glow, rocks and rubble blocking her path. Quirk useless as the debris smashed into her, one last look forced to the side and at him. He watched as the debris carried off in the air and down to the floor below. But he had little time to think further. Gigantomachia's large hand catching his entire body within its palm. Gun flying from his left hand into the ground below. Pressure being applied to crush him. He stared through the gaps of the fingers as Midnight disappeared into the trees. His chest heaving heavily as the fingers around him began to close. Body forced to curl. Arms pressing against his head, the crack of his visor widening. Then came the searing heat. Dobby's blue flames flooding the gaps and towards him. The flames curled through the cracks of Gigantomachia's fingers, searing into his flesh. His suit began to smolder, his vision fogging as the air grew thin, the lightning sputtering under the suffocating heat and pressure. But that bloodshot green eye stayed fixed, unblinking, through the widening crack of his visor. His fingers twitched once, then closed around the disc still clipped to his hip, the last in his arsenal. He pressed the trigger, a deep beep beep beep, then silence, before the disc detonated. A thunderous crack split the air as flames and shrapnel ripped through Gigantomachia's massive palm, the pain just enough for the smallest gap to be revealed beside him. His hands grabbed both sides of the beast's fingers. Flames now licking his back as he pried the opening wider, shrapnel stabbing into his smoldered armor. Red Hood moved. Lightning flared one last time as his body burst outward in a violent surge of corrupted speed, tearing free from the beast's grip into the where he last saw Midnight fall. His body turned, arms covering his head as he dropped into the thick brush. Branches snapping and falling beneath his momentum. He hit the ground hard, rolling through the dirt, his armor cracked and his skin burned, but he was free. Behind him, Gigantomachia arrived, clutching its hand as it regenerated. Blue flames still raged above. Red Hood staggered to his feet, boots dragging through the earth as he vanished into the haze, his breath sharp and hollow. Gran Torino's cape still clinging despite its length slowly being burned away. He staggered forward, in search, eyes scanning the area, his right arm clutching the wound from Hawks. Barely shielded from the flames, the edges had cauterized, making ripping the blade out more dangerous than it already was. Every breath rattled in his chest, the taste of ash and iron heavy on his tongue. The crack in his visor widened further with each step, flecks of glass catching the dim light as his emerald eye darted across the battlefield. His hand tightened on the blade still lodged in his side, the cauterized wound hissing faintly against his armor. He didn't dare rip it free, not yet. Not here. The smoldering remains of trees gave way to blackened earth as he pressed on, boots sinking into the dirt. His voice was low and hoarse under his breath, almost swallowed by the roar of battle around him. Where are you? Ahead, through the haze and falling embers, he thought he saw a glint of torn black fabric, and a flash of familiar midnight blue. The haze thickened as he pressed forward, each step heavier than the last. The screams and roars of the battlefield seemed distant now, muffled under the ringing in his ears and the crackle of burning wood. The midnight blue glint flashed again, barely visible through the drifting smoke. He staggered closer, boots dragging through the charred earth. His broken visor flickered, his breath sharp and uneven, his fingers twitching against the blade still lodged in his side. And then he saw her. Midnight lay crumpled against the floor, her hair matted with dirt and blood, her costume torn and charred in places. One arm was draped limply across her stomach, her other hand still clutching a torn length of her whip. Her chest rose faintly, alive, but barely. His pace quickened, her pained voice reaching his ears as she desperately attempted to stand. Yoayorizu. What she said next faded from his hearing. They focused instead on the rustling of leaves behind him. Taking cover against a tree he peeked. A group of villains having diverged from the main fight, all in an effort to finish Midnight off. The first one who approached, a villain floating on clouds of gas, his face covered with a skull mask, a tube tied to a tank on his back. He approached slowly, arms rising as four more villains stood just behind. The gas villain's arms raised as Midnight defiantly looked back, as she yelled into her earpiece. Yaoyorozu, I trust your judgment. Her voice cracked, prepared to face her death. Though a linger of regret shined within her blue eyes, visible in the streaks of blood running down her face. With her look he moved, shoulder bashing the gas villain with all his strength, crashing the both of them into a tree. The plant groaned in protest as Red Hood ripped the man's mask off with his left, his right hand grasping the villain's throat, squeezing until his fingers dug through flesh and ripped outward with a spurt of blood. Holding the man's trachea with one hand, he turned to the rest. Midnight watched him. He rushed the others, ignoring the second villain, spider-like arms stabbing towards him. His right shoulder caught with the attack, but his hands grabbed the man's chin and head. With a twist, the man's head rotated 180 degrees. Life snuffed out in an instant. The body crumpled at his feet, the spider-like limbs twitching uselessly as Red Hood straightened, black lightning crawling faintly across his shoulders. The two remaining villains froze, their eyes wide as they stumbled back a step, their weapons lowering slightly as the blood pooled beneath his boots. Midnight's breath hitched faintly as she watched him through the haze, her fingers weakly clutching the dirt. Ripping the claw from his shoulder, his cracked visor turned slightly toward her, just for a moment, before he stepped forward again. No restraint, his OFA-powered attacks devastating. Even a metahuman's durability did not hold much in the way of his brute force. A swing to one of the remaining villains' ribs broke and pushed the shards through their internal organs. The other had been close enough for Red Hood's thumbs to find their eyes, gouging deep, destroying the retinas, before his knee shot upward, caving in the skull and killing them instantly. The last body fell at his feet with a dull, wet thud. Red Hood straightened slowly, his breath harsh behind the cracked visor, full cowl sparking faintly around him. The battlefield was quiet here now, save for the faint rustle of wind through the broken trees and the distant roar of the giant still rampaging. Midnight lay watching him through half-lidded eyes, her breath shallow, her lips barely moving as she whispered something he couldn't quite hear. He didn't respond. He walked forward, kneeling at her side before he lay her down and in his arms. She kept her eyes on him, in particular at his exposed eye. Her voice weak when her hand outstretched to his helmet. Izuku. She grit her teeth in pain, tears collecting in her eyes. His jaw clenched beneath his helmet. For a moment, he forgot about his fight. He reached to a small pouch on his belt, withdrawing one of two syringes. The radiative cocktail sloshed as he uncapped the syringe. Midnight's eyes widened faintly, though her hand still rested weakly on his cracked visor. "This," he muttered, his voice low, hollow. "It'll take care of you." Without another word, he stabbed the needle into her arm. Midnight's body convulsed, her back arching as the hybrid serum flooded her veins, glowing green beneath her skin. Her wounds knit together before his eyes, muscle rippling under the torn fabric of her costume, her breathing deepening and steadying as strength returned to her limbs. Pale and blood-stained skin returning to a lush, youthful appearance. Her chest rose and fell in quick, heavy bursts, each inhale sharper than the last. Her grip didn't loosen, if anything, it tightened further, her fingers trembling faintly as her nails dug through the burned fabric of his suit. He could feel it against his own ribs. The steady, hammering rhythm of her heart, faster and stronger than it should have been, rattling through her chest and into his. Carrying her, he leapt through the trees, intent on finding a place she could recover. "Where are they?" Nimari whispered into his shoulder. "Southside. Forest." Her body in deep pain as her wounds stitched together. Her breath hitched against his neck as the last of her wounds knitted, though her body still trembled faintly in his arms. He didn't answer. The lightning sparking at his heels was enough of a response. The trees whipped past in a blur as he landed, kicked off, and leapt again, his boots barely touching the ground before he pushed onward. She held onto him tight, her voice still talking through the pain. Her bones forced to graft together, torn muscles reforming. Her fingers dug into his collar, her breath sharp against his neck as she whispered again, her voice cracking through the quiet. "Why didn't you come back?" He didn't answer. Full cowl crawling over his arms sparked faintly as his jaw tightened beneath the cracked visor. His bloodshot green eye stared straight ahead, unblinking, the trees rushing past in a blur. What could he tell her? That every time he closed his eyes, he saw the same thing. The screams, the blood, the look in his mother's eyes as her life drained away. He couldn't let that happen again. Not to Eri, not to her, not to anyone he cared about. No matter the cost. His grip on her shifted slightly, pulling her closer against his chest as the wind whipped past them, his voice low and hollow through the haze of his breath. "I'm sorry." Her fingers tightened weakly against his collar as the wind howled past them. For a moment, she didn't reply, only buried her face against his neck, her tears hot against his skin as they streaked down his burned armor. And still, he ran. He didn't stop, because he couldn't. Through the haze and the smoke, the distant outline of the forest rose ahead and faint shapes moved within it. He landed, eyes turning to him. Members of his old class looked to him as if they had laid their eyes on a ghost. The clearing was silent but for the faint crackle of flame in the distance. Red Hood stood there, holding her, his breath ragged behind the cracked visor. They all stared, wide-eyed, weapons half raised, no one daring to move. Yaoyorozu making small sedative-filled canisters stopped. Uraraka's lips were the first to part, her voice barely above a whisper. "Izuku." He said nothing, but he gently laid Nimari on the ground. With them so far from the danger, it was the place she would be safest. His back turned to the people who were once his friends. His ex-lover. Deku. A low growl came from Bakugo's mouth, his feet stopping across the ground. "Don't think you're going anywhere, you piece of shit." He staggered back to the floor. Red Hood headbutting him, breaking the boy's nose. Bakugo collapsed onto his back, hands clutching his face as blood gushed between his fingers. The others flinched, frozen in place as Red Hood straightened, the crack in his visor sparking faintly as his bloodshot eyes swept across the group one last time. No one else moved, except for Midnight, her broken whip coiling around his ankle. "Don't," she spoke softly, pressing the button on the handle. It sparked to life with electricity. But it was insulated harmlessly against his suit. The whip sparked against his suit, crackling faintly as it wrapped tighter around his ankle, but he didn't flinch. His bloodshot eyes shifted downward to her on the floor, her fingers clutching the handle of her ruined weapon. Her gaze met his, clear, defiant, but pained as her lips parted to speak again. "Don't go any further." For a moment, he said nothing, only staring back through the cracked visor. Then his hand closed gently over the whip's broken end, prying it from his ankle with quiet, deliberate force. His voice was low. "It's too late. Take care of her." He gave one last request to Nimari. The woman staring back, eyes clenching tightly as the pain started to take hold. The whip fell limply to the ground, its last spark fading into nothing as he straightened. Midnight's breath came in sharp, uneven bursts, her hands curling weakly into the dirt as her eyes fluttered shut against the pain. Red Hood lingered for only a second longer, his cracked visor catching the faint light as his bloodshot eyes swept over the shapes of his old classmates still frozen nearby. He walked to Yaoyorozu, plucking a few of the canisters she had made off the ground. Strapping them to his belt. He said nothing to them. He had long forgotten the memories they had shared. Trapped behind a fog, his body disappeared into the forest, his feet carrying in with speed despite the pain. It was time he finished everything. When the giant had gotten back into his sight, Mt. Lady was there again, wrestling with it as a flame spewed on top. Red clashing against blue, Endeavor doing his best to fight Dabi, but his firepower divided against Gigantomachia as well. The number one hero losing ground. The fight was tipped in the villain's favor. The prisoners of Tartarus had rallied together. The hero's side was losing in numbers. Red Hood ran, weaving through trees, over the discarded or injured bodies of villains and heroes alike. Canisters clinking against each other on his belt. His hand digging into his pouch, bringing out the final syringe he had been carrying. His head tilted, exposing his neck, the long needle burrowed its way through. Full cowl burned brighter, his very organs, bones, and muscles screaming in protest as he dumped every last ounce of power he could squeeze from the quirk into his body. He grit his teeth as his body regenerated, but it did not heal his previous wounds. It only stitched together the parts that were quickly falling apart from OFA's influx of power. Each step broke bone, ruptured his lungs, blood seeping from his mouth. His vision blurred, the edges of the battlefield melting into streaks of red and gray as his cracked visor sparked faintly. The sound of his own heartbeat thundered in his ears, loud enough to drown out even the roar of the giant ahead. His bloodshot emerald eye stayed fixed on his target, the white-haired figure perched on Gigantomachia's shoulder, fingers already outstretched, decay spreading like a black tide across the earth below. Every breath burned, every step broke something new. The lightning crawling across his frame flared to blinding brilliance as he dug his boots into the dirt one final time and launched himself forward, through the chaos, through the pain, through the haze of his own blood. Straight toward Shigaraki. Shigaraki turned as if he felt him coming. Their gazes met, one calm, cruel grin beneath his cracked lips. And he spoke, his voice cold and mocking. "Gigantomachia, kill him." The giant's head snapped down at the command, its already furious eyes finding Red Hood's charging form. With a roar that shook the forest, it moved faster than something that size should, one massive hand tearing a path through the battlefield as it reached for him empty. Lady gripping holding on for dear life. Trying to slow its approach even by a margin. Red Hood's jaw clenched behind his mask. Landing he readied the canisters on his hip, holding them with both hands as he ran to face the attack. Gigantomachia's large hand sweeping through, crushing and pushing villains and heroes under its weight and power. Its single-minded destruction had no concern for anything other than his death. Mount. Lady's fingers dug deep into the rocky plates of its back, her teeth gritted, her boots gouging trenches in the earth as she strained to hold him back, even for a moment. Sweat and blood streaked her face, her legs trembling with the effort. And still, the giant moved. Red Hood didn't falter. His boots dug in as he landed hard, full cowl sparking violently along his arms. Both hands clutched the canisters at his hips, his fingers tightening on the pins. One chance, one shot. He sprinted forward, weaving through the carnage, sliding under a collapsing hero, vaulting over the twisted wreckage of a villain's body as Gigantomachia's hand tore through the air above him. The wind pressure alone sent him skidding sideways, the ground cracking as the claws missed him by inches and shredded a row of trees into splinters. His visor flickered, his breath sharp behind the mask as he raised both canisters, the pins already pulled, the hissing green mist spilling into the air as he closed the final distance. And with all the force left in him, he hurled them high, one striking the beast's open mouth, the other bursting across its eyes. A roar split the sky as Gigantomachia inhaled, the sedative flooding its lungs, its steps faltering as it choked on the gas. For the first time, it slowed. Mount. Lady's boots finally found purchase, and with a guttural cry she wrenched backward, dragging the giant's head down by a fraction as it staggered. Red Hood didn't wait. He launched himself again, lightning crackling violently as he tore through the smoke, his cracked visor locked on the pale figure still perched on the beast's shoulder, Shigaraki. His right hand extended, middle finger pulled back, wind pressure screaming to life as black lightning arced along his arm. The air around him warped from the sheer force of his strike. But then, his vision went black, not from pain, not from impact, but from the thick, choking fog that swallowed him whole. Kurogiri. The void consumed his momentum, his body spinning weightless for a split second before it spat him back into reality, his form flung unceremoniously onto the jagged stone of Gigantomachia's back. He rolled hard, armor scraping and splitting as he skidded through the rock until he finally dug one heel into a crevice, stopping himself. His breath came ragged, his ribs screaming, his cracked visor flickering with static. Ahead of him, Shigaraki still stood calmly atop the beast's shoulder, his eyes following Red Hood with faint amusement, lips curling into a thin, cruel smile. Kurogiri's mist drifted faintly around him, as if to warn Red Hood of how close he'd already come. Red Hood's fingers flexed against the stone beneath him. Lightning crackled violently down his arms as he forced himself upright, his bloodshot green eye burning through the haze. A shadow passed overhead as he stood. It was large but he focused on the League member that stepped to confront him. Dobby still occupied by endeavor. It left only Compress, holding 4 marbles in between his fingers on both hands. The marbles glinted faintly in the firelight as Compress's fingers danced across them, his masked face tilting just slightly in Red Hood's direction. "Well," Compress drawled, his voice smooth and unhurried despite the chaos around them. "You've made quite the mess getting this far, but I'm afraid this is where your little performance ends." The marbles clacked together once, twice, then he hurled the first, a streak of shimmering light that burst open midair, releasing a swirling cloud of stone and debris that shot toward Red Hood like a storm. But Red Hood was already moving. His boots cracked the rock beneath him as he launched forward, lightning flashing violently as he cut through the flying rubble, his visor locked on the man in black. Compress twirled another marble between his fingers and flung it. The sphere glowing, releasing a captured Nomu in Red Hood's path. The Nomu landed hard in a crouch, its black, sinewed muscles flexing as it rose to its full height, twice as tall as Red Hood, its jaw slack, its claws glinting in the firelight. Compress's laughter was muffled behind his mask as he twirled another marble between his fingers. "Let's see how you handle this one." The Nomu roared and lunged, its massive claw swiping through the air, tearing a gouge through the rock where Red Hood had just been. He darted sideways, his boots skidded across the jagged surface. The Nomu's claws caught Gran Torino's cape, tearing the smoldering fabric free as he righted himself. Though not without allowing the Nomu to close the distance. Its arm coiling around his body, gaping jaw opening wide as it bit down onto his helmet. The teeth clamped down with a sickening crunch, spiderweb cracks racing across his already fractured visor as the Nomu's arm constricted, the air crushed from his lungs. For the first time in the battle, his breath hitched sharp and shallow as his ribs screamed in protest, his bloodshot eye narrowing behind the glass. The Nomu's hot breath steamed against his cheek as its jaw tightened, ready to finish the job. To make doubly sure, another portal opened at his feet, slowly rising to his waist. The intent was clear, and breaking free from the Nomu's arms he jumped, freeing his helmet and body from the Nomu's hold as the portal closed. Bisecting the Nomu from its abdomen. The two halves of the Nomu collapsed with a wet thud, blood spilling across the jagged rock as the upper half slid from the beast's shoulder and tumbled into the smoke below. Red Hood landed low, his boots scraping against the uneven stone as his cracked visor sparked faintly. His breath came ragged, his ribs still screaming with every inhale, but his bloodshot green eye stayed fixed on the masked man ahead. Mr. Compress stood frozen for just a second, his fingers tightening around the marbles still glinting in his palm. Then Red Hood straightened, his body lowering before he ran towards the man in a burst of speed. Fist aimed for Compress's mask, Kurogiri watched from the back. Arms spread as mist began to seep into the air, a portal beginning to form in front of Red Hood's fist before it disappeared. The large shadow passing overhead, belonging to Yukio, and dropping from the dragon hero's back. Eraserhead, the man's eyes gleaming red as he dropped onto the unguarded Kurogiri, pinning the mist-covered man by the neck brace it wore. The portal collapsed with a hiss as Kurogiri's mist sputtered and shrank under Aizawa's glare, the crimson glow of his eyes locking him in place. Scarf coiled around the brace tight enough to place pressure. At any moment the underground hero could snuff out the mist man's life. For the first time all battle, the mist seemed to hesitate, tendrils curling weakly at its edges as Eraserhead's hand tightened on the brace around his neck, forcing him to his knees. Red Hood didn't miss a beat. Compress's eyes went wide behind his mask as the lightning of full cowl flared violently in his vision, and then Red Hood was on him, his fist slamming into the side of the man's head with a sickening crack. The marbles scattered from Compress's fingers as he staggered back, clutching at his shattered mask, his breath coming in broken gasps as Red Hood's boots closed the distance again. A low growl rattled through the broken static of Red Hood's mask as he reached for the man's collar, dragging him off his feet, the jagged stone of Gigantomachia's back crumbling beneath them. Holding the man with both hands he ran straight through a piece of Gigantomachia's rocky skin, impaling Compress with a piece of the stone. The shard tore clean through Compress's abdomen with a sickening crunch, his breath hitching in a wet, rattling gasp as he held his stomach. Blood seeping through his gloved fingers. Red Hood gave him no rest, grabbing a few of the man's remaining marbles he force-fed, the spheres into Compress's bloodied mouth. Left hand clamping over his mouth and refusing to let the villain spit them out and forcing him to swallow. His visor glitched, vision hazy as his left eye found what he looked for. Traveling through the man's esophagus was the marbles. His right hand raised and struck down, crushing the man's throat and more importantly breaking the marbles inside. The cracked material glowing dimly and with a force that knocked him off his feet, Compress's body swelled unnaturally as debris and other materials he had captured erupted from their prisons. Body stretching until it burst open. The sound of shattering glass and tearing flesh rang out over the battlefield as Compress's body stretched and split, debris and rubble exploding outward in a grisly cloud of blood and dust. Chunks of shattered marble scattered across the jagged rock, the remains of the villain slumping to the ground, unrecognizable, his mask cracked and his limbs twisted at impossible angles. Red Hood rolled to his knees, his hands pushing against the jagged stone as sparks danced weakly along his arms. The fractured visor flickered one last time before going dark, leaving only the bloodshot green of his exposed eye glaring through the cracked glass. It left one option, however, and he knew this. Shigaraki watched, not even bothering with either Aizawa or Kurogiri. Shigaraki's grin widened ever so slightly, his fingers twitching faintly at his sides. Waiting. Red Hood coughed, blood pouring from his mouth. The effects of the Lazarus Pit water and venom were already being stretched thin. But it's still enough. Enough to survive the onslaught of fire shot his way. Right arm raised to cover his exposed eye, blinding him entirely. His feet shuffling forward, despite the waves of flame. Endeavor had lost his fight. Though Red Hood wasn't sure if that meant he was dead or if he was just incapacitated. Either way, his approach did not stop. The remaining bits of armor digging and melting into his flesh. His abdomen wound, the gunshot wounds, all cauterized. His left hand stretched out, middle finger pulled back before a shot of air kicked through and spread the flames outward, its strength boring through, striking Dabi's right hand, breaking it at the wrist. Dabi screamed as the shockwave hit, his flames sputtering and snuffing out as he clutched at his ruined wrist, staggering backward into the smoke. The air was thick with ash and heat, the ground beneath them scorched black and cracked from the clash. Red Hood lowered his arm slowly, his sleeve charred away, his skin blistered and cracked beneath. He ran ahead, peeling his cracked helmet, hoisting it with his left hand while his right stretched outward. Dabi raised his left hand, spewing more flame directly in Red Hood's face, but stopped when a hand forced itself into his slightly agape mouth. Red Hood pulled down, breaking the staples holding the villain's skin together. Dabi gagged as Red Hood's fingers dug deep, muffling his scream as the staples holding his jaw and cheek split with a sickening series of snaps. Blackened flesh tore open, charred skin peeling as blood sprayed across Red Hood's bare forearm. The flames sputtered and died in Dabi's throat as he fell to his knees, clutching at the ruin of his face, his breath coming in wet, ragged gasps. Red Hood wished he could drag it out longer. Like he did with Toga, make these bastards suffer like they made him mom suffer. But he didn't have time, no more time. That didn't mean he didn't enjoy every second. Red Hood forced his helmet onto Dabi. One last use of the helmet. Even with its melted internal wiring, it beeped loudly. The cracked visor flickered weakly as he shoved it down over Dabi's ruined face, the edges biting into the already torn flesh. The faint, rhythmic beep of the internal charge-up filled the air, muffled beneath the sound of Dabi's wet, ragged breaths. Red Hood's bloodshot eye narrowed as he leaned in close, his voice low, hoarse, and venomous enough to cut through the chaos around them. Burn in hell. Then he pushed Dabi backward, letting him collapse onto his side as the helmet's pitch rose. A steady, shrill crescendo before the shattered mask detonated in a flash of light and a shower of smoke and blood. Red Hood didn't watch. He was already moving again, his boots scraping across Gigantomachia's cracked back as his gaze locked on Shigaraki. Now his identity revealed to all. Even Shigaraki's calm gaze staggered, almost returning to his man-child-like tendencies. A tantrum simmering beneath his eyes as recognition flickered within. Deku. The word hung in the air like a curse, sharp and venomous as Shigaraki's lip curled, his fingers twitching violently at his sides. Red Hood didn't answer. His boots scraped across the jagged rock as he came to a stop a few feet away, his breath still ragged, blood streaking down his face and bare arms, but his bloodshot green eye stayed locked on the man in front of him. Little pathetic hero coming to avenge his mommy. Red Hood's jaw tightened, the faintest twitch at the corner of his blood-stained mouth the only sign he'd even heard the words. His fingers flexed once at his sides, lightning arcing violently between them as the air around them began to hum and crackle. Shigaraki tilted his head, grinning wider as his fingers curled faintly, the stone beneath him already decaying into dust, spreading outward like black veins through the beast's back. Couldn't save her then. Can't save her now. Red Hood's bloodshot green eye narrowed, the faintest spark in the corner of his vision catching as his boots dug into the cracked stone. The jagged stone cracked further beneath his boots, the faint hum in the air building to a shrill, electric whine. Quirk violent and unstable as his fists clenched. The jagged stone cracked further beneath Red Hood's boots, the faint hum in the air building to a shrill, electric whine. His quirk flared violent and unstable, arcs of lightning snapping through the air as his fists clenched. Shigaraki tilted his head slightly, his grin curling wider as the dust beneath him disintegrated further, cracks spider webbing outward in a blackened halo. His fingers twitched once and the rock behind Red Hood disintegrated into nothing. The ground shattered as Red Hood launched forward, full cowl exploding outward in a deafening boom. His fist cut through the air, wind pressure trailing behind him as he closed the gap in a blink, the jagged rock beneath Shigaraki's feet crumbling to nothing as he leapt backward. Their fists collided midair, lightning against decaying fingers, a shockwave blasting outward, tearing stone from Gigantomachia's back and sending shards raining into the smoke-filled sky. Shigaraki's heel dug into the crumbling surface as his other hand lashed out, decay spreading up Red Hood's arm, eroding his gloves and armor, destroying flesh. Red Hood snarled, his other fist slamming into Shigaraki's ribs with enough force to crack bone and send him tumbling back. Shigaraki only laughed wet and cruel as he caught himself, the air already warping behind him. "You can't stop me, Deku." Then the tendrils struck. Black, writhing tendrils of all for one erupted from Shigaraki's back, spearing forward like a nest of snakes, piercing straight through Red Hood's abdomen and out the other side, the tips glinting his own blood. His breath hitched sharply, his body lurching forward as the tendrils wrapped through his ribs, his organs screaming in agony as they twisted inside him. For a moment, everything was quiet, the crackle of his lightning faltering, until his bloodshot green eye fixed back on Shigaraki. And he moved anyway. Full cowl roared to life once more as he grabbed hold of the tendrils with his bare hands, sparks burning into his palms as he dragged himself forward on them, closer, step by step. "I told you," he hissed, blood dripping from his mouth, "you don't get to finish." His fist slammed into Shigaraki's jaw, the force knocking the villain off his feet, and the two of them tumbled from Gigantomachia's shoulder, plummeting through the haze of fire and smoke below. Tendrils retreating from his insides. They hit the ground in a storm of dust and debris, and the battlefield gave way beneath them as their quirk-charged blows shattered the earth. Shigaraki using quirks he had stolen to enhance himself. The fight carried them through the forest edge, lightning and decay tearing through trees and asphalt alike as they slammed each other into the ground and walls. Shigaraki's laughter only grew louder as his skin cracked, his fingers clawing at Red Hood's arms even as his teeth bared in pain. Red Hood's answer was another strike, lightning and bone crashing into his jaw as the city lights of Hosu finally came into view, the two of them tumbling through the outer streets, through buildings and into the streets below. The remaining civilians scattered in terror as the two figures barreled through the streets, each blow sending shockwaves through the air. A tendril speared into Red Hood's thigh, but he barely slowed, using the momentum to slam Shigaraki through a building face first, the glass and steel shattering around them. They hit the main square of Hosu with a deafening crash, their combined weight tearing through concrete and rebar as they skidded to a stop. Above them, gleaming in the faint streetlights, stood the golden statue of All Might, arms raised triumphantly, his cape frozen in eternal wind. Shigaraki's grin faltered just slightly as his back pressed against its base, his lip curling with hate. Red Hood staggered forward, his breath ragged, his torso a mass of blood and cracked muscle where the tendrils still writhed inside him, but he didn't stop. His fist crackled one last time as he drew it back. And he struck. The blow slammed through Shigaraki's chest, through the statue, through the pedestal itself, and the golden figure of All Might cracked from head to toe before collapsing into dust and twisted metal. The two figures stood in the ruins, blood, lightning, and decay sparking in the quiet, shattered square. Red Hood drawing his remaining pistol, forcing his left hand to hold, his broken arm rising, bone poking from decayed skin. The skies above were darkened. Clouds thick and black rolled in over Hosu, swallowing the faint glow of streetlights and fires alike. The square was cast in shadow, only the occasional crackle of lightning, his in the storms, lighting the ruins. Red Hood didn't move. The pistol stayed leveled at Shigaraki's forehead, his broken arm trembling as blood ran freely down to his fingertips. His breath rattled in his chest, ragged and shallow, his bloodshot green eye still locked on the pale figure beneath him. Shigaraki's lips curled into the faintest semblance of a grin, though his chest still heaved with strain. "Look at you," Shigaraki laughed, "Hero Society has failed." Red Hood's gun lowered, firing, Shigaraki's laughter cut short as the first round tore through his thigh, then his shin, the next slamming into his other knee with a sickening crack. He buckled, collapsing forward onto his hands as the dust beneath him began to disintegrate in shallow, uneven patterns. Red Hood didn't stop. Each step sent another round slamming into Shigaraki's limbs, one through his shoulder, one through his elbow, forcing his arms to give way. Arm falling, one round still chambered within his pistol, but still Red Hood kept walking, the OFA sparking faintly around his bloodied frame as his right hand drew the last knife from its sheath. Shigaraki wheezed, blood pooling beneath him as he raised his head slightly, his lips still curled into a weak, bitter smile. So this is what a hero looks like now, huh? Red Hood stopped in front of him, towering over the kneeling villain as the rain began to fall, washing the blood from his face, soaking the jagged ruins around them. Red Hood gave no response, his boot planting itself in Shigaraki's face. Forcing the villain on his back, Red Hood climbed on top of him, knife raised, left arm hanging limp at his side. He stabbed deep into Shigaraki's chest. The villain's regeneration quirk was slow, but it fought against the damage he inflicted. Good. He stabbed again and again, his knife cutting against muscle and bone repeatedly, until the edge chipped and the integrity of the material withered away. Between choking gasps of breath, Shigaraki's left hand raised. Red Hood retaliated, slicing 3 fingers off, still the hand reached to touch his face. Decay still activating, it burned into the right side of his face, forcing his eyes to close, skin crumbling away. Knife plunging into the villain's chest once more before it broke, blade now half its length. The knife clattered to the ground, its broken blade useless now as Red Hood ripped his face free from Shigaraki's grip, flesh flaking from his cheek where the decay still smoldered faintly. His breath came harsh and ragged, his chest heaving as blood dripped freely from his wounds, mingling with the rain on the cracked pavement. Shigaraki stared upward at Red Hood, what was left of a grin trembling on his face. Red Hood stood slowly, hovering over the downed villain, his gun raising to Shigaraki's eye level, his finger squeezing the trigger. Izuku, a voice called from the distance. He looked. Aizawa stood, soaked in rain. The broken form of Yukio just behind him, the hero was just as worse for wear. Bruises on his face, blood dripping from a busted lip. His body hurt and eyes burning. Yet still here, in his hand, the gun he had given the hero. The rain fell harder, streaking down Red Hood's bloodstained face as his finger hovered over the trigger. For a moment, the only sound was his own breath, harsh and uneven, and the faint, wet patter of water pooling in the cracks of the ruined square. Shigaraki wheezed faintly beneath him, what little was left of his laugh dying in his throat. Red Hood's bloodshot green eye darted toward the voice. Aizawa stood a dozen paces away, shoulders hunched, one eye barely open and blood still running from the corner of his lip. His grip on the gun was tight, his knuckles white even as his hand shook. Izuku, he said again, his voice low but firm despite the pain. Red Hood's jaw tightened, his breath catching slightly in his chest as his gaze flicked between the downed villain at his feet and the broken hero still standing in the rain. It went unspoken, the hope that Izuku wouldn't do it. But then the gun fired. Bullet gouging flesh and embedding into the concrete below. All hope gone in an instant. Red Hood shifted his body, thumb pressing the slide stop, racking his empty gun. Aizawa stayed silent, looking at his former student and the dead villain at his feet. Red Hood turned to Aizawa, raising his gun before a shot rang out. Red Hood staggered as the round punched through his shoulder, his arm jerking as his empty pistol clattered to the broken pavement. Blood splattered across the rain-slick stones as he dropped to one knee, his breath coming sharp through gritted teeth. His eyes searching the floor, right arm extending out to grab the handle of his broken knife. Aizawa stepped closer, vision partly clouded with heavy rain. His gun raised as he approached Red Hood's broken form. "Please, stay down." Aizawa was forced to dodge Red Hood's strike. The vigilante stumbling on his feet, his half-broken knife cutting through empty air. His quirk fading in and out of existence. His left arm hung uselessly, his body already beginning to fade, limbs going numb, but he still swung his knife desperately at his teacher. His right arm caught mid-air by Aizawa's scarf, pulling him and making him fall to the ground with a splash of rain water. He didn't relent, getting to his feet as quickly as he fell. arm wildly swinging in an half-assed effort to take down the hero. Aizawa dodged, his grip on the pistol still tight, eyes watching him stumble and fall with each attack. He did not retaliate, until the broken tip of Red Hood's knife grazed his cheek. Resolve found, the hero's leg snapped out and with a sidekick, landed a blow on his broken arm and sending Red Hood sprawling to the floor. Right fist against the floor, he slowly began to hoist himself up before a knee made contact with the side of his jaw. He rolled before laying on his back, rain pelting his face as his grip faltered. Chest rising with a wheezing breath as Aizawa dropped a knee on his right arm, pinning it. The barrel of the gun pushed against the underside of his chin. Red Hood lay still, his bloodshot green eyes staring blankly up at the rain-soaked sky as his chest heaved, each breath wet and shallow. The faint hum of OFA sputtered weakly around his shoulders, dying more with each passing second. Aizawa stayed above him, his knee grinding into his pinned arm as the barrel of the gun pressed firmly against his chin. Do it. Izuku wheezed out, his good eye narrowed, the rain streaking down his battered face, mingling with the blood still dripping from his lip. Please don't make me, he murmured, his voice low but steady, though his hands shook faintly as they held the gun in place. Don't let Eri see me like this. The rain fell harder now, soaking through the torn fabric of Izuku's armor, streaking down his bloodied face as his eyes stayed locked on Aizawa's. His lips curled into the faintest, broken semblance of a smile. Left hand rising, broken, mangled, but still tightly grasping Aizawa's wrist. Do it. Aizawa's hands shook, the barrel pressing more firmly against Izuku's chin as his breath hitched sharply through his teeth. His good eyes stayed locked on the boy beneath him, tears spilling for the boy he once knew. The rain washed over them, streaking down Aizawa's face as his jaw tightened, his breath sharp and uneven. Izuku's bloodshot eyes stayed on his, unblinking, unafraid, the faintest trace of that broken smile still clinging to his lips as his fingers squeezed weakly at Aizawa's wrist. Do it, he whispered one last time. Aizawa's teeth ground together as he closed his eye, his finger tightening on the trigger. When the news crews arrived at Hosu City Square, there was only one image broadcast on every screen in Japan. Aizawa, drenched in rain, his scarf hanging loose and tattered, carrying the bloodied body of Izuku Midoriya in his arms. The boy they once called Deku. Beep beep beep. Her eyes fluttered open. The sterile white lights of the room blinding, the faint scent of antiseptic thick in the air. For a moment, she didn't move, her body heavy, her chest tight as her vision adjusted to the unfamiliar ceiling tiles. Then the sound came again. Beep. 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 She turned her head weakly to the side. Eri lay curled up at her side on the edge of the hospital bed, her tiny fingers still gripping Nemori's hospital gown sleeve even in sleep. Her little face was stained with dried tears, her breathing soft and uneven. Head trapped in a thick fog, memories hard to recall. Ms. Kayama. From the doorway, a doctor spoke softly, medical chart in hand as he slowly walked closer. The man taking a small penlight shining it within her eyes. Do you know what your name is? What you do for work? Her lips parted faintly, but no sound came out at first. Her mind was heavy, the words swimming somewhere deep, hard to grasp. Nemori Kayama. It was little more than a whisper, her brow furrowing as her good hand flexed weakly on the edge of the bed. The doctor nodded faintly, scribbling something on his chart as he spoke again, his tone measured. That's good, and do you remember what you do for work? Her breath hitched faintly, her gaze drifting past him to the corner of the room, where a scarf, tattered and wet from the rain, lay folded on the table. Her fingers twitched as she stared at it, and a faint, broken answer finally escaped her lips. I was a hero. Midnight. Her voice cracked on the last word as her eyes blurred with tears. The doctor didn't correct her. He scribbled down again, I apologize for asking you these questions so soon. You've been out for a week, we found irregularities in your bloodstream. We weren't sure what it was we were looking at. Nemori's lips parted faintly, but no words came. Her gaze fell to her own hands, smooth, unscarred, impossibly youthful. They trembled faintly in her lap as she flexed her fingers, feeling the faint, unnatural strength still humming beneath the surface. Irregularities, she finally whispered, her voice hoarse. The doctor didn't look at her as he replied. We've sent samples of your blood to multiple labs, but they found no match for what appeared. Now, he paused, hesitation in his voice, I want you to remain calm. The doctor reached to a small beside table plucking a small mirror. Before he turned it to her, Nemori's fingers gripped the sheets beneath her as the doctor plucked the small mirror from the table, turning it slowly in his hand before holding it out to her. For a moment, she couldn't bring herself to look. Her breath hitched as her eyes fell on the glass, and the world seemed to tilt sideways. The woman staring back wasn't her. The lines at the corners of her eyes were gone. The faint creases around her mouth had vanished. The years of scars and strain and sleepless nights, the hard-earned marks of a life lived on the front lines, gone. Newer, more recent scars faded like they had happened years ago. Her skin was smooth, almost unnaturally so. Her hair darker, glossier. Her face, younger. At least a decade, maybe more, stripped away. She looked like she was barely in her 20s, but her eyes still looked tired, still hers. Do you remember who it was or what may have gotten into your system? Nemori began to shake her head, but it came all at once. A sharp pain that almost split her mind into two, hands pressing against her face. The doctor took a half step closer at her sudden reaction, his voice cautious. Ms. Kayama, are you all right? But she didn't answer. Her hands pressed against her face as the sharp pain behind her eyes slowly dulled to a heavy, hollow ache. The image still burned in her mind. Red Hood, cradling her broken body in his arms, the syringe glinting faintly in the light before he plunged it into her. Her fingers dropped to her lap, trembling faintly as her gaze drifted past the doctor to the door. Izuku. The doctor blinked. I'm sorry. Her panic rose all at once. Her feet hit the floor before she realized she was standing, her hands clutching the edge of the bed as she steadied herself. Where is he? She rasped, her wide, frantic eyes darting to the door. Ma'am. Please, you shouldn't. The doctor began, reaching for her arm. But she jerked away, her movements sharp, instinctive, a hero's reflex. Where is he? She barked, her voice cracking, her breath quickening as her hands fumbled, picking Eri, the girl now awake and holding her in her arms. The doctor hesitated, glancing toward the door, but Nemori was already moving, her bare feet slapping against the sterile floor as she shoved it open and stepped into the hallway. Her heart hammered in her chest, her mind a haze of fragmented memories and that single desperate thought. No. No. He can't be. Can't be. Her arms held Eri tighter, the girl gripping tightly on the collar of her gown. Ignoring the doctor's calling after her. Izuku. She pushed through another set of doors, scanning the ward with wild, unsteady eyes. Her voice cracked through the quiet ward, startling nurses and orderlies who exchanged nervous glances, none daring to step in her way. Eri whimpered faintly against her shoulder, burying her face into Nemori's neck as the woman clutched her tighter, one hand cupping the back of the little girl's head instinctively as she scanned the rows of closed doors. Her breath hitched when her eyes landed on him, Aizawa. He sat slumped forward on a narrow bench against the wall, his hair limp and plastered to his forehead, fresh bandages stark against the bruises on his face. His scarf lay coiled in his lap, his hands hanging over it limply as his head bowed low. He didn't look up when she stopped, didn't speak, didn't move. The sight froze her for a moment, her panic colliding with the hollow, unspoken grief in his posture. For just a heartbeat, the hallway was quiet except for the faint hum of fluorescent lights and the soft hiccup of Eri's breath against her collarbone. Her throat tightened. Where is he? She asked, her voice low, rough, cracking around the edges. Aizawa's fingers flexed faintly over the scarf, but still, he didn't lift his head. Didn't answer. No, you didn't. Her mouth quivered, the words slipping out before she could stop them. Aizawa's fingers tightened around the scarf in his lap, the fabric bunching under his grip, but he still didn't look up. Her chest tightened painfully as she took a half step closer, her arms wrapping tighter around Eri as though she could shield the girl from the truth she feared was coming. Tell me you didn't, she whispered, her voice breaking, her tears already spilling. But Aizawa stayed silent. Nemori's knees threatened to buckle as she squeezed her eyes shut, shaking her head as though she could force the thought away. Her chest heaved as she stood there, staring at Aizawa's bowed head, her tears blurring the sterile hallway lights into a haze. But her legs didn't give out. Not yet. Her fingers flexed over Aries' back, holding the trembling girl close as she swallowed hard, forcing the lump in her throat down. No, she murmured to herself, her voice firmer now, even as it cracked. Her bare feet carried her forward, past the bench, past the silent man who still couldn't meet her eyes. No, you didn't. She whispered it again, more like a vow this time as she turned, stalking through the halls. Not as nurses tried to call after her. Not as orderlies glanced up from their desks with nervous, pitying eyes. Ignoring the patrolling police officers down the halls. Each step was sharper, faster, the sound of her bare feet slapping against the tiles echoing down the corridor. Eri clung to her, her tiny face pressed into Nemori's shoulder, her quiet sobs muffled into the fabric of her gown. But Nemori only held her tighter, her fingers curling protectively over the little girl's back as she neared the end of the hall. Eyes on a single intensive care unit door. Her breath caught in her throat as her eyes locked on the single intensive care unit door at the end of the hall. Everything else around her, the lights, the muted conversations of doctors and nurses, the low hum of machinery, faded into nothing. Just that door. She could see the guards standing on either side of it now, their postures rigid but uneasy, their eyes downcast as she approached. Nemori's grip on Eri tightened, her fingers trembling faintly as they curled into the fabric of the little girl's dress. Her feet didn't slow, didn't falter. Each step echoed louder in the silence until she stood just a few feet away, staring at the door's cold, polished surface, the small placard above it reading, "ICU. Patient 00291." Her lips parted, but no words came. Her heart hammered against her ribs, her chest tight, her breath coming uneven and shallow. But she kept moving forward, until she could press her free hand against the door, feeling the chill of it against her palm. She was stopped, one of the guards holding out his arm. "Ma'am, no one can enter." Her breath hitched as her eyes snapped up to him, her jaw tightening, her words a rasp. "Move." The guard flinched but held his ground, until another voice cut through the tense silence. "Let her through." Nemori turned slightly at the sound. Naomasa stood a few paces back, his trench coat hanging heavy with rain, his badge glinting faintly under the harsh fluorescent light. His expression was grim, but his voice carried quiet authority as he stepped closer, his hands tucked in his coat pockets. "She has every right," he added, his tone leaving no room for argument. The guard hesitated, glancing at Naomasa, then at Nemori, and slowly lowered his arm. Nemori's breath came sharp as she nodded faintly, her eyes burning with unshed tears as she turned back to the door. "Thank you," she murmured hoarsely, though she wasn't sure if he heard. Her hand pressed to the cold handle as she pushed it open. The soft hiss of oxygen and the steady rhythm of heart monitors filled her ears as the door swung inward. And there he was. Izuku lay still on the bed, wrapped in white bandages from collarbone to waist, his right arm in traction, his torso a patchwork of scars and gauze. Half his face hidden behind a veil of bandages. Pale and sunken, but his chest rose and fell, slow, mechanical, but alive. Nemori's knees buckled as she dropped to the floor beside him, her breath catching in her throat as she clutched his unbroken hand, pressing it to her lips. Eri slipped down from her arms onto the bed, crawling to his side and curling up against his shoulder, her tiny fingers gripping his hospital gown tight. Her tears fell freely now, darkening the sheets where they landed. "I'm here," she sobbed, her voice breaking as she pressed his hand to her cheek, her tears wetting his bandaged knuckles. "I'm here, Izuku." Eri's quiet sniffles filled the silence as she nestled closer against his side, her little voice barely more than a whisper. "Papa. I was strong." Nemori's fingers squeezed his hand tighter, her breath ragged as she rested her forehead against the sheets. The machines kept their steady rhythm, uncaring, indifferent to the pain spilling into the room. Then, faint, almost imperceptible, a twitch. Her breath caught, her head snapping up as she stared at his hand in hers. It twitched again. Her tears fell faster now, her lips curling into the faintest, broken smile as she let out a shaky laugh through her sobs. Eri's head lifted, her wide, tear-streaked eyes staring down at him as she clung to his gown. "Papa," she whispered, and as the rain continued to patter softly against the window, his fingers twitched once more, just enough to close weakly around Namori's hand. In the silent nighttime waiting room, and in a voice no louder than the rain, Aizawa spoke to no one but himself. I couldn't do it. The end. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and now we will see you in the next video.